Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. Hope that everybody is doing well. It's been getting colder and colder here, I'll tell you that much, man. This fucking winter weather is starting to set in. We still haven't got snow yet, though, which is kind of surprising. Last week, we had a day where it was like fucking 65 degrees. I don't know what's going on with the weather, but, you know, here we are. Here we are. What's up, guys? Today I'm gonna check and see if the daily that I need to complete the War Within meta achievement is up, and if it isn't, I'm gonna be very fucking irritated. Because waiting to accomplish a meta achievement because you're waiting on a daily to rotate in a world quest is fucking cringe. And I don't think that's good design at all. I'm gonna continue to complain about it until I finish it. You can just chill and chat lore. I did get all the film that I need for my Sepulcher lore tour, but I'm gonna do this lore tour a bit differently than I've done ones in the past. I'm gonna actually like put together separate video and narration. So, yeah. Yeah, such a miracle. What could be going on with the... I don't get why you're saying it's a miracle. No one said that. What could be going on with the planetary weather system and ecosphere? Climate change. That's what would be occurring. Yeah. I must be weather machines from China. China's changing the weather on us. Crazy. It's been rain and more rain here. Yeah, same. We've been getting flooding warnings here, which I don't think is normal. Revel, thank you very much for the 7-month sub with the Prime. DK Myth for 25 months, tier 1. Vaffle, thank you very much for subbing for 16 months, and Warmond for 3 months. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. What's up, Tippius? What's up, X-Ray, Snabito, Big Mighty Anna? Good to see you guys. What's up, Nano? What's up, Skag? West Coast atmospheric river this week. Lots of flooding. Yeah. 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 It's kind of, I mean, it's gonna get cold enough here soon, though, that it's gonna turn into snow. It's gonna end up being snow instead of rain. Beyond the Sepulcher lore tour as well, I think I will probably play some Cyberpunk today. I am gonna just play the main story of Cyberpunk at this point, I think. I already have fucking 11 days of footage to edit through, and I already said that I wasn't gonna edit past the heist, but I haven't had any monetization issues with my videos since that first one. Go figure, the one that has 30,000 views is the one that got limited monetization. So fucking stupid. But that's all right. So I will probably just try to focus on that. I mean, I have so much, my character's so strong already in Cyberpunk that I don't really think I need to do any side content, to be honest, at this point. Yo, Lockrocker, thanks for subbing for 93 months. Just a couple months, just a little casual sub there. Just a little casual. What's up, Fletcher? A little casual 93-monther. Holy. Holy. Also, guys, in my spare time, I've been playing Pokemon games. I played Heart Gold, and that was pretty good. And right now I'm playing through Alpha Sapphire, and it's fucking sick, dude. It's fucking sick. There's some like kind of crazy upgrades that this game has. so many quality of life changes, man, that just make it so good. Being able to use items repeatedly without having to leave the menu. Infinite usage TMs. No XP split, party XP share. Fucking crazy. Like, the way they handle the story and cutscenes are way better. Let's see what else, man. There's been like several other things that I've really enjoyed as I've been playing through it. I don't really like what they did to Mauville, but whatever. It was a little disorienting at first because I was expecting Mauville, but yeah. So that was interesting. I really like the Pokenav thing that allows you to see what Pokemon are on the route that you're on and if you've collected them or not. It gives you like an indicator if you have any left to collect. That's pretty fucking dope. I like that a lot. Let's see. Yeah, there's been quite a few things that I've really enjoyed. Have you played with remakes of Sapphire Ruby before? No. I just recently replayed through Platinum Nostalgia Blast. See, I had Pearl, but it wouldn't probably give me too much nostalgia. For me, Emerald and Sapphire and Ruby are like the big nostalgia for me. Yeah, I did like what they did with the Southern Isle with Latias. You go, like, you just get drawn there to get, like, the Mega Evolution thing is pretty cool. This is the first Pokemon that I've ever played that has Mega Evolution, so that's kind of tight. Oh, dude, okay. I played Pokemon literally since I was like 7 or 8 years old, okay, starting with like Pokemon Yellow. And when I played Heart Gold, I got the Pokerus virus for the first time ever. I never even knew that was a thing. And what this does is it's like a limited time virus that infects your Pokemon and it spreads in your party Pokemon. And it makes their stats level up like twice as fast. So if you level up and you would have got 2 speed, now you'll get 4. It stacks it up, dude. I just got it again playing fucking Alpha Sapphire. It's like a 1 in 5,000 chance. I just fucking got it again. And then, not even 30 minutes later, I fucking ran into a shiny. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I played this shit for over 15 years. I've never caught a shiny before until yesterday. I got a shiny Electrike or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, dude. I was like, what the fuck? What is happening? What the fuck is happening? Pokerus virus into a fucking shiny. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Actually crazy. I had to turn the group XP share off though, because that shit was a little bit overpowered. Oh, my Pokemon were all like too high of level. And I just kind of was like smoking everything. Manectric is a great shiny. Yeah, dude, the gray and gray and yellow. Oh, it's dope. It's got red eyes instead of blue. It's fucking dope, dude. It's a sick one. It's a fucking sick one. What was I saying? Oh yeah, group XP share was a bit much. I already have and I'm like a nerd, dude. So I'll sit there and I'll fucking farm Pokemon until I get the nature that I want. So I have like attack nature Blaziken, like low special attack, high attack, like total physical attacker. I have like high special attack, fucking Manectric, like Manectric, like Thunderbolt, fucking. It's just like I'm a nerd, right? So like I'll min max it in that way. So all my Pokemon have like the best fucking natures that you can get for them. My Blaziken, I got so lucky with my fucking Blaziken, dude. It has the nature that I want, and I had to sit there and farm it for like forever. Not only that, it also got fucking Ice Hidden Power, which is like sick as fuck, dude. Like, so I can counter flying types and stuff like that too, which is just like super good for a fighting type Pokemon. It's really fucking nice. And it's yeah, so it's pretty much exactly what I was after. So yeah, I got really lucky there. But my party is a Manectric, which is my lead, and then I have a Gardevoir, which is like high special attack. I have a Swellow, which is pretty much just there for like fly, but it's high speed, which, you know, that's what Swellow is for. I have a Blaziken, which is high attack, Flare Blitz, Sky Uppercut, or not Sky Uppercut, High Jump Kick, shit like that. I have a Linoon, which is my HM slave. I have a Sharpedo, which is high attack as well. So like Crunch, Waterfall, physical attacker. And the first Carvana I caught was I think Adamant Nature, so high physical attack. This is exactly what I wanted. The first one that I caught, which was fucking sick. I also found out, dude, there's so much flavor in this game. Apparently, when you surf on a Sharpedo, you surf twice as fast as any other Pokemon in the game, but you can't fish off of your Sharpedo. It's so fucking cool. It's so fucking sick. Like, just little like flavor things like that has never been a thing before, to my knowledge. Like, maybe in X and Y, I never played those ones, but same Gen 6 is when that came out, so same with Oros. So yeah, I think it's really cool, dude. I think it's really fucking sick. So it's cool that my Linoon can still surf, because I need that. But yeah, Manectric, Blaziken, Gardevoir, Swellow, Linoon, Sharpedo. Yeah, so that's my 6. So yeah, it's been fun. I just got my I just got to Fortree City and beat the gym leader, so went and met with Steven again, got the Devon goggles or whatever, and discovered the Kecleons or whatever hiding. And yeah, dude, it's big nostalgia, man. It's big nostalgia. It's so funny though, because as I'm playing through it, I'm like, yo, Brucom, thanks for the 1-year reset, dude. I appreciate that. And I finally got that book, dude. Caleb finally brought it to me. So yeah, I finally got that. It's actually up there now. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, as I'm playing through it, I'm like listening to Archie. I'm like, this motherfucker's spitting. He's like, we've ruined the world. We're polluting the oceans. We have to do something about it. It's gonna ruin the world for Pokemon and us, and that's not right. I'm like, this motherfucker's spitting. And then he's like, so I'm gonna reset it all back to what it was in the primal days. And then I was like, oh no. he's based, but he's also crazy. Like, oh shit. Like, the kind of playing it back as an adult, I'm like, it's a classic case of like good intentions, good way of looking at it, but also methods are not so good. This motherfucker trying to do primal re-origination on the world. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that. So yeah, pretty funny. I've been enjoying playing through it again a lot. And shit, dude, part of me kind of wishes I just played on stream, but I don't know. I'm having fun either way. I know my way, dude. I played so much Pokemon Emerald, I can't even. So I know my way around the game really well. I know where to find, like, well, for the most part, I know where to find the Pokemon, but there's also like new additions, right? Where there's new Pokemon that didn't even exist. I think from X and Y and from Diamond and Pearl and stuff. So there's like a discovery aspect there, but yeah. If you plan to play Black and White 2, play it on stream. I do have them. So good intentions are said to pave a very specific road, Lamouth. That game is good. That game is a good representation of that. Yeah, they're just very specific intentions to an extreme. That's the problem. Is Archie has like great intentions, but it's extremist, right? So instead of recognizing these problems and trying to do something about it in moderation, he goes the extremist route of like, let's just reset everything, which is obviously, destructive to all the people that live in the world. So, but yeah, it's really good. I've really been enjoying it. I've put, I think, 20 hours into it already. So it's awesome. It's awesome. I'm on my way to figure out what they're doing at Mount Pyre. And yeah, I'm really interested about the primal reversion stuff with Kyogre and Groudon and all that stuff. Apparently, I've been paying attention in the game. Apparently, there used to be a lot more diversity among Pokemon back in the day, which is interesting. Thousands of years ago. I'm curious to learn more about that kind of primal era. Hopefully, obviously, that seems to be where the game is going in terms of that's kind of a new twist on the story, I think. Because I remember before it was about Groudon and Kyogre fighting, but I don't really remember as much of an emphasis on like the primal world of Pokemon and like how many different types there used to be, or more variety among Pokemon or whatever. So I don't know, it's interesting. It's a fucking kid's story, so it's not like that complicated, but I'm interested to see where they go with that. And I'm pretty sure it was saying that primal reversion is the result of like Kyogre, like absorbing energies of the world, of the planet, so to speak, and kind of reverting to a primal state, which is really interesting. I kind of just wonder what that means for the evolution of Pokemon overall. And they're obviously part of the story, as well as like them posing different types of evolution to you, right? Like standard evolution, mega evolution, which is kind of different but kind of similar, and then like primal reversion, which is sort of similar to the other two but also different. So I don't know, it feels like I'm actually learning something about the lore of the Pokemon universe by playing this game, which I don't really feel like I did when I played previous games. And maybe it's just because I didn't fucking pay attention. But yeah. I know these games aren't meant to be particularly difficult, and I don't know if they've adjusted the numbers or anything, but I pretty much, and I think it's because I build a party that is like able to handle basically anything. But the gym leaders are just getting swept. Like, they have no chance. I could beat any gym leader with any of my Pokemon. Any of them. They're all like level, my Manectric is level like 40. Everything else is like 33 to 38 or whatever, and just like everything just gets swept. I kind of wish that there was like a hard mode that I could turn on to make everything like 10 levels higher or something. Or even to like match, even if they match levels, like even if every trainer I fought just matched levels with my Pokemon, I think they'd still get just smacked. So I do kind of wish I could turn the difficulty up a little bit, but that's what happens when you're playing a game made for kids. I don't want to spoil. Yeah, please don't. The devs said they intentionally put polarity in the story of their games to depict polar opposites and morals. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious. But one thing that you see kind of all over the game is like, Pokemon's been, you know, depending on how you define woke, it's been a progressive game, obviously, pretty much for its entire existence. Like, Team Rocket and these other like kind of bad guy teams are pretty illustrative of that. And you get like, just random chat dialogue with people throughout the world that like say things like, you know, we should adapt ourselves to the demands of nature and Pokemon rather than making them adapt to us and shit like that. Like, it's pretty obviously meant to be like pretty pro like eco-friendly, you know, kind of thing, like very pro environmentalist type shit. Exactly, Urim, exactly. Coughing and Grimer are literal manifested representations of pollution. Grimer apparently came from the ocean, like oil and sludge that coalesced in the fucking at the seabed. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's interesting because the bad guys often use those kinds of Pokemon, right? Every time that I read a description for like a fucking Grimer, a Muck, a Coughing, a fucking Wheezing, a fucking Golbat, these are all terrible Pokemon. They're just they're so bad. Why don't they do Pokemon for adults, like more hard and serious, not the other adult ways? I was thinking about that too. It would be kind of nice to not have to play as like a child. Like, you're little MC as a kid, which they're trying. The game is designed for kids. Like, the difficulty, the messaging, like the depth of writing. It's for kids, but it is also a fun RPG. I really do like how it plays, right? So it would be kind of cool to have like the kid or adult like world path. It'd even be cool for them to give you that option at the beginning, because the truth is there's a lot of adults now that were Pokemon kids growing up, right? So having that as an option would be pretty cool. Yes, for kids. Also, Drifloon's Dex entry. I don't remember what that is, but doesn't it have to do something with like the souls of dead people or dead children or some fucked up shit like that? If they did an adult themed Pokemon game, it'd probably be set in the Great Pokemon War between people and Pokemon. Get me Lieutenant Surge when he was still a lieutenant. Yeah, that's crazy. I did not know. I did not know that was the case. Yeah, in Pokemon Red. Hope you have a good day. Thanks, man. Thanks, Stone. I appreciate that. My camera's shaking. It's the washer. Me trick-shotting some Pokemon in the Pokemon War game. Oh my goodness, we're out there just fucking absolutely greasing Pokemon with machine guns and shit. What the fuck? Fan Trump's entry says it's a piece of dead tree possessed by the soul of a child who was lost in the forest. Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that it's not for kids, but it is. I mean, it is. I feel like almost all kids media though has some like pretty mature undertones at times, because like I think that sometimes people want to separate media for kids and media for adults in terms of their themes, but sometimes those themes aren't that separate. They just get a little bit more gritty usually when you go to like the adult side of it, or a little bit more profane. But ultimately, like, yeah, I mean, not even just early Disney movies, but like even some of the more recent ones have undertones of like pretty fucking serious or fucked up shit. But it's just, it has like a very colorful, cute paint job. So like the kids don't necessarily grasp it. But if you're a human, if you, kids aren't humans. If you're an adult and you watch it, you're going to pick up on that. And you're going to realize like the weight of that. You know, oh, Pixar is a good example of that. Pixar is good at like, the movie Up is like tragic as fuck. You know what I mean? It's so fucking sad. But the kids don't, you know, they don't pick up on that as much as like the adults would. Drifloon kidnaps kids while wandering aimlessly. Yeah, it still doesn't change. What doesn't change? Yeah. Yep, I would still say that it's still for kids. He has her. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. The animations are very nice, man. The animations for combat are very nice. All the abilities look good. I like how the Pokemon like actually show some type of response to being hit by something. You know, they like recoil when they're attack. I love the idling in the fight where it's not just like a static screen, you know? When I played Heart Gold, everything was just static, you know? It didn't look very good. But it was still a nice nostalgia hit. And I put 130 hours into Heart Gold. I played the fuck out of that game. I mean, I was like, all my Pokemon are like level 70, like fully optimized, like they're not as optimized actually as my Pokemon actually in Alpha Sapphire. They're not. They don't all have the natures that I want them to have. But they're pretty strong. I have a pretty strong party. I have a Gyarados. I just like soloed the entire second tier Elite Four with like just Gyarados. I think at this point I could use almost any of my Pokemon to solo all of the Elite Four. But Gyarados is just very strong. So yeah. Plenty of stories told to kids about how monsters will come to get them through history and culture. Sure, but there's also a lot of stories. Yeah. I see what you're trying to say about like Drifloon and stuff. It's also just like the truth of what the monster is, you know? It's a child. It's probably like lonely, like looking for friends, or like, you know, I don't know. There's like different ways you could spin that. Black and White 2 actually had a hard mode, but it made the game easier. Trainer Pokemon were higher level, so you got more XP and became strong faster. Yeah, that's why I had to turn the group XP share off in Alpha Sapphire, because all like my Pokemon were all just kind of leveling up together, and it's too strong. Like there needs to be some difference in the level of my party, otherwise I'm just gonna crush anything that gets in front of me. Like, and since I turned it off, my Pokemon aren't leveling up as quickly, and I feel like I feel like I've had more challenge, because what was happening for a little bit there is I would just get into a fight with something, and I would just one-shot it. No matter what it was, I would just one-shot it. Sun and Moon was super easy, but the Infinite Tower made it super fun. Up is one of my favorite movies. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Scarlet Violet is worth playing eventually just for the music alone, in my opinion. And there's lots of mods out there that fix the game's various issues. Game still looks like ass, though. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about Scarlet and Violet. Scarlet and Violet, what system is that on? Because, you know, some things are harder to access. It's on Switch? Yeah. yeah, sometimes a little harder to access, you know, a little bit harder, a little bit more difficult stability, you know. But Alpha Sapphire runs really well. I feel like I had to restart it once. When I first played it, man, it was having a hard time transitioning between like into the cutscenes and stuff, but so was Legends Arceus, and I would argue that was better than most mainline games. I do want to play that one eventually. I think right now I have Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Black and White 2. What shit? There's some other ones too, but I actually already forgot what they were. I think Sun and Moon might be on there too. I think I have Sun and Moon as well. I think I might have got Platinum, which I've never played. I played Diamond and Pearl, and Platinum was the last third game. The whole world felt at peace for a short time when we were all playing Pokemon Go in 2016. Holy shit, almost 10 years ago. Yeah, something else fucking abhorrent also happened in 2016. It's been shit ever since, hasn't it? I wonder what that was. Let me log into WoW real quick and see if this stupid fucking world quest is up. It's not gonna be, but I gotta log in and check anyways. Yeah, rip Harambe, dude. Fucking rip, dude. Dicks out for Harambe. Dicks out for Harambe, man. It's really fucked up. I got a bunch of footage of Xerath Mortis, like I said. I'm putting together a lore tour of Sepulcher, the first ones. The more that I play Sepulcher, the more that it seems apparent to me that it's Titans. Also, guys, I think that there's something about the prototype Pantheon that a lot of players, myself included, did not understand. Did you guys know that the prototype Pantheon in Sepulcher, the first ones, does not predate the actual Eternal ones? They're not a prototype for the Eternal ones. You guys know that? Like, they're not the first iteration. That's not what they are. When we get there, they're finishing printing. Yeah, they're replacements. They're not prototypes for the originals. They're replacement units. I never fucking realized that until I did it again when I was doing footage. I was like, wait a second, they're literally finishing printing. And what does he say? Lehuvim, the architect, the robot that's making them, who after we defeat 3D prints himself again, he says, domination does not relent, so neither can we. So he's building these prototype Pantheon members in order to fight back against the jailer and domination. Now, this doesn't account for what happened to Zoval, because Zoval clearly has a more, what would you call it, more generic vessel that his soul was put into. And I still have to make sense of that. But the prototype Pantheon does not predate the actual Eternal ones. That's not the case. And it makes me wonder, again, in the book Grimoire of the Shadowlands, there's a very important passage that talks about the meaning of the word Xerath and how it's not clear if the word Xerath means keystone or cornerstone, which is very important because they're completely different in terms of construction. When you're constructing something, the keystone and the cornerstone get put in at opposite ends of the spectrum. One gets put in at the very beginning. It's the first piece that you start with. The other one is the very last piece. So it kind of, when you think about this, it's like, wait a second. Is Xerath Mortis actually where the Shadowlands came from? Or is it like the final piece in the Shadowlands that perhaps the Titans installed or did something along those lines, and that was then used to create more infinite afterlives or something along those lines? But it's not clear if it's the first piece or the last piece. How fucking crazy is that? So the more that I like look at that Zereth Mortis, the more that I feel like the zone in some kind of way almost constructed itself. Like, you see the attendant thing, not attendants, but you see like the drone things, the Automa, like building up the zone. Like, they're expanding Zereth Mortis itself. Like, it itself is like growing. I just think it's so fucking weird. Like, and I mean, you go to the zone and there's supposed to be life there, but it's not supposed to be like out of control. And I feel like there's a big fractal in this quest that I did where there's these 3 Euros who are in charge of overlooking this foundry where the life has spread, and the Automa are kind of like coexisting along the life, and they went in there initially with this big robot that you bring back to life, this world shaper destroyer, one of those big orb things, and they're like, we have to reset this place. We can start again. What does that sound like? When I heard that, all I could think of is re-origination. They're gonna go into the foundry, and they're gonna reset everything because it's out of control. The life is not, it's untempered, it's untamed. So they're gonna go in and do that, but they see the Automa, and they're like, wait a second, we thought that these were aberrations, but that's not true. These aren't mistakes. There's something new altogether. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the dwarves in the Earthen. You know, and the records of the Titans say that they believe that the dwarves are worthy of Genesis in their own right. They're an anomaly, but you know what? They're pretty good, not bad. They approve of them, and that really made me think of this. I felt like it was a fractal for the Titans, and by the time that they'd realized that they didn't want to reset the foundry and that they wanted to work with this new thing, it was almost too late, because this large creature, this big resetting robot that they brought back to life that we helped them with, is going to go do it anyways, right? It's bent on this impression that that's what needs to happen. And now who would that be? Now who would that be? And I was sitting there like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what a crazy ass fractal that could be. Like, this is a fractal about Azeroth, mortals, like the aberrations that occurred within the system, the Titans recognizing that they shouldn't destroy it, and Sargeras not getting the memo, and him being like, it needs to be destroyed anyway. But they couldn't take back what they started. So we had to intervene and stop the destroyer. Fucking crazy. Every time I play it through ZM, it's just like, it's new fractals. It's fucking insane. Speaking of ZM, what's the giant ball in the middle of the map? I'll actually explain that in my lore tour, but it's the Forge of the Afterlife. So, what you actually have drop from one of the bosses in Sepulcher is an item called the Pocket Proto-Forge. And this is an item that stores within it magical energy of creation, presumably anima, ephemera, whatever, the materials of creation. And it crafts things out of it. So when you go to Zereth Mortis, there's these orbs floating around all over the place, but if you pay close attention, these orbs are infused with power. You can see many examples of this. Sometimes there's water flowing out of them, and it's like golden and blue, orderly looking water. And it leads to life spreading. Sometimes sand is flowing out of them. In some cases, there's cracks in them, and you can see the energy kind of bleeding through them. And I find that fascinating, because what that says to me is that these orbs are basically little ordering mechanisms. They're little ordering drones. They're little machines that you send out, and they have within them this power to spread magical energy and order and create, so to speak. I think that the Forge of Afterlives is basically a big version of that, where this thing is massive. It holds within it such power that it's able to craft. It's not just spreading magical energy. It may have the capacity to craft at a larger scale an entire realm, an entire Shadowlands zone, or something along those lines, right? Where there's these infinite afterlives of the Shadowlands, and what we're kind of led to believe is that the Forge of Afterlives is where they're created. But I wonder if that's for every Shadowlands realm, or if that's just for like some of the newer ones post-ordering or something along those lines. But we also have evidence that the realms themselves have not only once been connected to each other, that's revealed to us in Korthia with Ardenweald, that Korthia and Ardenweald are actually referred to as sister forests, which is a fucking crazy thing to learn, implying that they were once connected. But we also have evidence via the mycelial network that exists in Ardenweald, which seems to predate the arrival of the Winter Queen, which through that questline indicates that Ardenweald existed in a more primal, unordered, less magical, far less arcane, in my opinion, manner than it does now. That happened post-Winter Queen's arrival, post-ordering, that kind of shit. But it wasn't always like that. So, similar to Azeroth, and I think in some cases similar to the Dream, there's a more primordial blueprint that Azeroth and the Shadowlands and the Emerald Dream were probably born from, or existed in it originally. And that has since been overwritten with order. Why am I getting the feeling that all the Shadowlands zones are just pieces from different worlds? I mean, that is a theory that I have proposed before, that it is a conglomeration, a patchwork of different broken worlds that have been pulled together. I think that there is a common, perhaps, misconception that I myself also believed at one point, and that was that Zereth Mortis exists in some separate pocket dimension that's not in the same space as the rest of the Shadowlands, but that's not correct. You can actually tell that this isn't true because when you go to Zereth Mortis, there are chains of Torghast stuck into the land, and in the Sanctum of Domination raid, they have pulled a chunk of Zereth Mortis to Torghast. What does that tell you? It tells you that even though it's hidden behind perhaps some dimensional layers that make it difficult to access, in the case of Farim, he had an exceptionally hard time accessing Zereth Mortis, getting into the actual zone itself. It means that they actually share the same physical space. The same way that the chains of Torghast could reach out and grab Oribos, it too could reach out and grab Zereth Mortis, which means that there is no separation. It might be shrouded, but it's still there, which I think is so fucking fascinating. I think that's so fucking interesting. Now, I will say it is very weird that the chains that are connected into Zereth Mortis are cut. I don't know what is capable of accomplishing that, but they are cut, and I don't know how that is. Maybe some kind of dimensional barrier was erected once Torghast reached out and grabbed it, and maybe like Bandonoriel, similar, as to what happened in Quel'Thalas, or even the big shield that went around Suramar. Maybe a shield was erected that severed the chains or something. I don't know. Or maybe the chains just broke. Maybe there was too much stress put on them and they shattered. So that's a possibility there too as well. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of evidence to suggest that the Shadowlands is a shattered world. It used to be one world that was put together and it's been broken. And I'm going to be honest, I think that it's potentially been broken since before. I think it's been broken since before Zoval's betrayal. Like, I think it's been broken perhaps maybe even since before the Eternal Ones even were ever there. And that is fascinating to think about because, actually, I don't think that actually can be true. I don't think that can be true. I think it had to actually have been broken at some point, perhaps after. Because the reason why I think that is because the artifacts and architecture of the first ones is all over the Shadowlands. It's not just in one place, right? And the thing is that when Zoval defeats us at the top of Oribos and he reclaims the final key, this giant portal opens behind him and he turns around and walks through it. When you go to Zereth Mortis, there's actually a giant fucking gateway called the Dread Portal, and I can only imagine that that's where Zoval came through, like a doorway. And it looks very when we're in Oribos, when we go to the top of Oribos, there's a gateway that goes to Zereth Mortis. It looks just like the one called the Dread Portal. So what that tells me is that Zereth Mortis and Oribos used to actually be connected. You actually used to be able to go between them, and they have since been locked away. This is canonically true at lore. The Eternal Ones basically sealed it away. They sealed away the secrets of the Sepulcher so that no one could find them. the Primus obviously knew about the They all know about Zereth Mortis and the Sepulcher. They're all aware of it, but they don't talk about it. So they tried to hide that knowledge away so that no one else would know. And honestly, the fucking Primus might be the one who's actually responsible for the creation of the others in some capacity. But the point is that the Shadowlands has a significant amount of evidence to suggest that it actually was all connected. Physically, on an energetic level. And yes, I do think, Farsight, that like it's too convenient that we have. So there's an event in Korthia known as the Anima Swell, and it sounds a lot like the Sundering, where like there's this massive well of power and energy that was anima, and it may have exploded or caused some kind of sundering of the Shadowlands. Very possible. But I do think it's too coincidental that we have stories and images of Sargeras cleaving entire worlds into pieces, especially in the case of the one where he found the old gods and that slumbering titan and dreadlords, by the way. I think that it is not only possible but likely that Sargeras has cleaved multiple worlds, even if he didn't want to or doesn't remember doing it. I think it's possible that he was dominated and made to shatter worlds, or even manipulated into shattering worlds so that the Titans had an excuse to come and order them or fix them or whatever. But it's pretty squarely stated in multiple sources of lore that Sargeras believed that the corruption of the cosmos was due to the unnatural ordering of it by the Titans. And so he would go to where they had done their ordering in the cosmos and undo their works throughout the cosmos. That was his intention. When you read Chronicle, it says overtly that the first world that Sargeras fell upon with the Burning Legion was not one infected by old gods, and it was not one that contained a slumbering titan, but it was one that had been ordered by the Titans in ages past. And that to me is like a pretty fucking dead giveaway that this guy's intention is, at least at some point, was primarily to undo the works of the Titans. But then you have to get into the perspective of, is everything that the Titans have done evil and bad, or at least subjugative or oppressive to mortal beings? I don't know that that's the case. I don't think that the Titans are going to be as black and white as that. So yeah. And about the Devourers, are they the true animals of death? I think that they were definitely part of the natural cycle. That's another piece of information that is overtly told to us in Shadowlands, that they were part of the natural cycle and have since then fallen into kind of obscurity. But one thing that I see the Devourers doing in Zereth Mortis is they're devouring pillars of stone. And I think the reason why is because the hexagonal pillars of stone found all throughout Zereth Mortis are crafted with soul energy. They have energy of souls within them, which is why they have blue and gold flecks of color in them, like fragments of souls, and that's why they're devouring them. When you do the raid Sepulcher, the first ones, you can actually see that they're eating away at those pillars. They are trying to consume them. And as they consume this energy, they actually transform. Instead of being the kind of ghostly white and blue that they were before, they start turning into different colors, like gold and a little bit of red, and even like a kind of almost like a teal, greenish kind of gray. They start changing. And so I remember from the Una quest line from Legion that you go to this black forest, this dark forest, and these soul devourers come out and they try to eat Una. And I can't help but think about the devourers of the Shadowlands when it comes to that. It almost feels like Zereth Mortis is taking the energy of the fallen dead and repurposing it into building the zone. It's like they're converting the energy of souls into construction material. And the Devourers are intent on eating that. And I think that's probably a fractal, maybe for like the Void or something like that, but it makes me think that perhaps the more natural thing that was meant to happen in the Shadowlands, if the Devourers were always intended to eat things, and they're not just like that as a result of their starvation, how I kind of see the Void, perhaps. Like, not necessarily that way by nature originally, but they turned into that because they fucking starved. It just makes me wonder if that consumption was a part of the natural mechanism of the Shadowlands, so to speak. Like, it has never seemed natural nor okay to me that the energy of souls would go to the Shadowlands kind of and kind of stay there. You know, the only exception to this are things that die in the Shadowlands, and we don't really know where that energy goes, or the spirits of Ardenweald, specifically things like the Wild Gods, right? But other than that, basically everything that goes into the Shadowlands ends up serving a purpose in the Shadowlands permanently, and they call that the purpose, right? So maybe Devourers eat matter while the Void wants the souls. Well, no, Devourers are literally eating matter infused with souls. So I can't agree with you there. But I do think that the Void will eat your soul too. Like, there's a quote, I think, from the Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron that says, the Void sucks at your soul. It is content to feast slowly. So from what I take of that is that the soul will eat soul, or the Void will eat souls, and that it's not necessarily in a rush. It's content to do that slowly. It doesn't need to rapidly consume everything in the cosmos. That's not the nature of the Void. The Void might be entropic and infinite and represent possibilities and darkness and anxieties and gravity and things like that, but it's content to do its job slowly. It's not in a rush. And I think part of that is because of the sense of inevitability that accompanies the Void, right? So I don't think that they necessarily have to be like, oh, one eats matter, one eats souls. No, I think they will do both. Because another quote from the Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron, I believe, is that all places, all things have souls. All souls can be devoured. Right? So I don't think that the purpose is to separate the place, the physical thing from the soul. The world itself has a soul, right? So there's an inherent relationship between physicality, what is, and what is more intangible, the energy which accompanies it, the soul itself, right? And that's why, in a way, you kind of begin to see the relationship between physical elements and the world itself and the world's soul. They're connected. It's like saying that the body and the soul within it are not connected. They are. They absolutely are. They have a relationship. Now, can physical energy and a soul exist independently of one another? Perhaps. But in most cases, they don't. They bind to one another, I think. A soul accompanies a body, usually, or some kind of vessel, something to give it form. Otherwise, it's relatively formless. So I think that what the Shadowlands is really trying to show us in many ways is, again, it's the concept of fractals. Much of what you're seeing in the Shadowlands is meant to tell you about things that aren't in the Shadowlands, right? So you're meant to go in, look at this pantheon, look at the world, look at what's happened to it, the history, all the little quirks and nuances and secrets about it. You're supposed to look at the storylines and go, huh, why does that seem so similar to something else that I've already seen? And the people that don't recognize that, they go, oh, well, it's Blizzard being lazy. They don't, they're just repeating stuff now. It's almost like it's built that way on purpose. It's done that way on purpose. So when you play through Zereth Mortis, Korthia, anything in the Shadowlands, really, you should be thinking of it in terms of fractals. It is trying to inform you through this closed story here that exists here in this little bubble. It's trying to tell you things about the structure outside of it. It's trying to tell you the Devourers are in the Maw and things that like this that are bent on consumption are trying to tell you about other things. They're giving you hints. That's the nature of fractals. By recognizing the pattern, you can start to see how that pattern expands and replicates. That's the beauty of fractals in WoW. And it's such a fucking shame that the majority of players don't understand that concept. They don't even give Shadowlands a chance, and that's such a shame because it's instrumental in understanding the repeating story patterns of World of Warcraft. And when I talked to Dave Kosak again, the last time he worked on WoW was Mists of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, or technically Legion. But he was the lead narrative designer in Mists of Pandaria, and he told me that even though at the time they didn't use the word fractal, that World of Warcraft is intentionally constructed in a way where those classical storylines repeat themselves, themes repeat themselves, and it is kind of meant to form this kind of fractal pattern in terms of how the world is built. So when I play especially when I play Mists of Pandaria content, I see fractals everywhere. They are fucking everywhere. And I see that in G Firepaw and Asa Cloudsinger. Like, that's a huge fractal. I'm quite certain for Anshe and Musha, but also just for the dichotomy of the two different opposing perspectives and ideologies that are at play there. The action, we must do something now, more forcible, and you two didn't understand and raged at Shadowlands, so don't say that people didn't give Shadowlands a chance. No, I know. I know that. Trust me, I know. I didn't fucking get it either. I never even got to see the fucking Primus. I quit the game before they even showed us the Primus, so there was so much that I didn't get. But the difference is that I took a break. I went and played a different game for a couple years, let those angers go, and came back with renewed perspective, and I replayed the Shadowlands, and I played through all of the content that I skipped, and I get it now. See, so that's the difference. Like, I was willing to set it down, come back to it later, without assuming that it was just going to be dog shit, and then played it and was like, oh, okay, I get what's going on here. So, yeah, I absolutely count myself among those that did not get it. I did not understand it at all. When I first played it, did not get it. I never even got to the point, but you have to understand, because I quit, I never even got to the point where I knew what the Primus looked like, never played through Korthia, they never told me about fractals. I had no idea that that was a fucking thing. But again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, well, people just don't get it. If any criticism exists, it's that people aren't willing to go back and try. Right? People just write Shadowlands off as if it's not important, or that it's just objectively bad, which I don't agree with. I mean, I don't agree with that. But it took me letting it go and coming back to experience it again to get to the point where I was able to see that. So if you're not going to be willing to do that, then you can continue to count yourself among the people that don't understand it. That's not my fault. That's not on me. So again, you can take it personally if you want. But yeah, I definitely include myself in the people who initially did not understand it. So, yeah. The soul and body reference is even seen at the start of MoP with healing Shenzhen Su. Talk about early fractals, bro. These fractals have been happening fucking even before that. I mean, they were happening in Cataclysm. I mean, in the Goblin starting area, you know? I think it's a fair criticism of WoW that it's not easy to digest some of the larger themes. I mean, it also doesn't become any easier if you just write it off like it's dog shit. Like, yeah, it's not necessarily easy, but you're not making it any easier for yourself when you just like don't pay any fucking attention to it because you think that it just sucks. I don't know what fractals aren't at this point. I'm too scared to ask. I don't know why you'd be scared. I have a whole entire video on this if you'd like to see what fractals are. I have a whole video on it. Yeah, I put this out 3 months ago. But they're retconning all of Shadowlands. Yeah, certainly are not. Certainly are not. Putting that on my watch later? Yeah, it's a good one. Fractals, simply put, is a term that exists outside of WoW, but was introduced in a storytelling sense in World of Warcraft Shadowlands to illustrate the repeating pattern and structure that exists in the WoW cosmos. A pattern that encompasses everything. Deities, places, concepts, story hooks, and themes. World of Warcraft, like all other media, is a repetition of the same themes and ideas with slight variations here and there. The pattern grows, it adapts, it changes, but it's still a repetition of the same base pattern. And the shape that they use primarily to represent that pattern is a hexagon, a 6-pointed object. Blizzard should be so grateful that you've been holding a lot of people's hands to finding these things. I don't think so. That's not really how I see it. I don't think that I have to hold people's hands. I think that you just have to play the fucking game and pay attention. This is where we're not going to agree. Just play Shadowlands and just read. Just pay attention. Literally the entire zone of Zereth Mortis is about fractals. The entire zone. The entire thing. But people, they just, again, they write it off as some fan fiction. Something that's not relevant to WoW. It's some alien thing that is not real. It's just, it's a retcon. It's Steve Denuzer's fan fiction. But they're wrong. So, some people just don't want to accept that. They want to make excuses for why that's not the case, but they're wrong. Bro, this quest is never up, dude. I logged in to see if this quest was up. It's never up, dude. I need to do this quest, and it's just never up. I don't understand how you can lock a fucking meta achievement behind a quest that's on rotation. Like, what the fuck is that? The only achievement that I need, the only one, is behind a rotating daily, a rotating world quest. BFA and Shadowlands are much, much worse to complete. That's fucking stupid. For sure, you've just done a lot to help people really digest more than they would by themselves. Yeah, for the very few, extremely tiny minority of people that consume my content. Yeah, sure. You know? Fucking 14,000 people have seen the Fractals video. That means fucking 5 million, 6 million players might not know anything about it. So, yeah. It's a very small number of people who know this shit. But yeah, you can continue, you know, people can continue to be defensive and try, oh, well, you didn't get it either. Yep, but guess what? I went back and played it, and now I get it, and you still don't. So you can be butthurt about that if you want to, but it doesn't change the fact that it's true. So learning and understanding the concept of fractals has definitely significantly improved my enjoyment of the WoW narrative as well as the narrative of other games I play. I'm glad. That's good. That's because, yeah, I mean, that's because it's not just specific to WoW. It doesn't just stop with WoW. You know?
Return.
I guess it's the same dailies for all characters on one account. Yes. Yeah, all the dailies are the fucking same. It's very cringe.
My directive is to serve you. My thanks for your patronage.
I guess, yeah, it's the same. It's the same. Can I get your opinion on something? Sure, dude. Sure. I waited over a month for one world quest. Well, it's frustrating because there is another way to complete it, but it's by getting another character to level 80 and going down and doing the Hollowfall questline up until the point where they give you the base quest that, you know, introduces the concept for the world quest that they use later. And all my characters have done that. Well, they haven't done it. I did 2 characters that went through it, and then all my other characters, when Siren Isle came out, I did the story skip to Siren Isle, and so it auto-completed that quest, and so none of my characters can do the quest. It's so fucking... It's so frustrating. It's so fucking dumb. That's thousands more than wouldn't otherwise. Ah, true. Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks. I get what you're trying to say. Can you quest sync to someone that's on the quest? Maybe. Maybe. I didn't think about that. What is this?
Spit it out.
Oh. Is this, Brawlers Guild?
Keep it real.
Sure is. But yeah, I mean, I do have my remix character that I could move over and then do the quest on that, but I don't have everything that I want from remix yet. I do have a character boost that I could use as well, but I was gonna save that for midnight and use it on my use it for a Harroneer, probably like a Harroneer druid or something. But then again, I don't really need multiple druids, you know? So Brawler's Guild is annoying to grind, but I wanted that punching bag decor for my monk's room. Yeah, I did Brawler's Guild back in the day. I don't think I've done it in a long time. I didn't need multiple druids either. Don't even main one. Somehow ended up with 4+. Yeah, Harroneer customizations are sick. I was thinking, yeah, I'm more likely to race change my existing druid than I am to just make a new one. I like having just one of each class. I don't need a bunch. I don't need more than one. Housing's gonna force me to interact with content I otherwise wouldn't, or gonna force me to do all sorts of content that I otherwise wouldn't interact with. Sure, I'm a severe altaholic. Yeah, I am not. I'm more like a cover all the bases, and once I have them, we're good to go. Is there a reason that WoW support is such a joke now? My 55-year-old dad bought a computer and TV and made a WoW account to play with my brother and I. We started playing this game in 2004. He spent weeks farming gold from fishing and STV for a 60 mount. He was then randomly banned for hacking/cheating, and the appeals system has yet to even review it. And from what I've seen, it'll be an AI with no GM to even find. I mean, there's layers to that, brother. I don't know if AI is to blame, or maybe your dad bought some gold and you don't know. I don't know, dude. That's like I don't really know how to comment on that because I'm not like exactly impressed with Blizzard's customer support. But for me, the question more is like, why'd he get banned in the first place? And usually when people get banned, it's because they did something wrong. So I have a friend who bought gold in Classic and they got banned for it. So when you say that he spent weeks farming gold in STV, it makes me think that, you know, maybe there's a chance that something like that happened. I assure you he did not buy gold. He wouldn't even know how to. I've watched his only progression. I don't know, man. I don't know. I was the one doing it. I mean on his computer, or did you get smashed for account sharing? Is that allowed? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All it takes is a few people to report someone acting like a bot to just get auto-banned. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm, I don't know. I don't really have the answer for this question. Might be an account sharing ban, which would count under cheating, I think. Have what he sold in the H sitting in the mailbox. We were going to open it up together. Is account sharing allowed in WoW? I mean, I don't know. It says that it violates the EULA agreement. The thing is, I already have an account. Did you always play it? Did you always do the farming from his computer, or did you log into his account from different computers? From his PC? I have no idea then, man. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't really have an answer for this. It's not really my not really related to me in any way, so I don't know why I'm not gonna sit here and just like agree with you and be like, oh yeah, fucking dog shit, Blizzard, God, such a joke, fucking. I just, but I'm also not gonna like. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I've never been banned in a game without doing something that was worth getting banned for, so I can't. I don't know. Every time I've been banned, I deserved it. I don't know. But it should be reviewed, you would think. I mean, you'd think that you should at least get some kind of review. I just don't know. I don't know how their moderation tools work. I don't know. It's just upsetting to not know where to go for assistance. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the only thing that I could do is just like put in, I don't know, try to get a hold of someone at Blizzard for a review for it, but I don't know if that's possible now. I don't know. Gul'dan visiting the Sepulcher. Yeah. Used to be you open a ticket and talk to a GM. I was confused with the appeals thing and looked into it. Yeah, I mean what do you want me to say? I mean, a lot of companies are going the route of non-human customer support. Blizzard has repeatedly fired CS staff. Blizzard has repeatedly replaced real people with this kind of thing. It's not surprising to me. It's not like a new thing. This has been happening for years, and there's lots of companies doing it. They're trying to, cut costs, and if they can have an automated system that can handle those inquiries to a satisfactory degree, then they're going to do that. And it sucks. It sucks. I don't know. I wish you luck, though. That is fucking shitty that's happened. And yeah, if there was no buying of gold or anything, then I don't know. I mean, I don't think the moderation system is good enough, robust enough to detect different styles of play. But on another hand, it's like, well, what if I'm drunk one day when I'm playing and I'm playing differently than I would normally, It's like, can you prove, is it worth even like taking the risk on trying to prove that it's a different person playing the account, I don't know if the system of behavior is robust enough to detect that. And I mean, it's just so strange, by the way, back to this. The very first boss that we fight in the Sepulcher is a robot. The very first boss we fight in Uldir is a robot. The very first boss we fight in Ulduar is a robot. Like, it seems to be a pretty common trend. Hell, even Antorus the Burning Throne, which is another Titan facility, the first boss you fight is a robot. I don't know if Blizzard just likes robots or if they're trying to say something. But the first boss of a lot of instances are robots. Like, with the first thing we fight, the animals here are fucking robotic. They might be infused with soul energy, but they're still automa. They're automatons. They're fucking robots. And they're all susceptible to domination. And so if they're susceptible to domination, they either A, have souls that are able to be, manipulated via domination, or automata, robots, are naturally susceptible to domination because it's basically just command magic, and robots follow strings of commands and logic and algorithms as it is. Yeah, everything is controlled. There is, when you come in here, everything that is intended to be here has no capacity for free will at all. Everything is pre-programmed. Everything is robotic. Everything is centralized around the use of matrices. I mean, even the items that you get from here, anima matrix. Like, don't forget that fucking Dragonflight had Titan crafting matrices that were used for like crafting, and the flavor text on them says no one can tell you what the Titan matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. Like, bruh. Metzen is a Transformers nerd, no doubt. Absolutely no doubt at all. He's written Transformers novels. And there are bosses in here who have Transformers themed. Look, the first boss, roll out, then transform. Autobots roll out. Like, it's literally a Transformers reference in the first boss. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure I was reading that Autobots basically have these cores. They're like infused with this like living mechanical energy, and they have these like cores that like give them sentience or some shit like that. I have to read about it again, but like, yeah, it's yeah. Really looking forward to that lore tour for this raid. It's long. Yeah, they're sparks. What's up, Arianara? So it's like they might appear as robots, but they are living organic beings. And the thing that people really need to understand is that the Eternal Ones are not robots. It is explicitly stated in the fight description for the prototype Pantheon that they are a prototype and that they are bereft of the cosmic spirits of the Eternal Ones, which means that people took that and were like, oh, the Eternal Ones are robots. No, we don't know exactly what the Eternal Ones are. The only one who we've seen the underlying design of, so to speak, is Zoval, and we don't know if he's like that because he always was, or because the Primus took his soul out and put it inside of a vessel that he scrawled domination on and could control. I would think it's that one. He made a prison body for him and imprisoned him inside of it, and that the original Zoval probably was not like that. But regardless, the Eternal Ones, they have spirits that make them who they are. It gives them compassion and gives them, you know, there's more to them as a result. They're not just cold logic following their base directives, which is what the prototype Pantheon is. They're following robotic directives. We should kill another Eternal One to see what happens? Well, Carestia was pretty badly wounded by Anduin Wrynn, but even she didn't do that. I think that it comes back to the Primus. The Primus used one of these manufactured vessels from Zereth Mortis to extract the soul of Zoval and place it into a prison body that he could then control, and basically concoct a grand plan to use the energy of Azeroth's World Soul, which, by the way, when he does, he literally says, the power of the First Ones is now mine to command. It's also interesting because what this shows is that the creations of the First Ones are almost all entirely susceptible to domination. Almost all, pretty much everything. It's all convertible to domination, isn't it? It's interesting because Azeroth resists the power of domination, which to me almost insinuates the possibility that Azeroth is not a First One, because the stuff the First Ones made are susceptible to domination and Azeroth isn't. So it kind of makes me wonder if she's even a First One. But I think there, again, the conflation of what a First One actually is and who is behind the kind of image of the First Ones makes it a little confusing. That is to say that, like, the First Ones, as we have been led to believe, you know, what they are, that's the Titans. But there may be true First Ones that, you know, that's what Azeroth is or something like that. But regardless, I just think it's real interesting that, like, all the First One stuff is susceptible to domination. I mean, look at this stuff. But Azeroth's World Soul itself is not. Carestia's not dead, right? No. On a side note, I wonder if Uldamon Titan Chamber is linked to these later ones. I mean, I believe that the Uldamon complex is part of the is connected to and part of the manifold. Yeah, I do believe that's the case. It shows up on the map in the War Within, so. Uldamon is one of the oldest instances and has some of the most blatant fucking sketchy Titan information in the entire game. It's actually crazy. I'm here to try to get the mount, just so you know. That's why I'm doing this. Did the Titans know about us and the events of Shadowlands? I mean, bro, how many times am I going to go over this, dog? Read the fight description for Rygalon. Drawn to observe the fateful events unfolding within the Sepulcher of the First Ones, Rygalon succumbed to the Jailer's domination. Now this Constellar turns its cosmic power against any who would oppose the Banished One, and it drops a piece of loot called Treads of Titanic Curiosity. Yes, they know. Yes. They are aware. Curiosity of Norganon? I don't think that's a thing. I mean, and here's a fucking Titan Forge that's literally just run by Anima. And maybe not even Anima, but what's that other resource called? The one from the Maw? Stygia. I wonder if all of them know, or just Norg with the Primus being his agent. Good question. I would say at least Norganon knows. Because I think Norganon is effectively the one who actually commissions the Constellars. They make it out to, it's like, oh, Aman'Thul called upon the mysterious race known as the Constellars. Norganon, Harboron, Elegon, Rygalon, Algalon. Feels like there's a theme happening there. Guys, here's what I think. The fact that a Constellar, which is a lesser creation than the Titans, has access to this place proves to me that the Titans do also. How could their mere pawn get in here, but they couldn't? I do not...
You are known to me,
I don't think so.
champions of Azeroth.
Your deeds.
Your deeds have unbalanced the harmony of the cosmos.
But you are nothing more than...
For reality to endure, it must be remade.
Oh, I forgot a line.
But you are nothing more than aberrations to be discarded.
He doesn't even fucking act dominated, bro. It's like it barely changed his ass. It's the same color scheme and everything. He just has armor on him, bro. Map of the ordered cosmos up above him. And listen to his fucking dialogue.
All possible outcomes result in your demise. Realities folding upon realities. Through death will come order. Corruption, cosmic collapse is inevitable.
Similar talk to old gods? No, it isn't! He's literally just speaking plainly! He's speaking like a fucking robot!
Death will come.
He's literally saying through death will come order! There's nothing enigmatic about what he's saying at all. He's just saying it. I swear to God, bro, it's why Dave Kosak wanted me to watch those fucking Hearthstone trailers where the group that is the fractal for the Pantheon
Witness the fury of the cosmos.
is literally responsible for the plague of undeath. Like,
You fail to see what is coming.
the Scourge, Domination, Control Magics, Mournblades, the Titans are behind it. It's them. It's them. We got away with the plague of undeath. That's bad. God, dudes. Yeah. No, Pyro, you're making that up. You're just stretching it. I don't think so. I don't think Blizzard really even thinks that far ahead. I don't think that they know their own story. Oh my fucking God, bro. Fucking end me, dude. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing. They know what they... Oh, you mean the fucking cursed sword with fucking blue control runes etched upon it that Arthas found in a fucking vault in Northrend? Ah, that couldn't be related to the Titans. Come on. Come on. You mean the fucking disc of control magics that Norganon literally carries? You mean the blue dragonflight empowered by Norganon that literally specializes in stasis and control magics, who fucking literally etched domination runes written in the fucking draconic language into another dragon back in Wrath of the Lich King? Like, has anyone looked at Karastraza? She's fucking dominated. She's literally dominated by the blue dragonflight. Rune magics, man. Etched rune magics, control magics, runes of domination, runes of dominion. It's like the jailer's core mechanics. The runes on the Lich King's sword have nothing to do with domination control magic. Nothing at all.
The way is open. Prepare yourselves. The jailer is sending his
Yes.
Maw-sworn against
And Sargeras is also not holding a rune blade. He's not holding a Mourn
We
blade.
must hold them here. Champions,
Absolutely
take the
true.
fight to the jailer.
We'll give you as much time as we can. End this.
It's
now.
so visually obvious, and people still resist it. He has literal domination runes on him, and the runes and things that are on his sword not only match the seat of the Pantheon, they match the disc that Norganon is holding behind him. It's not that complicated. Norganon's specialty is command. It's command. It's his specialty. In his trinket that drops in Antorus the Burning Throne, Norganon's prowess, the proc is Norganon's command. His specialty is commanding people to do things. That is his prowess. It's what he does. That's why his keepers are the ones most associated with machines and robotics. Because it's a representation of him. Madness with Malagos, driven to literal insanity. Literally secretly helping fucking Neltharion conceal the Drakthir from the Dragon Queen. Holding them in stasis for fucking 20,000 years. It's Norganon, bro. Specializes in control.
Can your mortal minds fathom how long I have waited? Every event set in motion, every pawn put into play, all to claim the power slumbering within your world. The soul of Azeroth, wounded, vulnerable, yet reality. Death claims the soul of your world. Now, bear witness, mortals, to eternity's end.
I don't like how it cuts like that
Imagine these
immediately at the end.
words from Zoval are actually from Norgannon.
Never know, Yinj. Thanks for the 6-month sub. Okay, how? What do you mean fucking how? ICC has long... This bothers me so much, because it's like... It just makes me feel like I gotta everything has to be explained. Like, literally, since it's literally called the Forge of Souls. There are giant machines underneath underneath Icecrown Citadel that are evidently linked dimensionally to Torghast, and the machines beneath ICC are able to draw upon the essence of Azeroth's World Soul, which, just so you are all fucking clearly aware, the Titan machinery already does this. The Forge of Wills in Ulduar literally does that. It literally draws upon the essence of the World Soul. So this is not like some... okay, how did this happen, though? It's just a transference of energy, but Azeroth's energy is so powerful that it can power a fucking universe resetting forge. We're inside of a giant machine that is prepped to eradicate all reality. This is a big fucking it's such a disappointment, dude. It's so disappointing. Ugh. It's so this is such a fucking big deal. This guy's literally about to dominate everything. Everything. Like, this is the hype is just so completely fucking lost. It's so disappointing. And people can't see past their preconceptions of what the Jailer is as a villain. They don't even realize that the Jailer's just a fucking puppet for someone else. It's so disappointing, man.
What is mine?
It breaks my heart.
Break.
Just like that.
There is no escape. Power of the first ones is now mine to wield.
He just straight up dominates Pillars of First One's runes and energy.
The pattern submits to my power.
Well, the pattern shouldn't submit to your power. That's the thing. That's what gives it away, dude. The pattern and the power to control it is the Titans. But if the true source of the pattern, the actual source of it all, is Azeroth, can't be controlled.
Its suffering will shape my new reality.
And there's so many audible cues in when the Jailer speaks that people do not pick up on. Like when he says, "My blade," or they will bow to me. Like, it's not Zoval talking. It's not.
You have betrayed your duty as Arbiter, and shall be bound forevermore. Your madness has threatened the cycle of life and death entire.
You could have sought another way, brother. Imagine what we could have accomplished together.
Why, Zoval? What drove you to this end? You preserve that which is doomed.
They're preserving a divided cosmos.
Cosmos divided.
It's very simple.
Will not survive. What is to come?
Wait, he's a robot? No. presumably the rift is sustained by his existence. But ultimately, I love this song here too. This is my favorite track out of all of ZM. Ultimately, the Eternal Ones have agreed to preserve something that has been divided. And before Zoval was ever dominated, he came to believe that the Shadowlands was divided and that it needed to be reunited, because divided, it was weak. It needed to all come together. Now, I think that similar to people, you can still have nations that are separate. Humanity can be divided, but as long as we find ways to work together and come together when we need to, it's fine. It's like the Horde and the Alliance. As long as we can work together when we have to, that's what matters. Now, was Zoval's philosophy of forcibly uniting the Shadowlands a great thing? I think he had good intentions, but again, probably trying to force that to happen by stealing the keys and going into the, Zereth Mortis or whatever. Probably not the way that you should do that. But I also have a feeling that they were supposed to listen to Zoval, and they didn't. Instead, they turned against him, similar to what happened to Odin. They denied his authority. They didn't listen to him. And so he was like, well, fuck you then, I'm just going to do it anyway. But it wasn't until after he was dominated that Zoval was bent on this, use this giant forge to fucking re-originate to dominate the whole cosmos. That's not what Zoval's intentions originally were, and I'm not just making that up to try to convince you. That's literally what's written in the Grimoire of the fucking Shadowlands and in Chronicle Volume 4. His intention was not always to dominate the cosmos. That came after he himself hadn't been dominated, which allegedly was a magic created by the Primus. I have a hard time believing that. I think that someone else probably is the true originator of domination, but I digress. Zoval believed that this cosmos that has been divided up is not going to survive whatever is coming. Now, Bellular likes to fucking poke fun and what's coming though? I don't know, maybe the all-consuming entropic force of fucking destruction known as the Void? I don't know. Could be that. This fucking huge thing that everyone else is afraid of. I don't know, could be that. Could also be the Titans, in some capacity. But ultimately, he sees, from his perspective, that if we don't band together, by force or by will, none of this will survive. And so that scared the fuck out of him. The conversation escalated quickly, presumably? I would think so. Like, Devos criticized the path, but was forced to get back in line, but refused. Devos is probably a fractal. Yeah, I could very much see that. He didn't follow orders anymore. The edicts given to them by the first ones. He didn't believe in them anymore. Like, what he had been led to believe in the path he had gone down was a lie. And that it would ultimately lead to their doom. And this terrified him. And because he had this difference in philosophy and wanted to go against the others, they imprisoned him. My question would be is if Zoval was the Arbiter, and the Arbiter as we see them in game are just robots, but they're not, dude. They're not. God damn, that's annoying. The Arbiters are not just robots. Pelagos is not just a robot. Zoval was not just a robot. We literally have the answer to this question. It is in Chronicle Volume 4. Zoval, like the Arbiter is supposed to, witness the life and memories of all the souls that passed into the Shadowlands. So presumably there was a level of compassion there. Not just a robot. What you guys have to understand is that he was replaced with a robot that had no opinion, no voice, no intention of its own. It harnessed his power to order and send things where it deemed that they needed to go based on its cold logic. But that doesn't, you have to fucking stop this thing where because you see one thing act this way, now everything else that's similar to it is the same thing. Oh, well, they're robots. They're not. Pelagos is not that. Zoval was not that. It's frustrating as fuck. They're vessels, avatars for spirits. Regardless, the Arbiter, you just have to understand the not that deep meta narrative that they're trying to say. Guys, it's not even about the body being a vessel. It's about the fact that Zoval resisted and had his own will, and the replacement for him didn't. That's what you've got to take from this. Because what's the benefit of that? It means that there is no resistance. There's no opinion. The same thing that happened with Zoval would not happen again. They wanted someone that was quiet, subservient, would not get in their way. That's the key. He wouldn't bend the knee, so they replaced him with something that didn't have a choice. That's why that concept should be so terrifying. That's not how the Arbiter of Souls should work. Something that just uses an algorithmic fucking cold logic to send things off to different places. That's not how that should work. The Arbiter of the Dead should have a very intimate relationship, at least temporarily, with the souls that come through. Because those lived experiences are important. In most cases, they define who we are. And what it says in the extended literature is that Zoval's continued interactions with these souls made him aware of something. It kind of awakened this dread within him. Something was not right. Something about the cosmos was flawed. And that's why he decided that the Shadowlands needed to be reunited. Exactly, Das Douchebag. He's very well said. It's the same way that they fixed the Earthen when they turned into Thragar. They just want beings who fall in line. And that's one of the biggest themes with the Titans. They just want something that will listen. Because the Titans, at least a couple of them, are obsessed with one specific thing. You guys know what the answer to that is? What are they obsessed with? It's one specific fucking thing that drives them. You can say order, but control. They want control. That's it. Period. And then you have the other end of the spectrum. Someone like Sargeras, who's out of control. Once does not want to be controlled. Wants control himself, and perhaps feels like he doesn't have it. But it's kind of like Sylvanas and her two soul fragments. Pitted against one another. Even if what they want, even if what they both want is truly the same thing. Sylvanas is so much like Sargeras. Yep, I will never serve. Unfortunately, your broken soul blinded you to the fact that you already were. And how I see it is this core, which held within it the remaining essence and soul of Zoval, which had been repurposed to drive the power of the Arbiter, had basically been taken, shoved into one of these frames, and scrawled with domination. This guy has been dominated ever since he'd been imprisoned. It's literally scrawled and scarred on his very body. The Primus didn't need Zoval to hold a Mournblade. Zoval's own body had been made into a vessel of domination. And these runes, like this one on his arm here, it's the same rune on Sargeras. This is why when people say Sargeras doesn't have domination runes on him, I get pissed. Because yes, he does. That is literally a domination rune that is on his pauldron right there. It's the same fucking rune. There's another one on his wrist guard over here. It's the same rune. The blue eyes, the blade, and the one controlling it behind the scenes. It's a fractal. And he's not even the only one who's dominated. Agrimar's dominated too. Do we have a close-up on Norgdis to compare runes? I've explained this, I'll explain this again. Things are written in different languages. Some runes are going to appear in the language of death, others in the language of order. The color is the most important thing. The runes on the seat of the Pantheon are domination runes. You might not call them that because they're not written in the language of death, but they're order runes. They're order runes. When you look at the runes that are inscribed on the blade itself, these are more like death domination runes. The ones around the gem, those are more like titanic domination runes. Very similar to the ones that are on the seat of the Pantheon. And again, I do not think it's a coincidence that his sword and the seat of the Pantheon in the cinematic are oriented in the exact same way. This is that. Seven seats, 7 gems, a big one in the middle, represented by the soul of Argus, the ring of runes around it, the giant beam of energy that they shoot at him. And I cannot help but think, the guy with the actual remote control, you have a transceiver and a receiver. This is the receiver, that's the transceiver. That sends the signal, this receives it. That's why I think he's the one that's in control. Not only because thematically does he align with Morgoth from the Silmarillion exceptionally well, in that he is associated with machines and domination, literally says that about Morgoth, but also because he specializes in frost, stasis, and control. All things that are easily associable with domination and with the Scourge and with Mournblades. Thematically, it's just, to me, it's obvious. And guess what? In Chronicle, he's just made out to be a hero. Oh, when Sargeras turned against them and slew them, Norgannon saved them. Just a hero. And one of his titles is the Dreamweaver. Don't forget Nimue, Weaver of the Cycle, who's literally in the dream ordering it. It's a construct, again. The power, the being in the Sepulcher of the First Ones that's behind the construction of the prototype Pantheon is a fucking robot. Lehuvim, principal architect. It studies us. And when we finally defeat it, it just reprints itself. Lehuvim weaves ephemera into being in accordance with the hallowed will of the First Ones. Now this process is threatened as Mossworn seek to claim his power. Remember that. With meticulous care, Lehuvim weaves ephemera into being in accordance with the hallowed will of the First Ones. Read this. Nimue was placed in this verdant realm when Eonar and Freya shaped the dream. In the Wellspring Temple, they enforce and protect the ordering of the Emerald Dream, weaving its wilderness into complex patterns. It's the same thing on both sides. You have the reality, the Shadowlands, and the dream, with constructs of ordering placed into them. The most terrifying thing about the terrifying thing about both is that the water in the Emerald Dream spreads the ordering, and the Shadowlands is effectively ordering itself. That's what scares the shit out of me about it, is the Shadowlands is basically a self-ordering mechanism. From the very entrance of the Shadowlands, it's ordering itself. The entire fucking thing is a giant machine, mechanized to continuously order itself. Did you guys know that well, they say there's infinite afterlives. Did you know that there's afterlives that have but one single soul in them? You know what you might call that if you were to make an analogy? Solitary confinement. Entire realms with one soul. One. That's fucking terrifying. Imagine when you die, you just get sent. Think of like Zahen from League of Legends. You just end up in your own little realm with nobody, with nothing, for eternity. We talk about that curse of being immortal, being eternal, and having to watch everyone else die around you and being left alone forever. Imagine that's your fate after death. Wonder if Elune is locked in one of those? I think that's very likely. I think that's very, very likely. Elune in solitary confinement makes a lot of sense to me. There is no greater pain, no greater sadness than to be alone for all eternity. It's like Aphelios and his sister, yeah? What's her name? But she exists on the other side of the veil, forever alone. And her name is Alun. I think that, especially based on the short stories about the White Lady, Elune's greatest fear, her greatest pain, the greatest curse upon Lady Death. I read a short story called The Wolves of Lady Death, written by Christy Golden, and in it, Lady Death is oh so lonely. Because everyone sees death as this cruel, cold thing. That's not what she is at all. Lady Death, the Lady of the Moon, is mercy. And her curse is having to spend eternity alone. Until one soul is willing to trade places with her daughter to save her. And then that soul ends up accompanying Lady Death and becoming her first and only friend, who would travel with her in the shadows and appear in the pale moonlight and witness the truth that was death. It's part of why thematically, I think that if it were up to me, I always say this, but Elune would be the most tragically written character in all of WoW. It'd be the saddest story this game ever told. A broken light, barely holding on, barely shimmering in the darkness, all but faded into obscurity, locked in isolation, even from her own sisters. A meager twinkle of hope, a glimmer of desire for salvation from her fate. There's a reason she's known for her tears. I'll put it that way. But we'll see. One locked in isolation, the other choosing it. She might have had to make a sacrifice. Sacrifice seems to be a pretty important thing. In order to evoke the power of the Night Warrior, you have to do a blood sacrifice, which is pretty crazy. But, yeah. I hope that when they finally reveal Anshe and Musha and the tragic story of the brother and sister, the light and dark, the order and the chaos, I think that it will bring everyone to their knees. Because as long as it's not written in a corny manner, there's almost nothing that hurts more than losing family. Especially when it's a tragic decision that sets the course of fate for two beings who potentially just wanted nothing more than to save their mother. And perhaps due to those philosophies ended up paying the ultimate price. Perhaps even fate's worse than death. If Sarg is indeed Anshe, this would make a fun parallel because now he is confined just with people around him. And in a way, you might be able to draw an inverse dichotomy between them, where Sargeras wants nothing more than to be alone, and Elune wants nothing more than to be with others. And they get the exact opposite of that. He's forced to be around others when all he wants is to be alone. And she's forced to be alone when all she wants is the company. I remember when I read Folk and Fairy Tales of Azeroth, one of the short stories about it's about the Embrace, the White Lady and the Blue Child. They say that Anshe he has enough love for himself. He doesn't need a family. And that's why he isolates himself. That's why he stays alone. And inversely, Musha, the White Lady, is looking for company. All she wanted was a child of her own. She couldn't have it. It disappeared. And she went to the stars. She went to the sun first, and he said, I did not see them. I don't know where the blue child went. And then she goes to the stars. They say, we did not see them. But perhaps if you return to your post, perhaps if you remain and wait with hope in your heart, she will come back. I always took the pessimistic route and thought that that sounded like the Titans basically telling Elune to do her fucking job, and maybe they'd give her the blue child back. But they never did. The story goes that it comes back, but she's completely changed, grown into a completely different person. Musha hardly recognizes her. The White Lady hardly recognizes her. And the Blue Child's #1 curiosity is what she was, what it was, before it became the Blue Child. And having curiosity about the fate of mortals down on the world. So it's all too fitting that the Winter Queen would be the Blue Child. Who's gonna punish the Titans for lying? 30 fresh leveled LFR heroes. Low-key on Iridikron's side here. He doesn't trust the void. He only trusts its hunger. I'm not sure that I would side with Iridikron. I'm also concerned that Iridikron's gonna get absolutely fucking shit stomped by the Titans. I'd honestly prefer that that's what they did. They build Iridikron up as this bad motherfucker who's gonna, like, do some shit when they come back. And he's a dragon of light. I mean, I sure think he's a silver dragon that appears to have golden light inside of him. Associated with lightning and earth, of course, but lightning is definitely connected with light. And he has golden eyes and everything, too. So...
We have discovered a relic that attracts Otoma. I think this could be useful. Come meet with me.
if Iridikron wanted to destroy the Titans, why side with the Void? Because maybe the Void is intent on destroying the Order that is starving it.
Death, all must serve.
I would love for the Titans to come back and just fucking smack Iridikron, dude. And just set the fucking... Just straight up set the stage. Set the risk factor for how powerful they actually are. I would kind of fucking love that. So, this is a place called the Crypts of the Eternal. It's very important because during the quest line, it's revealed to us that the souls and spirits of the Eternal Ones... So this is where Pelagos gets turned into the Arbiter. Remember? Where he merges, his soul merges with a vessel that looks just like Zoval, and he becomes the Arbiter. And what we learn in the questing is that these 5 rooms have 5 pods in them, and the spirits of the Eternal Ones can be taken out and placed into these pods, which are basically stasis pods. Progenitor Soul Orb is what this is called. So this holds within it spirits of the Eternal Ones. This is called a crypt, though, which is where you put dead people. Same with Sepulcher, where you put dead people. Right? It's a burial ground. So, in these souls, yeah, they're pretty big. Could be very similar to world souls. So the thing is that we don't know if there's anything in these souls, or in these pods. We don't know if the Eternal Ones exist specifically as replacements for the souls that were in here, if the original souls are in here, and the Eternal Ones have replaced them. We don't know if fragments of those souls, like imagine if the Ordering of the Shadowlands involved the Titans coming and severing the souls of the deities that lived here into 2 parts, and like their other halves exist inside of these fucking things. They do look very similar to the holding pens of the Primal Incarnates. They have these bands on them of metal that are inscribed with runes. They sure do look a lot like that, don't they? Just with a slightly different coat of paint. What I also thought was kind of curious about this is that they're all held in their independent individual rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 5 Eternal Ones, Zoval is the 6th. Excuse me. I think I have that wrong. There's 4 Eternal Ones, Zoval is the 5th. So we may actually have an extra soul here. Right? Carestia. Winter Queen. Daddy Denathrius. Primus. Zoval is the Arbiter. So actually, yeah, there would be 5. The Arbiter, it just happens that the connection between Pelagos and the vessel happen here, where he then becomes the new Arbiter in this central chamber. So this is presumably where the bindings actually happen, and these are the holding cells. How many gems in the Sword of Sargeras? 7. Well, technically 8. There's 7 rubies on the outside and 1 ruby in the middle. But it's much bigger than one in the middle, which I'm quite certain represents Argus and then the 6 lesser titans that we see on the Seat of the Pantheon. But it's interesting because obviously in the cinematic where Sargeras gets grabbed, there's only 5 titans on the Seat of the Pantheon at that point. Golganeth, Khazgaroth, Amenthul, Eonar, Agrimar. Actually, no, there is 6. So there's 6. Yeah, sorry, 6. There's 7 seats. Only 6 are occupied. What does this architecture remind you of? Well, stuff like that reminds me of Titan stuff. And the cosmic chart. Shit like that. It almost reminds me of Old God stuff. Floating obelisks and shit like that. Strange triangular shapes. The prevalence of hexagons in the architecture of Zereth Mortis is also interesting to me because the door that leads into AQ40 is a hexagon. And there are 5 old gods and 5 eternal ones. Empire, lots of sand. Well, one thing, here's a little kind of visual experiment for you. I want you to try to visualize this place as if it didn't have sand. Because where's the sand coming from? Well, it's coming out of these ordering orbs, right? So what that tells me is that this place at one point, was not covered in sand. It's being buried with sand. And you have some of these things that have run out of energy and then they fall to the earth because they're no longer putting it out. But this place is being covered up. That's how I see this. It's being buried with sand. And it will only take... I mean, it will take what for this to happen? It's only a matter of... time. Only a matter of time. It's only a matter of subscriptions. There is also this, here's the portal, Dread Portal. This looks like it once held a direct connection to Oribos. The portal that you go into at the top of Oribos is shaped this way too, it's just not as big. That's a big fucking door. That's a big door. I'm assuming that this was the primary way that you would go from Oribos to Zereth Mortis. At one point. And I could very much see Zereth Mortis having once been a place of pilgrimage. That's kind of one of the underlying themes of it too. I mean, Pilgrim's Grace. This could have been a place that souls came to find enlightenment. You know, like the faction here, the Enlightened. But it was locked away. Separated from the rest of the Shadowlands, just like all the other zones. And you can tell this by the fact that there are chains from Torghast here. This irrefutably proves that Torghast and the rest of the Shadowlands occupy a shared space. And that at one point, as we see in the Sanctum of Domination raid, the chains of Torghast reached out and grabbed this realm. Which means they may be separated and perhaps not easily visible from each other, but they are connected, or they were connected. It's like a world that's been broken into pieces. There is also this place over here called Antecedent Isle, which indicates that this could be one of the first places of ZM that ever existed. Antecedent meaning that which came before. So this could be some of the oldest stuff in Zereth Mortis. Interesting, considering that there's a Dreadlord here using Domination, Keeper of the Antecedents on Antros. Antros serves as a guardian to the treasures of Antecedent Isle. The Jailer's forces seek to use its newly dominated form to unearth the Isle's secrets to further desecrate ZM. I don't know what those secrets are. I don't think that they really, like, went anywhere with this. The infinite snake in the middle. Call me crazy, but time is a construct of order. I mean, that's something that I almost said Dave Kosak. That's something that, Steve Denuser literally has said when he was still at Blizzard. He said that, yeah, time is a construct of order. Just flat out says that. It has no place in the realms of death, so the Titans put the sands of time into the Shadowlands to force the passage of time. Perhaps. You also have a lot of black here, which I like a lot. I don't know if you see the black filigree. Oh, well, filigree is typically gold, but you see a lot of black here as well. I think that's an interesting color combo. I think some of the older ZM stuff has more black and white in it. I don't know if when you fly around if you see that color as much. The skybox is literally fractals. Repeating patterns and stuff. Yeah, you have almost this onyx and opal motifs in some of it. Yeah, it does have the black on here as well. Yeah, so maybe that's not anything. Endless Sands is what this place is called. I wonder what existed here in the middle that was buried. I'd love to know what this sand has covered up. Given Amanthul's whole time shtick, that would make sense. I agree. And you have memories of the Titans that are found throughout the Shadowlands. And what we are told, there's two ways to look at this. The memories that we are... Remember when we accumulate these memories, what do we do with them? Echo of Eonard and Memory of Norganon. What do we do with those? You guys remember? We give them to the Primus. So in my opinion, there's two ways that you can look at this, at least. One is that they are the Primus's memories. If that is the case, what does that tell you? The Primus met Norganon. He has a memory of him. He met him. Is an echo lesser than a memory? I don't know. That's a completely different discussion, but I don't know. Does that mean Eonar had very minimal interference in Shadowlands? I don't know, maybe. Could be. That he has met all the ones we saw memories of, yes. Another one is listed as Dark Memory of a Dark Titan. But the thing is, Chronicle calls Argus a Dark Titan too. So it's not just Sargeras. And the icon for the Dark Titan is blue and gold leaves. Same colors that Argus is on the seat of the Pantheon. It also just so happens that legendary, like the other one that refers to the Dark Titan, is a Life Bloom legendary. Druidic in nature, which I don't think is an accident. But the other way to look at it is that these memories did not belong to the Primus, and that we were, for some reason, restoring or giving memories that did not belong to the Primus, which would not be that crazy of a stretch of the imagination, in my opinion, since his memories are effectively blending with Zoval's at the end of the raid. Also, this appears to be a gigantic version of the smaller orbs. And this thing, when you're actually playing through the quest, the rings on it rotate. But it ends up being disabled and doesn't work anymore. This is the Forge of the Afterlives. So this is a gigantic mechanical mechanism that I think does a similar thing to these ones. It spreads magical energy and shapes realms. It's a giant ordering mechanism. I also think it's curious because when we're inside the Grand Design, the final wing of the raid, when you look out, you appear to potentially be inside of a giant sphere that has a bunch of swirly kind of things in different parts of it. I almost kind of wondered if we were inside of this thing. If the Grand Design is something that exists inside of a giant engine of sorts, inside of almost like a pocket thing like this. Forge of the Afterlives, Forge of Wills, Forge of Origination. I mean, the clues are there. If you read the description for the Zoval fight, if you actually read the, not the description, but the... Listen to this. The champions of Azeroth assault the jailer as he attempts to use the machine of origination to remake existence. When the jailer connects a line of control pylons to the center of the machine, the unmaking begins. The machine of origination begins to drain Azeroth of its life force, while the jailer assaults Azeroth with desolation. Once Azeroth's life force reaches 10%, the jailer will execute Azeroth and unmake all of existence. And the stages of the fight are hints to origin of domination. What is the origin of domination? As far as we're told, it's the Primus. Unholy attunement. Also, I just think interesting, makes me think of Death Knights, the Unholy specifically, and how the Primus specializes in blood, unholy, and frost magics. That's the runic magics that are behind the power of Death Knights. Unholy. And then Eternity's End, where he specifically uses the rune of domination on us and dominates our will. But yeah, the machine he's activating is called the Machine of Origination. And it is effectively a mechanism powered by Azeroth and her completed soul, her soul essence, the blue and gold, which remember did not manifest until after Sargeras stabbed the world, as fuel to unmake and dominate the entire universe. It was a pretty big fucking deal. They basically tried to build the jailer up as like, this fucking guy, this is one of the greatest, this is potentially the greatest threat we ever fucking faced. But with constant undertones that he is a pawn. That he himself is a vessel for the ones that are really pulling the strings behind the curtain, which would be the Titans, and perhaps most specifically Norgannon. Another thing, you have life, this life energy, which one of the Fae that you do a quest here with, you start the quest right over here, she says that this energy feels familiar. I would imagine that's because of Ardenweald and the Emerald Dream, but you end up going up here and doing a whole quest, finding out that life is supposed to be here, according to the designs of the first ones, but that it's not supposed to be growing over the Sentinels. It's not supposed to be untamed. Hence the area's name, Untamed Verdure. And if this doesn't remind you of the Emerald Dream, I don't know what would. And you do a quest line up here where they're like, okay, we can reset this. We can reset the Foundry. And we can start this stuff again. But then they realize that the things that have arisen as a result of this change, they're new. And they deserve to exist. But the Sentinel that we activate to take care of this problem is already set in its ways. Try playing Emerald Dream music in this place. I mean, it's basically already playing. Yeah, Pokepoke's not my favorite thing. It's so Titan lab coded. What gives you that impression? The robotic life flying around? Nothing strange about this place at all. The fact that everything here is a fucking robot? Some of which have more natural forms. It's like they were trying to figure out what they could accomplish by using the ephemera and broken down energy of souls. What can we make? You know what it looks like? You know when artists when are trying to draw something, but it's just sticks and circles like an unfinished canvas? Yeah, where they're drawing up like the framework of the thing. Base lines and joints and limbs. Looks like one of those little wooden figures that you use to pose. You know what I mean? And there's so much little flavor in this zone. I discovered this one little area. Where was it? I think right over here. It was somewhere. There was this like thing that you could activate. You had to activate it with like a core. And it put off light and attracted butterflies. And it literally said like something about how like the light draws things to it. And then I end up doing a quest immediately after where you have a little moth fairy getting drawn towards this energy. I just thought that was kind of funny. And when they don't have cores, they're just idle machines. Now that you mentioned enlightenment, I just want to share this with you because it may help you connect within the future in Buddhism. Maitreya is the chosen one who chooses to stay behind to save all souls from damnation so that he can help find enlightenment. Maitreya will only join the Buddha when all souls are saved, or when the Buddha returns to Earth so that together they can save the world from damnation. So you relate that to Sylvanas? Maybe Blizzard will use this in the future. Don't forget the special water you can walk on. I think that they were trying to draw attention to the water that you can walk on because I'm not so sure that this is... How do I put this? To me, this is how I think of it. It's almost like water that hasn't been given the physical properties of reality yet. It doesn't function how water is supposed to. It almost just serves as like a barrier so that things that can go in the water can pass through it, but nothing else really can. Like Hirukan down there. Or these little jellies that swim around. Because kind of what I think is like, if you were to pass through this barrier, are you actually in the water? Or are you just in another space? Because the aura lids float whether they're in water or not. So I wonder if you'd have a, hypothetically, would you have a breath meter? I don't know that you would. I just don't know. I don't think that they were genuinely like excited about, oh, water that you can walk on. Like, I think that that's kind of been kind of annoyingly memed a little bit. I think that it's possible that they were just trying to get us to think about why the water behaves this way. Why is it like this? If it's really water down there, or if it's two spaces separated by a layer of water. Sure, something like that. Something like that. Why do the properties of it not function like we would normally expect it to? But anyway, yeah, I just can't help but when I think of grand themes, especially as they relate to the Titans, When I see untamed life stretching over a zone, and I see sand pouring over the other half of it, I cannot help but think of Eonar and Aman'Thul. Oh, I see, Andy, sorry. I can't help but think of those two. And you can clearly see where the water's coming from. Dimensional falls. I almost wonder if, I mean, it's called dimensional. I almost wonder if these orbs can be linked to other realms of existence and pull things from them. So, like, where is this water actually coming from? Is it coming from some kind of Titanic water treatment facility? Is it coming from the Sepulcher? Where is it actually coming from? But one thing that we know is that the Titans have used water to order things before. It's not the first time at all. Far from it. So where is it actually coming from? And then in the very next expansion, of course, we get to go into the time ways, which are all themed about sand, because sands of time. And we get to go into the Emerald Dream again in the very next expansion. And another one that was headed at the time by Steve Denuser. Not sure that that's a coincidence. You know? And again, this zone is just filled with fractal storylines. Almost every storyline you do. Broken Circle's a real good one. Yeah, and then we went into pocket dimensions more after that. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is why I love WoW. There's so much potential. Teeming with potential, one might say. Yeah, it's a shame. I wish more people had, played this. I wish more people would come back and truly experience it. The music is fucking phenomenal. Do you hear this? You fucking hear this? Some of the best music in the fucking game. One of the best theme zones in the entire game. Steeped in fucking mystery. In a wonderful story. I wish more people would come and experience it. I really do. This is the most underplayed content in all of WoW. I'm pretty sure this patch had less players interact with it than perhaps any other zone patch ever. Where would you rank this zone lore-wise? I'm gonna be honest, it might be number 1. Like, it might be number 1. This may be the most important zone in the entire game, in terms of, like, the cosmic story. What the Titans have done. The story of the history of the Shadowlands. The concept of fractals. I mean, it's very important. Yeah. And it's really interesting going through this with the perspective that these brokers are actually former ethereals. Because so much of this zone revolves around interacting with this group known as the Enlightened. And to think like, oh, these are Koreshi. It's pretty crazy. I really think it's worth playing through Shadowlands again. Even from the beginning. I mean, here's a fucking ancient waystone that literally just goes to Oribos. Geometric cavern. This just goes to Oribos. And look at the design of this one. Gilded, black and gold, and the kind of teal turquoise gems on it. Doesn't look like the other first one's gateways. This could be some of the more ancient first one stuff, where the blue and silver stuff could be more ordered or Titanic. And here's another thing. I can't help but notice, and maybe I'm wrong. So here's that gateway. It's just a smaller version that goes to ZM. I'm not sure, Dr. Plegnov. Here's the thing. This whole thing could be inside a pocket dimension. And at this point, I kind of think that it is. Like the entirety of the Shadowlands is in a pocket dimension. The whole fucking thing. And the realms are split apart in different areas of said pocket dimension. But this isn't something you'd see in the sky. Oribos is like a world pillar. Perhaps, and that'd be similar to like the realm of Earth. What I was going to say is that perhaps I'm wrong. You can still see the blue and gold flecks in the architecture here. A lot of gold, a lot of blue, a lot of people. And so I think that could indicate, you know, use of souls in order to craft this fucking thing. You also almost have this like copper color, which has green on it, which is what happens when copper becomes like dingy. If I'm not mistaken, when copper oxidizes, it turns green. Isn't that true? So I almost feel like maybe that's, I don't know, maybe some copper work here. Patina, sure. And again, I could be wrong, but I can't help but feel like there are some design similarities between Oribos and Khazalgar. Especially in the metalwork. The trim work that's done here. You have a lot of braiding, a lot of like braided metal motifs. Like down here in the stonework even. The color scheme is very similar. And I just remember, and this could be interpreted a bunch of different ways, but I just remember Brinth saying that she doesn't remember the construction of the world core at all. So either they built it and they were forced to forget it, or they didn't build it. So, you know, you could take that a couple different ways. You have a great vault. I know that this is here for like, you know, gearing purposes and all that, but like, I just think that's kind of fucking weird. Vaults? Sealed with swords thrusting through them? And remember that the Shadowlands, the Maw, and the machinations of the Jailer are basically powered by Azerite, which is only present on Azeroth in the form that it is because of what Sargeras did with the sword. And it's very possible that at the time, he was being dominated by the fucking Pantheon when he did that. Oribos is kind of like the core way, perhaps. Also, consider that only half of Oribos is actually operational. As far as I can tell, only the top half of Oribos does anything. I think the bottom half of it is completely inactive. I wish you could fly here. There are certain motifs like this one that just kind of remind me of stuff the Earthen have built. It seems far too large to have been built by Earthen, but who knows, man? Who knows if there's been other variants of Earthen on other worlds, like fucking dredgers or whatever, you know? Different engineer classes or whatever. If we look at Dornagal. Imagine if it's all just a long D&D session and the Titans are just dungeon masters. It's funny because Chronicle describes a top-down view of the cosmos. And there are still distinct design differences, but can you see why I see some of this as kind of similar? The braiding and the stonework and stuff. The color palette is even similar to me. The kind of bronze or copper, the black, the stone. I wouldn't say they're the same, but I would say that there are certain motifs in it that I find hard to ignore. And it's a lot of it is monolithically built, monolithic stone, right? So it's built out of gigantic chunks of stone. I don't know. I just think that that could mean something. Also, remember in that quest line, I would imagine that most people forget this. I've forgotten this before. Remember in the quest line where we go into Merrick's office and he activates this Titan artifact and to disguise himself, and when he does, it puts the Sepulcher of the First One's rogue mask on his face? Remember that? I felt like that was a pretty big hint. Oh, let me activate this Titan artifact, and oh, look at that, a First One's appearance on my face. And he starts speaking naturally, not like an earthen with edicts imprinted in his mind. I don't recall that being the case, but... I don't recall that being the case. I must have missed that. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't remember that. I don't remember a change in his cadence or behavior. But I do remember seeing him do that. So, yeah. Man. Ugh. There's so many different ways they could take it. Split souls, all sorts of shit. Yeah, he became Steel Vein. They do be loving those hexagons and geometry. Well, it's also interesting because those pillars, they form as a result of rapidly cooling, lava. So I actually read about this, because I thought it was really interesting, that the reason why... So that's actually a naturally occurring shape. For those that don't know, when you have lava flow, magma that rapidly cools, the energy in that magma is looking for the most efficient way to release itself, to disperse, right? So when this occurs, it actually naturally forms hexagonal stone. Basalt, columnar basalt. I'll pull it up here for you. Yeah, Talus, thanks for the link. It's not working for some reason. Oh, yeah, I opened it 3 or 4 times somehow. This is really interesting. This is a natural formation. And the reason it's not as perfect as it is in Zereth Mortis, but the reason it forms these 6-point things is it says these structures or basalt prisms are predominantly hexagonal in cross-section, but polygons with 3 or 12 or more sides can be observed. The reason why it does this is if a flow cools rapidly, significant contraction forces build up. While the flow can shrink in the vertical dimension without fracturing, it cannot easily accommodate shrinking in the horizontal direction unless cracks form. The extensive fracture network that develops results in the formation of columns, which are predominantly hexagonal. And this is I don't know, I think it's interesting because you can kind of think about like why would this type of why would this happen in the Shadowlands? Is it because it's the most efficient way of spreading the energy and these cracks form as a result? Or like did some kind of volcanic activity occur in the Shadowlands that we don't know about? Was it subjected to incredibly high temperatures or friction? Why did it happen? I just can't help but think about it, dude. Either that or it was bees all along. It's always the bees. Yeah, there's also like a fair bit of fire in fucking, excuse me, in the Maw. And we don't really have an explanation for how it gets there, but I think it could be soul fragments. I think that there's a pretty clear theme of the blue soul fragments are associated with ice, the gold soul fragments are associated with fire. And there's even a boss, in fact, I'll just go there because I need to get the mount from it anyway. There's a boss in the Sanctum of Domination, a mini-boss, that is like this golden metal revenant, and he has orange fire in him. So I think in Shadowlands, another theme that they were trying to show us was the divided soul and how the blue is associated with stasis and frost, and the gold is associated with chaos and fire. And I think Sylvanas' Banshee form, being that it is the golden half, and Uther's vengeful form, being that it is the golden half, being associated with rebellion, vengeance. In the case of Sylvanas, literally fire. I think that those are other thematic hints towards this. It's why I say that like Norgannon and Sargeras, considering that they both, I think, clearly have been intentionally related to the Silmarillion Tolkien character known as Morgoth, the great evil, the enemy. I think that it's possible that they could somehow be two parts of the same fucking soul. Two halves of the same soul. Oh, this is perfect too. Check this out. Check us out. So this is a daily that you can get here in Korthia. Zehad the Builder. Precious Roots. Korthia. A sister forest. Stricken. But in the throes of destruction, there is still hope. Collect 8 residual anima from around the vault in Korthia. Sister forest. Well, where do these things come from? As far as I know, they come from Ardenweald. And I think that if I do this quest, it will actually, I think that that NPC will extrapolate on that more. Because one thing that I try to do when I go through zones, no matter where it is I try to be cognizant of the changes that have likely occurred in that zone, right? Think about like Cataclysm, pre and post Cataclysm zones. Some of you played at the time before the Cataclysm, you remember what it looked like. And so when you play through the Cataclysm revamp zone, you might have memories of what it once was like. I try to treat every zone like that. So when I go through Korthia and you see it desecrated and broken like this, I try to imagine what it was like when it wasn't broken. Before whatever brought this change brought it. You see that theme all over the place too. Farak and Viranoth and DF, Florendo and Torque and Undermine. Well, Torque is more lightning, but it's still order, so yeah. I try to think about what it was like. This actually used to be a river. Over here, Estuary of Awakening, and estuary is a body of water. So you may not notice if you're not really paying attention to the areas of the zone you're going into, but this used to be a river of spirits and presumably soul energy from which some of the life forms of Korthia arose in the first place, which is why there are bones of fish and things at the bottom of it, because this is a riverbed. And there's so much kind of like, they don't really overtly say these kinds of things to you, but they make it obvious enough, I think, that you can kind of realize like, oh shit, there used to be a fucking river here. I wonder where that would have connected to. Was that an estuary of Gorgoa? It's visual, world-based storytelling. And it's not something Blizzard has ever really overtly done. They don't just say, hey, there was a river here. You should probably think about what happened to it and what would have, what does that mean? They're not going to do that. And this is, I think this is part of why some people struggle with WoW's story, is because they're just expecting that the story just tells you everything. But it's not going to. It's going to give you a lot of visual hints and clues, but it's not going to tell you overtly. What do you think powers the trees in Ardenweald? What is it? An estuary isn't just any river, by the way, but the area where a river meets the ocean and where salt and fresh water mix. It's a pretty big deal. There could have been the Shadowlands could have had oceans. We don't know. Anima and souls, right, and what appears to sustain the integrity of the trees in Korthia. Just like everything else in the Shadowlands, frankly, it's soul energy. So the idea that this is a sister forest, as implied, to Ardenweald is not a shocker to me at all. I mean, look at the fucking land. It's broken. It's shattered. And only the chains of Torghast seemingly are able to reach out and grab these different fragments and pull them back together, which is important when considering some of the concept art from Shadowlands that was going to be used for the Observer boss that they ended up not using, probably because it's too much of a dead fucking giveaway. But this guy had a Rokalo was good, or technically Warden Korath, I think, yeah, was gonna have a big fucking anima-powered telescope, and he was supposed to be looking at shattered worlds. And if you can look out and see shattered worlds, then what stops you from being on a world that is also shattered, held together by chains? Was there other potential zones in Shadowlands from the lore that we've not seen? Absolutely. Absolutely. On top of Oribos, you can look out and see that there's maybe a fucking 100,000 other portals to other zones. And we haven't seen most of them. We've seen 5 of them. Didn't the jailer pull Korthia with literal chains? You mean those chains right there? Yeah. Yeah, but he did the same thing to Zareth Mortis, which indicates that even though they look separate, they're not. They're separated by turbulent magical energies that we ride on called the In-Between. But they're just fragments of the same place. They're fragments of a whole. That's why the Shadowlands is depicted like Draenor, Azeroth, and Outland, like a planet or a pocket dimension, because it once was. What's up, Dr. Ratch? And see, you don't have, and this is the thing, man, you don't have to like what they did with Arthas. You don't have to like what they did with Sylvanas. But this other stuff is so fucking important. It is so important to pay attention and consider these things. Because otherwise we just go, well, I don't like this other part, so the rest of it's invalid. And that's the core of what's wrong, in my opinion, with how other creators, specifically ones like Bellular, treat it. Because the things that they don't like, it blinds them to all the other stuff. They don't give it a chance. They don't even consider it. It's just slop to them. It means nothing. And imagine how much they're missing by not considering any of it. And I understand, again, I raged at the whole Sylvanas Shadowlands thing. But what a lot of people don't seem to understand is, specifically when it came to Sylvanas' story, I did not appreciate it. I did not appreciate what she had gone through. I did not appreciate the cycle that she allowed herself to fall back into. I did not appreciate the story about her having a choice. And Anduin trying to get her to recognize that. She was not bound by fate. Even with a broken soul, she had a choice. And she tried to absolve herself of the choices that she made by trying to make it out to be like she had no free will. There is no other way. How can you not see that? The irony of it is that Sylvanas couldn't see that there was another way. She had just convinced herself that there wasn't. What if Oribos was like a simulation of Sargeras hits the world, but in this case it shattered the Shadowlands? I don't know, maybe I just need some kind of something to point towards that, some kind of evidence for it, I guess. Like, I'm not. One thing that I do think is curious about the first one stuff is that there is a pretty consistent motif of swords. You see it a lot. And I'm not sure that I can exactly explain to you why. Why does so much first one stuff have sword motifs on it? Is it in memoriam of what happened to the Shadowlands? Is it a reference to Mournblades and their true origin? Why does so much first one stuff have sword motifs? Rule of cool? I don't think it's just that. You also have axes, maybe, or hammers on some of this stuff. Titans, not fully realizing how connected all dimensions were, shatter the Shadowlands to govern them, and as a result, a ripple effect shatters Azeroth too. I mean, the cosmos has been divided. And again, I don't really agree with how Zoval was I don't really know how Zoval truly intended to solve the problem the first time around. He never got to the point where he could actually enact his plan before he was dominated and imprisoned. So I don't really know exactly what the plan was going to be. It does kind of look like a Mournblade, especially with the blue motif on it as well. The blue gem. That's what powers Mournblades. As far as I understand, at least with Kingsmorn. And then look, you get these blue ethereal chains dragging attendants around. Remember, there are blue ethereal chains in every Old God prison. Every single one. Chains of order. A sword is a weapon. It is control. It gives one the ability to control others, yeah, when they have the weapon in hand. Especially going against things that aren't prepared to defend themselves. Maybe it was linked to clans for the first ones. We just don't have enough info about the first ones to make that kind of... We just, you know, just don't have that. Sow growth. The fading lifeblood of a shattered realm. Residual anima. Shattered Void Tablet. Void energy leaks out from this tablet along with whispers that are best left ignored. Funny how we treat that.
A true scholar studies all.
Isn't there a place to dump your anima here? Is that something I have to unlock? What did I do all this on, my mage? No, certainly not. Must have been the warlock. There's some interesting stuff here. Maybe hammer is a tool, symbol of creation, yeah, or crafting. Sword is a symbol, tool of destruction. I think that's a great interpretation. The sword was used to break and control the place. The hammer was used to craft and reshape it. There's also this guy who says, "Greetings, I'm the caretaker for the Waystone. Even before the calamity, it was my solemn duty to wait and watch for those who might use the stone. Even before the calamity." I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about. That might be him referring to Zoval reaching out and grabbing this realm with the chains and kind of pulling it and maybe fucking it up. But it also makes me wonder if that could be something else. The calamity? The fuck is that? Like the shattering of the Shadowlands? What does that mean? Even the hammer used to forge the sword? Sure. I mean, I think magical swords, and especially magical swords of control, are a pretty big theme in WoW. That's been a thing for a long fucking time, and it's not original to WoW at all. Not to say that that's a bad thing, it isn't, but... Also, certain YouTube channels make thousands being controversial and doing hate videos, so that sucks too.
You are welcome.
I mean, it just sucks, you know, it just sucks that that's what people are drawn to. We're sick. In here, we move through this, like, strange magical in-between. You know what this reminds me of? Moving between worlds through the twisting nether. Fractals, right? We go from Oribos, the central hub, through currents of magical energy to get to other realms. Similarly, we go from Azeroth through currents of magical energy, the twisting nether, to get to other worlds. Right? Another example of how the Shadowlands itself is potentially a fractal. Down to its very structure. One of the problems with the Shadowlands is I think that this message that they were trying to get across was too subtle. It wasn't done overtly enough, and it took too long. So I think that a lot of people, myself included, just didn't get it. So ironic that the hammer that's used to forge the sword, that same sword is used for destruction. Wonder if that's a callback to Azeroth creating the Titans, the very thing that's hell-bent on destroying her true essence. I don't know if I'd say destroying so much as I would say controlling. But I think that part of what the Titans do is divide and conquer. You know what I mean? So, this cosmos divided that the Eternal Ones preserve. Basically, to me, that suggests that the Eternal Ones effectively are complicit in maintaining the status quo. They're not as concerned with the truth and unity as they are with upholding their power of rule to an extent. I mean, in a way, it's like expecting a king to, like, step down and relinquish his power for the betterment of the people. A lot of kings are not going to be willing to do that. A lot of rulers in general are not going to be willing to do that. Like, the way I interpret it is Azeroth stands for free will, and in trying to control and order Azeroth, Titans are destroying free will. Maybe, but if Azeroth is the creator, I think that she stands for both sides. We're witnessing a cosmic war within. I wouldn't take Azeroth and the Titans and all the other cosmic stuff and separate them from one another. I'd make them all part of the same thing. Even if Even if Argus and Azeroth exist as two separate things, creation and destruction, free will and domination, when they come together, they are the greater whole. They're everything. Yep, two sides of the same coin. Ture, creator and destroyer. Yep. Very same thing. I am the creator and the destroyer. And again, in Before the Storm, a book that most people have not read, of course, when Sylvanas holds Azerite for the first time, she feels a surge of power. She feels not like a war chief or a banshee, but a goddess of creation and destruction. And she had never understood just how deeply intertwined those two things truly were. That is a fucking gigantic hint. That's a fucking huge hint. I've tried to bring attention to it time and time and time again over the years. But, you know, my reach only extends so far. She's both. And it may very well be, I mean, think about it. It's light and void. It's life and death. It's order and chaos. They exist on the surface, seemingly as the antithesis of one another, but what's the truth? What's the truth? We can't exist without one another. Life needs death, and death needs life. Order needs chaos, and chaos needs order. Light needs dark, and dark needs light. So, these cosmic powers, Azeroth herself, the Horde, and the Alliance are the same way. We think and we see each other on the surface as so fucking different. But the truth is not so simple. It's simple yet isn't. We need each other. Always. The Alliance could not defeat the Legion by themselves, nor could the Horde. We had to have both. It's just, they complete each other. They have their own strengths, but it doesn't mean that they have to be bound together. It is okay for things to exist independently and to cooperate when necessary. I think that's a good thing. It doesn't mean that everything has to be mashed back together, and that could be what the Titans are trying to do to some degree, or what Sargeras is trying to do, and who knows what the outcome of that exactly would be. But I think that Sylvanas is probably one of the best examples for this. Her soul was sundered. You have the blue half, the gold half. Gold half is enraged, feels wronged, is lacking compassion and empathy, right? Is very impulsive, associated with fire, right? Burning down fucking Teldrassil, the rage in her eyes, the burning red eyes, all that stuff. On the other side, you have the blue Sylvanas, who's extremely remorseful. She's tormented. They're both tormented, but she feels guilt and regret for what she has done. She can't reconcile what has occurred. The other one feels that she's been skamazed, and the other one feels like she's being skamazed, and the other one is recognizing that she's the skamazer. You know what I mean? And so she's torn in two. When the jailer puts them back together, forcibly, violently, by just giving her that fucking soul fragment, it's very similar, I think, to what happened with Sargeras and Azeroth. What a fucking banger, dude. They were forcibly reunited. But the same thing with Sylvanas. As Uther says, her soul is divided. And until the two parts of her soul can come to terms with one another, she cannot awaken. Same thing with Azeroth. It's the premise of the eternal conflict. You have two things that appear to be diametrically opposed, yet are ineffably inseparable. How do you resolve the conflict? That conflict doesn't happen outwardly, it happens within. And I guess in some ways it happens outwardly too. The outward manifestation of the conflict is always relevant. Magnets, how do they work? Why did I come here? Oh, I came here to turn in anima items. It's sad that they probably won't do Shadowlands Remix because it wasn't the most well-received X-Pack, but I really wish they would do it. I mean, they might. You never know. Navitas, that's a great question. He asked, talking two parts, could the core way not be the only route to Azeroth's core? He was a Northrend flying over the Engine of the Makers, and given the opposite locations, you know, maybe the Engine of the Makers could be similar. I mean, it is a huge fucking hole that goes down into the ground. I mean, maybe. And at the bottom of it, you find an Organon's core or some shit, which is used for a quest. I actually think Shadowlands is one of the better contenders for a remix. I agree. 20 subs to your channel if they do it, and you can hold me to it. I'll forget, but... Doc Dudley, thank you so much for the 18-month resub. Scritorius, I missed this 2 hours ago, but thanks for the 15-month resub as well. Do you think Torghast could have been a world core? I think sometimes people see big tower, big spherical thing, not spherical, cylindrical thing in some capacity, and they relate them to each other. I don't really think so. Maybe, but if it is, then what you're insinuating is that the Shadowlands had a world soul. Or even Ouroboros for that matter, maybe. But what do you guys think? Do you think it's ridiculous to think that the Shadowlands had a world soul? And if it had a world soul, do you think the Emerald Dream had a world soul? Maybe Argus and Eonar, something like that? If the Shadowlands was a planet. Not if it's the world Sargeras cleaved. But what did he cleave it with? He cleaved it with what might be a Mournblade. And what do Mournblades do? They split and absorb souls. It does say that when Sargeras cleaved that world, the resultant explosion consumed the old gods and the Titan world soul. But he walks around, I don't know if that's the right word. He moves around with a blade that has energy swirling within it. Isn't it a Titan claim that the world that Sargeras cleaved did not have a world soul? No, I mean, the claim would be that it had one. That's the claim. And there's reason to suspect that that world is Telogris. We don't know for certain. We don't really know. But I also like the idea that, like, the world could have had several different names. You know? Who knows? One group might call it Telogris. One group might call it something else. Like, different cultures call the world different things. I mean, if Azeroth is the prime soul, the one in the beginning, and she was split, like Sylvanas, maybe her gold side became reality, and her blue side the soul side. I think of blue and gold. I think of Eonar and Argus. I think of Anshe and Musha. Fire and light. Water and shadow. I don't know. You also have the philosophies of the first ones from Zereth Mortis, which is a whole other can of worms. Whole other can of worms. The 6 were one and the 7th the other. Both were, but only one could be. Did they desire union? The song seemed to suggest otherwise.
Tend to the tree and shake its growth.
I don't know. I ain't upgrading shit.
Embrace
I hate this shit, dude. They should severely increase the amount of fucking stuff that you get. Like, that you just need to, like, this stuff should be fucking easy to farm now, man. I mean, do you think Ouroboros could have been a core way? I don't know, maybe. I just think I totally get where you're coming from. I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think sometimes it feels like we're looking for places. Ow, fuck. We're looking for places for other core ways to have existed, or core way like things, and I just don't know. I just don't know that the evidence for that is there. I could also see souls being memories derivative of Azeroth. I think that Argus does represent memory to a large degree. I remember in 1000 Years of War when Illyria communes with Argus, Argus sends it its memories, a lifetime of memories in a single uncontrolled burst. And throughout the course of Legion, when we're on Argus, there are several instances where we commune with the world soul of Argus through this weird gem and crocal hovel. And it shows us what appears to be memories. You also have the whole world soul memories, like activity thing. I don't know. And the blue fragment of Sylvanas seemed to be like trapped in a memory, reliving her fate over and over again. Death and memories are also inherently related, sure. No, you're right, Rathias. You're right. It's in the only detail you're missing there, from what I can tell, is that Telogris was shattered by a great, powerful being who was filled with hatred. So, you know, people go, okay, well, it's Sargeras, which, you know, I'm not gonna argue. Not only with Argus, but also with Eonar. That's probably why Magni heard a familiar voice in Antorus. Yep. I hear a familiar voice urging us forward. So I've been saving this because this is a banger fucking quest. And I think that you guys should see this. Because this supports what we've been talking about today. This questline is called A Mycelial Network.
Greetings.
The quest reads, activate the transportation network. Anima flows into the deepest of roots, feeding the mushrooms. Long hasn't been since we used the rings to travel across Ardenweald. Restore our connection to the mushroom network.
Ah, there.
Hello there. Sorry, I don't have time to yak. These mushrooms won't tend to themselves. He chuckles. Can I help you? What are you doing? Well, I'm trying to tend to these mushrooms for Marasmius. This drought has really hit his poor roots hard.
Rest and rejuvenate.
Normally, we'd be seeing some mushrooms spouting by now.
May your
Well,
spirit
that's not
flourish.
great, but no cause for alarm yet. It has been a long time since our ring withdrew from here, and we probably need to go to its source to get it to return. Unfortunately, I haven't heard from the chief mushroom-mancer, Cortinarius, since the crisis began. Please find him and help us rejoin the rings. Head west into Dreamsong Fen to the stalks. Head west of Dreamsong Fen to the stalks. You can't miss them. Just follow the mushrooms.
Ardenweald will bloom again.
This quest is part of why I think decay as an element's very interesting. Well, spirit as well. And Zaxxas has brought up a good point to me before, where maybe decay is not associated with death. Maybe decay is associated with life, and spirit is associated with death, and maybe we have them backwards. the decay of life and the spirit of death. I can see it both ways. I think you can make a very compelling argument both ways. Man, Ardenweald has got to be the most beautiful zone in the entire fucking game.
The crowd is unusually
Like, look at this
rowdy
shit, dude.
tonight. I suspect foul play. Could you investigate for me?
It is so fucking gorgeous, man. Something has to... It's something that has to exist for life to exist. Sure. I could see decay. I mean, especially since mushroom and growth happens as a result of it. You know? And decay and spirit could just be transitory pathways between life and death, but there is so much association with death and spirit, right? Ghosts, revenants, you know? I could see it. Do you keep an eye on Ashes at all? I mean, not really. Sometimes I'll like tune into like S-Fan's stream when he's talking about Ashes, but it's not something that I really follow personally. Maybe all beings would naturally be reborn like demons, but Titans stop that natural cycle of rebirth. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure that I even trust that that's a natural thing for demons, but that's more so for magical beings, I think is the purpose of that. My opinion, though, is that mortal beings are supposed to have a very close relationship to the world soul, or at least the planet that they live on, right? So we come from the energy of this planet. And while we have the sun, which is giving energy, and the world is taking energy and still radiating some out, we are kind of born of the earth, so to speak. And so I like the idea, and Final Fantasy XIV does a similar thing, where when you die, you return to the earth. You return back to that essence of creation that lies at the heart of the world, deep down in the ether. And there is a cycle that exists between the world and the things that live on it, right? The spiritual connection. I think that Koresh is a really good example of this, where they literally had a custom, that's what you'd call tradition, called the exchange, where one would willingly exchange, return to the world itself, to the world soul, which would help bolster and revitalize the world, right? So there's like, they're all about trade and deals and all that stuff, but I think a lot of that is rooted back to probably one of their most ancient and important traditions, which is the exchange with the world soul. So I like to think that the land, the things that exist on it, and the soul within are all kind of connected to each other, right? So in a way, you might say that the soul of mortals are meant to return to the world soul, and that these planets and things like this should be kind of almost self-sustaining systems, right? With some external factors coming in and out to input energy and output energy for radiation, so that there's a cosmic cycle, so to speak. But that the Titans ordering a world like they have done with Azeroth maybe severs and gets rid of that natural exchange. And I don't think that it seems natural to me that souls come here when they die. This does not seem natural. The whole system, like Sylvanas says, is too ordered. Doesn't make sense. I think Shadowlands or whatever Fel has going on is natural. Is natural or unnatural? Not sure. Fel could be the utter destruction of a soul that completely bypasses this system. Because I have not seen a single soul in the Shadowlands of anyone who was destroyed by Fel. It's almost like their essence is immediately fucking transmuted into energy, and if you let that energy persist on a world and eventually kind of cool down, so to speak, will primordial life arise on that world again? Right, so if you're looking at it from the perspective of trying to make it seem like maybe the Burning Legion had a point, maybe by consuming the ordered life, which who knows if all of it truly had been, and how fucked it was, and reverting it to a primordial state of chaos and writhing energy, maybe eventually that energy cools and gives rise to life. I could see Fel being a very chaotic form of life energy. Fel could kind of be like antimatter in our universe, maybe, but antimatter is something that's referenced in this game. In fact, in the Sepulcher of the first ones, you actually run into antimatter. Goodness, who uses antimatter? One of the bosses in here actually uses antimatter. Can't remember who it is. I remember reading it. Might be Artificer Zymox? Genesis Rings. Who makes antimatter? It could be Lehuvim? Alignment Shift, Cosmic Shift. I don't remember, but I personally perceive, although it's said to be in kind of an arcane art and on the same spectrum as arcane, I kind of perceive Fel as an energy. It's a magic that consumes existing life energy and basically transmutes it into very wild.
The Chief Mushroom-mancer needs help.
Wild,
Please
chaotic,
Who goes there?
life
Here to help.
energy. But I don't know. Do you think Varian, Rin, and Saurfang were sort of there with Anduin spiritually, or was that just Anduin's internal strength? I do think that prominent wielders of Charlemagne have echoes of their souls imprinted upon the blade, and that is why those appeared to Anduin Rin. I think that Charlemagne itself, as it is a magical blade, split into Shalator and Elamain, it is inherently magical. I think it reflects the soul of its wielder, which is why for Anduin it's bright gold. For Varian it was more orange, because it's more the heart of a warrior versus the heart of a priest. And so I do think that it is similar perhaps to a Mournblade in that it might take a little portion, memory fragments, echoes of the wielders, and hold it within it. That's what I think. I think that's why he saw Varrock and Varian. And that's because not only are those two valorous warriors, but that's the common denominator between the two of them, is that they both wielded the blades. And not only that, they were able to split the blades, just like Anduin does, which I think takes tremendous willpower. I think that what that, of course, would say about the three of them is that Varian Rin, Varrock Saurfang, and Anduin Rin all have tremendous willpower. They have very strong wills.
The Weald welcomes you.
Finally, a friendly face. Are you with the hunt? You don't look like you're from around here.
On to the next task.
Mushroom for improvement and ring repairs.
For Arden.
The mushrooms are under attack. I need your help or we risk losing it all. Some Fae wearing strange masks came in and demanded to gain access to the rings. When I told them they were closed due to the drought, they attacked me. I'm too weak to fight back now, and I'm cut off from the center ring. These Fae have destroyed so much, but there is something we can do. Sprinkle some of these spores on their corpses and we can regrow the rings. Even when slain, our enemies can still serve Ardenweald.
As the Queen wills it, the
Ring
Queen
repairs.
watches over us.
The damage wrought here is severe, but it can be reversed. Is it Vigilant Guardian? Okay, I thought it was pretty early on. My master is weakened by all this destruction, but mushrooms are difficult to completely eradicate. By restoring power to the rings throughout the grove, we can strengthen them once more. Take this beacon. Use it near a damaged mushroom in a ring, and watch how quickly nature can heal its wounds.
Now,
There is a cave near the center of the stocks. Meet me there once you are done.
What kind of masks are they wearing, I wonder? Oh, right. Drust domination masks. The Drust have access to domination. Another key point from Shadowlands that I think is often kind of overlooked or forgotten. That's a domination mask. In the Felscorn Charlemagne, the central part basically looks like Fel. And Varian was basically destroyed with Fel. Wonder if it alludes to what you were saying about how Fel completely destroys the soul and it can't go to the Shadowlands. I mean, I like this idea. I do, because, again, this is all perspective, and I'm not a fucking Burning Legion apologist. I'm just trying to consider maybe what they're doing. It could be done intentionally to avoid and subvert the system of death that the Titans have that they've enacted, right? So they could be doing it because they know that if they don't convert the energy to Fel or burn it in Fel, putting it to a higher energy state, and maybe allowing it to cool and lead to life once more, they might realize that like all these souls just go into this fucking Matrix soul net built by the Titans. And if they do that, then they're kind of just doing what the Titans want. And it makes you think about re-origination too. When re-origination goes off on worlds that have succumbed to too much corruption and disorder, what happens to the soul? Does their base physical material get reverted back to base elements and stuff like that? What happens with the soul? Did the soul of worlds that are re-originated go to the Shadowlands? I have no idea. I don't know. But it's something that has to be thought about of like, the Titans may have rigged up a system of death and then a failsafe procedure on all the worlds that they ordered that basically inevitably led them to
be ours to control,
succumbing to corruption and being re-originated. It's like one of the most fucked up things about the Titans, where it's like, if that's what they did, that's a fucking big yikes, dude. We should Gallywix canon the Matrix Soulnet, dude. What I think would be cool is if Xal'atath's plan ultimately ends up tearing down the veil around Azeroth, and we have it revealed to us like the other cosmic realms that have been kind of hidden from our view. I really do think Azeroth exists within a sphere. I have an entire video that I think kind of proves this. I can link it to you if you guys are interested in seeing that. It's a very, very important video, and in my opinion, one of the best videos that I've ever made. And it explains pocket dimensions, layers of reality, the planets and planetoid structures that surround Azeroth. Even if we can't see them, it explains the Shroud itself. It gives examples of microcosms of the Shroud. It's good. I think that if you haven't seen it, you really, really should. Do you enjoy this conversation that I'm going over today? Your Rift of Oln video was a banger. I appreciate that, but it's actually not the Rift of Oln video. I'll give you guys a link. If you go on YouTube, you can actually just search Pyromancer Azeroth's Sky. This one right here, Azeroth, the center of the universe. Highly recommend watching this video. Here, I'll link it in both chats. That's a good one. And then this one down here too, the Great Titan Conspiracy, also a fucking banger. That's a relatively new one as well. These came out around the same time as one another. I also have a video on fractals. Really should watch it too. One of the Legion pamphlets talks about the sky being an illusion? No fucking way. Really? I've read all the Legion pamphlets. Is it do you have a link for that? I'd love to look at that. Have you read the newest book, Blood Ties? I haven't. It's sitting right up there. I actually was waiting to get my sticky notes. Now that I have them, which I have had them for a couple weeks now, I need to read it. But I haven't read it yet, no. So no spoilers. Are the ones in Remix new?
Will yield their secrets.
Could be. The rings will yield their secrets. That reminds me of Il'gynoth. Your coming was foretold in the rings. It's not what you think. Oh, no. Ophi, this is referring to Argus appearing in the sky. What you see in the sky is nothing but an illusion. It's talking about Argus popping up in the sky. That's what you can tell here. It says, if it was so easy for the leaders of the Horde and the Alliance to fool us then, it's probably the simplest thing to make us believe this new threat appeared in our sky. It's someone conspiratorially theorizing about the appearance of Argus. But I appreciate you sending it to me so I could take a look at that. Look, trust me, just watch the video. You're not even gonna... There's so much evidence for it, man. There's so much evidence for the false sky. It's actually fucking it's actually crazy. I think that you'd enjoy that video a lot. I think you will need those notes. Oh yeah, I plan to, yeah. I want to do the same thing I did with Before the Storm. In Before the Storm, I basically put notes on everything that I thought was interesting or could have a deeper meaning or that I wanted to be able to, you know, harken back to. We also learn in Hollowfall that plants store memories, and not only that, you can use the memory of plants for teleportation. So I would wager that that's actually how the mycelial transportation network works here in Ardenweald, that it's all plant-based memory. And that due to this network and memories held within, which is part of why these fungal destroyers are going after it, the rings will yield their secrets, is because this mycelial network holds within it actual memories. Which is so interesting to think about. I hope to learn more about that in Herondar in Midnight. I hope they get more into that concept. And it could be, this could very well be how the World Tree network of great trees and the Emerald Dreamway and all that stuff actually uses teleportation as well, is that you're not simply just traveling through, you know, magical routes or whatever, but you're traveling through a system of memories. Are you planning to do a lore speculation video from the Legion Remix Goodbye quest that sets up a lot of foreshadowing? I mean, I've already done the quest. I thought it was interesting, but I don't know if it's like video worthy necessarily. I don't know. I took screenshots of some of the things that were said, but what I think is extremely interesting and what other people do might differ. You know. Oh, I'm supposed to fucking plant mushrooms on these guys. No wonder I'm not getting any credit for killing them. Oh, well, their bodies are disappearing really fast, too. That sucks. Or maybe they're not. For me, the main things in Legion Remix that we were really meant to think about is how much of the power that we perceive for ourselves was truly coming from the weapons. Was it really our weapons and what we did with them that saved Azeroth, or was it something else? Those were kind of my main takeaways from Remix. Also, you know, it's kind of fun to mess with alternate timelines. You know, what would happen? What would happen in the event of, you know, X, Y, or Z? I don't know. So, yeah. Plant memory teleportation goes all the way back to 2001 Day of the Dragon. It's crazy. Yeah, I bet it does. Their racial has them travel through the routes to get to any world tree on the planet. Yeah, that's fucking crazy. I wonder if their racial can allow them to travel to places, no spoilers please, it hasn't been overtly obvious that there was a world tree in. For instance, Ungoro Crater. I'm quite certain that that's where Lunahir was planted. And that we're supposed to kind of realize that through Il'gynoth existing in the now decrepit remains of a world tree. Pretty important. I wonder if it can do that. We'll see, though. Is there even a difference between souls and anima and the information stored in a plant? I don't know. I don't know. It was our versatility. Anachronos involvement's been interesting. Why is that? Life stream concept, sure. And I mean, I think that that's what the ley lines were originally kind of supposed to be. It's still possible that the Titans ordered that.
Should ease the situation. I hope you didn't breathe in too many spores.
I would really love that. Azeroth as like Minerva, the manifestation of the planet's will and soul. The life stream being like the ley lines and how that energy was supposed to be transferred, but then overwritten by the Titans and used as a net for ordering the world instead. Basically pumping arcane energy into it so that it would order the world or put like a net around it in some way. I think that'd be really cool. And ultimately, I think that would make a lot of sense for the Titans themselves. You know, reusing things that already existed. Hell, you could even go the route of like the first ones being an ancient race that lived in the Shadowlands that was destroyed, you know, or eradicated by the Titans, and you know, or maybe their most powerful leaders or whatever, they found some form of ascension, they became the Eternal Ones. You know, so those are like the remnants of an ancient civilization that once lived on the Shadowlands or something like that. The Titans showed up, usurped everything that they had built, fucking overrode it, and, you know, now we don't really have a true understanding of what the first ones even actually were. I always go to the ancient race theory for the first ones because that's literally a thing from Babylon 5, where, like, they're an ancient race, one of the first ones in the entire cosmos. So... Sorry, not Anachronos, Anachron, the Hood supplier. He's part of a cabal known as the Mindseekers and is employed specifically for cross-timeline trade. I guess to me that just seems like fun flavor. Doesn't seem like that deep to me. I don't know. I have a habit of underestimating things of importance. So this is Marasmius.
I would be glad to assist you.
All right, mushroom
Is it time
for
to go
improvement.
already?
Mushroom for improvement. Oh. Their bodies will nourish the growth and restoration of the Fey Rings. It is a worthy end for them. So we kill them, we plant these fucking spores in them, and that will help nourish the existing system.
Farewell.
Ring repairs.
The Queen watches over
Together
us.
we are strong.
For Arden we
Fighting for fungus.
As the Queen
Behold!
wills it.
Marasmius. This is his home, his heart. Every mushroom of Ardenweald, maybe even all of the Shadowlands, stems from here. There's another hint that it was all connected. There's another fucking hint. Maybe every mushroom in the whole Shadowlands came from here. But if they're all separated, it means they had to have once been connected. And the masked Fae want to take him for their own purposes. As Chief Mushromancer, I cannot abide this. Our foes may look mindless, but they are clever. They will have tracked my position by now. I shall make my final stand here, and hope that Marasmius is strong enough to lend his aid. Will you stand with me, mage?
On to the next task.
Let's do it.
What shall I craft next? Here they come! Make ready!
I mean, they clearly are dominated as well.
You led us straight to our goal.
They even have the right color palette.
Slay them.
Marasmius! He's helping us!
No matter. We are endless. I shall slay you myself.
Bruh.
I will know the path.
Those miscreants got what was coming to them. Make a pretty good team, the three of us.
He said, I will tear it out myself. Trying to impede upon our ability to move around the Shadowlands. And maybe even replant him somewhere else so that they can use it or something.
Greetings. Now, where did I put that?
It sounds like Matt Mercer. Come on now, I don't have all day. Lots of growing to do. There was a time when hard work was valued in these parts. Of course, then she came along and got all fancy with her trees and groves. That is what I'm talking about. That right there. Who do you suppose he's talking about? Marasmius is older than the Winter Queen's involvement in Ardenweald. He's ancient. He predates her meddling. Ardenweald did not used to be like this. So once upon a time, the Shadowlands was all connected. And the mycelial network ran all throughout it. I wonder why there's so much mushrooms and rot stuff in Maldraxxus. But then, it was split up for whatever reason. And along came the Winter Queen with her trees and groves. So they didn't exist before. It was all about decay. I don't think that it's talking about Eonar. I think it's talking about the Winter Queen. But I think the Winter Queen and Eonar could be sisters, so I'm not gonna get, you know. Nobody remembers old Marasmius. Oh sure, use the network, they always say. Do I hear a word of gratitude? No. Somehow Marasmius' grumbling seems to fade away into the distance despite him not moving at all. You mean the realm of decay was ordered? It's all too convenient. It's all too convenient. Shadowlands is not what's described in Chronicle. This is what the Shadowlands is described as in Chronicle, Volume 1. Like the Emerald Dream, the Shadowlands are tangentially linked to the world of Azeroth, yet, whereas the Emerald Dream represents life, the Shadowlands represent decay. Or death, excuse me. They are nightmarish realms of decay, labyrinthine spiritual planes teeming with the souls of the dead who have passed from the world of the living. The origins of the Shadowlands remain uncertain, but they've existed ever since mortal life first arose in the physical universe. Many believe that mortal souls are drawn into this place at the point of death, where they remain forever after. Still, others hope that their souls will go on to a brighter place, rather than languish for eternity within the cold confines of the Shadowlands. So it's given you multiple hints there. We never knew the origin of the Shadowlands. We never knew it. But they're labyrinthine realms of decay, nightmarish. But that's not what we see here. It's not like that at all. So it's definitely ordered, right? And then you have the others hope that their souls will go on to a brighter place somewhere else, which they very well could have originally. Or still could if they die in the Shadowlands. They don't want to be stuck here. Otherwise, mortal souls are drawn here and then stay here for eternity. In a universe that's built on cycles, that doesn't sound right to me. That doesn't sound right. Souls just get drawn in here, then languish in the cold confines of the Shadowlands? That doesn't sound... sounds like a prison. I mean, it sounds like a fucking prison. A prison of iron and suffering. And yeah, it just sounds fucking awful. So, it doesn't line up. This motherfucker's also got a mushroom growing on his head. That's not good. Some hive mind type shit. I've seen this before. Jailer just wanted to break our prison so we can all die true deaths again? No, see, that's where I don't agree with you. Maybe originally Zoval may have wanted to do that. But that's not what the Jailer is doing towards the end, and that's not really even what Zoval wants. He's just a fucking puppet. He's just like Anduin, he's just like Arthas, he was dominated. So, ultimately, the Jailer wanted to utilize the energy stored within the machine to dominate the entire universe. See, what Sylvanas thought is what you think, or what you're saying anyway. that he wanted to break the prison, to right the wrong, so that so that things can work how they're supposed to. But what did the jailer really reveal? He was just going to bend everyone to his will, right? And again, the second to last boss of Sepulcher, the first one's Rygalon, says, through death will come order. So ultimately, you take this death-fueled control magic and bind everything under it, you have achieved order. Order has won. It just used the power of death to accomplish it. But if the Titans only understand order, wouldn't Zovaal only understand death? No, the logic there is broken. The Titans don't only understand order, and Zovaal doesn't only understand death. I'm not sure where that's coming from. I think you're too prescriptive in a single way of how you attribute powers to these individuals or groups. I don't think that's the case. Plus, we're talking about a cosmic realm that has been ordered by the Titans. Zovaal is not exempt from that. Everything in the Shadowlands is ordered. We're talking blue order control magic here. What we perceive as this death magic is just the runic language. It's the language of death harnessing order. But make no mistake, it's order. Domination, in my opinion, is about as orderly as it gets. It is direct control magic. Control is division, or order is division and control. That is exactly what domination is centered around. Division and control, and machinery. Mechanisms. It's the same, order is the same thing. So you look at this and you see death, I look at this and I see order. That's the difference. This Zovaal, this guy's bent to the will of order. I'm not even sure what true death is anymore. I don't think it's this. I think this is, if anything, it's an orderly death. It's not true death. It's too orderly. Is mortality itself a construct of order? I think mortality itself is a construct of death. Mortality and death are inherently linked. That's the way I see it. I would say immortality is more likely to be a construct of order than mortality being a construct of order. And ultimately, that's why the Shadowlands scares the fuck out of me, because it's eternal. You go there and then you're just there forever. That's what scares the shit out of me about it. It's a place you're not supposed to leave, but you never fade away. Is it necessary, though, for order to be division? Can you not order something by adding to it? Like how you'd add something to a volatile mixture to stabilize it? Well, that's how order is supposed to be concerned with stability as well. Yes. It is supposed to be concerned with stability, but the Titans may not have a clear understanding of what that actually means. They may perceive stability as individual, without interaction, without chemical reaction, without anything like that, right? So, Chronicle even says that the Titans are concerned with order and stability. It does say that. But I think that, similar to Zovaal, the Titans, as a collective, their morality has shifted away from attaining stability in a natural capacity to maintaining control. And so, it's a divide and conquer tactic. You split things up, you divide them, and they're more easily controlled this way. I'm talking pre-Jailer Zovaal, before he was dominated. The final cutscene where they imprison him is really good. Right, okay, yeah, so if we're talking pre-domination Zovaal, yes. I would say that Zovaal is more likely associated with justice, compassion, memory, fair judgment, right? That's the whole premise of the Arbiter. To witness the ineffable truth of one's memories and lived experiences, to judge them, as the arbiter of the dead. That is what his job was, to enact judgment. But that, I think that one of Zovaal's core things that has happened with his domination is that, similar to Arthas Menethil, his sense of justice was perverted. It was darkened. To a state where, like, instead of enacting justice and fair judgment on an individual level, I will come up with one grand solution, and he thinks it's his own idea, but I don't really think it is, and I will enact equal judgment upon all things simultaneously. So it's almost like this torment, I remember what he says, I've endured the Maker's flawed design. Like, he resents it. He hates it. So it's almost like his pre-existing sense of what is just has been corrupted. And he's willing to go to lengths just incomprehensible to the mortal mind, because we're gonna all lose free will if this motherfucker succeeds. And not necessarily lose it, but have it suppressed to the point where we cannot act with free will any longer. You know what I mean? Do you think the cosmic souls are ordered world souls that the Titans didn't or couldn't use for power? Haven't been the prime world soul? I'm not really sure what the cosmic spirits of the Eternal Ones are. For me, that is one of the biggest, most interesting mysteries of the Shadowlands. What actually are they? Are they beings that once existed, that were ordered? Are they fragments of the Titans themselves that were split off and given a different charge, a set of edicts? Are they... I don't know what they are. But one thing I can tell you with certainty is that they're not robots. They're not robots. Maybe they did the whole Anduin corruption story so one day Anduin could recognize the same magic from the Titans. Would be great setup for him as the main character to lead the charge against the Titans. Perhaps, and in a way, you might end up finding that Anduin serves as a bit of a fractal for someone like Sargeras, recognizing perhaps the magic that had been used on him and going, wait a second, hold on a second here. I recognize that. And I mean, I feel like the War Within has been really like gunning for that concept that like the Titans, they enact edicts and you fucking listen to them. And the thing that is though, is I don't think the Titans were always like that. I really don't. I like to think that there was once a time where that was not their modus operandi. I really don't think they've always been this way. I think that somehow, whether it was a betrayal from within or something, I think that they fell to darkness. And that's where I think that the Kel'Thuzad, Norgannon, or even Primus fractal would fit very well. Norgannon could be like the Kel'Thuzad of the Titan Pantheon. And if you're not familiar, Kel'Thuzad was part of the Dalaran Council of the Six. So he was part of the Magocracy, one of like the most important members of it. But because he disliked how the rest of the council didn't want him messing with necromantic stuff, he didn't want his ambition stifled, he wanted to continue in his studies, he ended up working behind them in the shadows and betrays them, right? So to me, Kel'Thuzad seems like he could be very similar to a Norgannon type character, where Norgannon didn't want to follow the edicts. Like, he wanted to maybe it's that, where he just basically didn't want to have his research and his desires stifled. And so he formulated a plan where he could overthrow and try to get control and betray the council which he was a part of. And then another thing that's important about the Council of the Six is that it's they who were intent on the continued empowerment of the Guardian. But the Guardian, Egwin at the time, was like, fuck that. You're not doing this anymore. I don't want to be a fucking pawn of you, the Council of Tirisfal, and I don't want my child, I don't want the next Guardian to be your pawn either, because Egwin had basically seen that the members of the council had become, I think, not only more bureaucratic, but more involved in the affairs of the politics of city-states, right? And she saw that they had basically been exerting their influence to kind of make things how they wanted them to be, but that's not what Egwin believed that she as the Guardian should be associated with, right? She looked at that and said, I'm incredibly powerful, I'm a tool for them, and if they should so decide, they can wield my power for malevolent purposes. So Egwin was like, fuck y'all bitches, I'm out of here. So then she had her own son, and you know how that story goes there, with Neela Saran, and Medivh is born, and so then he becomes the next Guardian. But Egwene is the last formally empowered Guardian, and I have to wonder, considering that the Council is the one empowering the Guardian, I wonder if the kind of fractal for the Guardian is maybe like Sargeras. You know, maybe even Azeroth and Sargeras. Azeroth being maybe the former Guardian who was like, fuck y'all, and Sargeras even maybe being her son who was born from it, but also corrupted in some way. You know what I mean? Like, there could be a fractal going on there that should be considered. I just think that when you have a council of 6 entities and a Guardian that they empower, and you have 6 Titans and then a 7th that's extremely powerful compared to the rest of them, that could be hinting at a similarity. So yeah. Nord being a big nerd with annoying siblings that keep him from studying, so he orders everything to have his peace and silence. Well, I think ultimately he's trying to solve a problem. I'm not sure that that would align well with Kel'Thuzad, but I think Norg could very well be trying to solve a problem. And that problem could very well be conflict. And so in an attempt to basically get rid of cosmic conflict, I mean, it's if you've seen Arcane, it's very much like what the bad guy in Arcane does. He's basically like, I have to solve this problem of conflict and inequality and all this stuff, so the only way to do it is to basically hive mind everybody and connect everybody, but essentially you lose free will and individuality when you do that, right? So it's almost like a very mechanized way of thinking about it, like, I will incorporate a final, like, answer, a final shape, so to speak, to get rid of the conflict. So, yeah. Kel'Thuzad just want to spend time with his cat, Mr. Bigglesworth? You're right. Well, one thing that we have to understand that's really important is that Kel'Thuzad, remember, we killed Kel'Thuzad in Sanctum of Domination, right? Remember that? Do you remember what we do in Sanctum of Domination? We destroy his phylactery, don't we? Don't we? So Kel'Thuzad's gone, right? Kel'Thuzad may be, because the fragment of his soul that existed within the phylactery is gone, but the phylactery is not gone. The phylactery is not gone. We know this because in the War Within, we go into it again. We use little, like, Horcrux items, like a necklace that we find, and we teleport into it. The phylactery is not gone, and there's a memory of him inside the phylactery. I have a video about this too. You can search up Pyromancer Kel'Thuzad. I'll just show it to you real quick. I'll just give it to you. The 9 lives of Kel'Thuzad. It's kind of a fun theory. I come up with the possibility that, and I've seen it before, that the true phylactery of Kel'Thuzad is his cat. But, you know. But anyway, at least the dimensional space that the physical item that is the phylactery connects to is not gone. One of the achievements in Sanctum is you bringing Mr. Bigglesworth back to Kel'Thuzad. I know. I think I missed like half the War Within story coming into it late, and at this point I'm not sure which quest lines I'm actually supposed to play. All of them. Just play it all, and just play the expansion. But specifically, you're supposed to play the ones that have the main story icons are like the ones that look like a shield. I don't think I have any of them on this character because I've done it all, but you're supposed to play the ones that look like a shield. It's got like a backer on it or whatever. That's one of the ultimate failures of WoW, is when you come back after being gone for a while, they allow you to just skip massive segments of the story. So, I would definitely open up like your quest log, go to the campaign sections, and just go through the campaign sections. But I think it's going to probably default you to the most recent campaign section, which Blizzard just doesn't do themselves any favors when it comes to like showing people what to fucking do. So yeah, it's like one of these quests that have like the almost like shield banner kind of thing behind them. I'll just check the wiki. Isn't that such a fucking... Oh, that's so gross that you even have to say that, dude. I'll just check the wiki to figure out what order to do the quests in. God, that's so cringe. Not you saying it, but just the fact that it's like... oh, Blizzard. Oh, there is also... Cheeky. New feature. New feature. I forgot about this. In Kazalgar, there's actually a quest right up here called like War Within Recap or something like that. There's a book that's floating next to Lorewalker Cho. Do that. It's supposed to be a story recap of the stuff that happened in the War Within and like the main stuff. It's supposed to be like a streamlined experience. Do that. That's probably your best bet. Anyway, this is fucking insane dialogue. This is fucking insane. Marasmius predates the arrival of the Winter Queen. Fighting for fungus. About time you showed up. Good thing I took care of all those young ones, eh? My way or the high fae. I only have Hearthstone lore to go off of? Yeah. I remember you coming in chat mentioning that. An old booming voice fills your mind.
More are coming. I would rather not lose more of myself, and I don't want you to think I'm not appreciative of the work you and the court here have done. How about you take a ride on the rings and give those oafs a good thrashing? We'll teach them not to mess with Marasmius and his Fey rings.
Ride the Fey rings with Marasmius and defeat 30 invaders.
Tell me when you're ready, young one.
Tell me when you're ready.
This is always unsettling for first-timers.
Show me.
Traveling in my filaments is painless and quick. If you haven't lost your mind, I can give you a ride.
There's a long pause.
Plus, it tickles a little bit.
Let's ride. Entangling spores. Send out spores to smother and devour enemies. So this root system is all over the place underground. We're actually traveling along this root system. It shows you how widespread it is. And again, Court believes that these roots and this system could actually be the source of all mushrooms for the entire Shadowlands.
Get out of my forest!
Get out of my forest. Love it. The mycelial network that underlies entire forest systems. It's huge. What's interesting is that in the Isle of Dorn, it appears that Freya and the Freysworn were intent on kind of curbing, or at the very least, kind of pruning and trying to suppress the fungal growth that was occurring via the, fungal mancers and shit like that, right? That's why we have fungal folly as a delve. So I just think that's really interesting. Like life without rot. I don't think so. I don't think so. They go hand in hand. Gotta have it. You can't just remove death or rot or whatever, however you want to look at that, from the equation and be like, oh, it's fine. Rot is mulch. Yes. Yes. The transference of nutrients as a result of it I'm trying to just overcomplicate it with a word. It's imperative for the continued growth of a system. Definitely a fractal for the world trees. Oh, sure. Yeah, let's be careful not to spoil anything for Midnight, but you could absolutely surmise that even without having looked into Midnight stuff, so.
Ha! I haven't felt that young in ages.
Through the veil.
I like you, youngling. You put in the work while the others sit in their fancy court. Leave a little Marasmius to keep the Fey rings thriving. Here, take one of my spores back with you to the heart of the forest. Find somewhere nice and cozy for me to rest, will you? Come back and visit me whenever you like. Cord and I can keep an eye on things for now, but there will always be plenty for you to do here. Might even be something special for you in it. Special in it for you. Gain access to Marasmus's mushroom network, allowing you to travel to Fey rings throughout Ardenweald. And a Fey ring, if I'm not mistaken, is there not a Fey ring of mushrooms in the forests of Lordaeron? Isn't there like a nightly ritual where a bunch of fairy dragons gather around a fucking mushroom circle and dance around? Isn't that a thing? So it makes one wonder, like, how far could some of these networks actually extend? Isn't Tear... Where is it? Where is it that happens? Tears Fall? I don't know exactly where it is, but yeah, I've heard of that. Near Tyr's tomb? That's over here, isn't it? Near Tyr's Fall? Yeah, kind of near Death Knell? Interesting. Whispering Forest, huh? Yeah, maybe we'll go check it out. But yeah, I've heard of that.
How can I help?
Through the veil. There was a time when hard work was valued in these parts, so he feels like the Winter Queen doesn't value hard work. He probably perceives that it's more about, I mean, the crazy amount of time it takes for this network to grow. I mean, she probably just made quick work to some degree with how this area was, well, I would say was ordered. It also makes me think, I mean, it gives me the impression that, like, why, like, does there even need to be Eternal Ones in this place at all? Like, maybe they were like 5 of the first mortals to ever die or something. I loved the idea at one point that Zoval was like the first mortal who ever died. Like the first mortal ever. And that's why he became the Arbiter or something like that. But yeah, there's not really any evidence of that.
The crowd is unusually rowdy tonight. I suspect foul play. Could you investigate for me?
Maybe. Is this where you do the plays? Expose Bogart. Audience members. Amphitheater. Yeah, this is where they do the plays, isn't it? There's some interesting ones here, man. They do a play. Oh. Just like that. I wonder what one it is. Argus the Unmaker. They sought to create a Death Titan, knowing full well that death falls under the purview of the Shadowlands and our illustrious queen. So a little bit of propaganda there. Or unless it's not. This clearly would not do. So the adventurers struck out to achieve the impossible, to slay a world itself. A spectacular performance by all involved. What a thrilling battle. Why it spurs me to even greater creative heights. Well done, everyone. There's another one where they talk about the sword.
All things in balance.
And one of the Fae says, how do you even get a sword that big? And I think it's Lady Moonberry who says, I don't know, transmute a world? They sought to create a Death Titan, knowing full well that death falls under the purview of the Shadowlands and our illustrious queen. That was during the quest with Ysera, if I remember correctly? Yo, what's up, Jack? Death Titan like replacing the current leader in Shadowlands? Yeah, and she's referring to the Dreadlords because, and this is part of Zareth Mortis as well. The last time that we see anything for Argus, we go into Zareth Mortis. Remember that if you guys were here on the stream earlier, I showed you the chamber where the crypt of the Eternal. You guys remember that? Where they hold the spirits of the Eternal Ones before moving them from vessel back to different vessels and imbuing their power into vessels? Well, that's where a Dreadlord actually shows up. It's not even a named Dreadlord, which is pretty lame. And he has an echo of Argus. And their intention is to make Argus into the Arbiter. And he says the final gambit of the Banished One, Argus will be eternal. So they were intending to make Argus the Arbiter, apparently. And like rule over the Shadowlands. I think it's interesting because I had an idea that that's what Argus originally was, but I can't really prove that. But I mean, the way that his essence just slams into the Arbiter, I think it's drawn to the Arbiter because she has Zoval's core inside of her, and Zoval could be in some part a fragment of Argus or something like that. So that's kind of where I was going with that, of like they were already connected. But I don't know. I wonder in what all ways that would impact the Shadowlands. No idea. What if we had let Argus become the Arbiter? I mean, there is the scythe, right? Yeah, there sure is. Yep, Zoval drops a scythe called Zovastrum the Unmaking, and its flavor text says it's like the, its flavor text says, begin the end of all things. And it's a scythe, right? So that could be the connection right there. But if we compare that to Legion, final boss of Antorus, bound, broken, eons of existence knowing only pain, a shattered soul fueling infinite evil. The master beckons, rise, rise, begin the end of all things. The speaker has heard the anguish whispers of the Unmaker, an emerald star calling out from the darkness. Little is known of him, only that his once noble soul has been twisted by ages of endless torment. So, sounds kind of similar to Argus. I mean, I think Argus is effectively dominated as well. Domination includes driving spikes into your victims and subjecting them to fucking, control magics, and that's pretty much exactly what we see happen to Argus. He's even got spikes driven into his body. And he's got the blue glowing eyes and a big crown. I mean, is it fucking that far-fetched to think this guy's dominated? I don't really think so. But he didn't look like he was dominated by Sargeras. He looked more like he was dominated by the Pantheon. Now what the fuck do I know? I don't know. It's just the way I see it. It's the way I want to see it, though. So, yeah. Yeah, and Argus has memories that apparently surpass the existence of the universe, so that's pretty important, too. Minions to the left of this have Rush, and ones to the right have Lifesteal. Argus, the Emerald Star. Which Covenant is your favorite? Oh man, it's kind of hard to pick. I think they're all pretty sick for different reasons. I went with Revendreth on my main. I mean, I think they're all pretty fucking cool. I mean, Maldraxxus was what I went with on my Death Knight for obvious reasons. So, I don't know. Revendreth's aesthetics are pretty dope. I really like all of them. I think they all are nice. It's a nice, like, I don't know, variety of flavor. Why even have that?
Well, if it isn't my favorite mushroom tender.
Ah, it's nice to stretch out again. I've missed this place, you know.
Erasmus pauses for a moment.
Don't tell anyone here I said that, all right?
I've missed this place, you know. So he was originally, he was here, but he got removed? I don't know if he said that before. Did the Winter Queen, like, get rid of him? Now he's back?
See you around sometime.
Marasmias, has the wind borne your return?
Fuck! I just skipped dialogue on accident. Zehad the Builder says, Has the
It's
wind
always
borne
nice
your
to
return? I just
speak
miss...
with you.
Dude, I hate shit
Keep
like
up
that,
the
man.
good work, young one.
Just play the dialogue, you stupid fucking bitch, dude. And he didn't want people to find out he liked it? Yeah, maybe he... Or that he missed them, at least. And this thing's, like, ancient, bro.
From one sapling, a forest rises.
Bro, that makes me so
Their efforts nourish us all. The heart of the forest thrives in your presence.
I thought he moved away from the crowd. Yeah, it could just be that. He probably said that, and I just don't remember. God, I love World of Warcraft.
Fertile soil must be tilled. Grow well, Erasmus.
That is so fucking annoying, dude. One-time interaction that I missed by pressing the fucking teleport button, bro. I'm gonna fucking KMS myself, dude. With one of the most ancient fucking things in Ardenweald, too. Oh my god! That makes me so fucking... I'm so disappointed. Is that the same one from Korthia? Zehad the Builder. It might be. Let's go find out. Because if it is, then the connection between the two forests is even more obvious. One thing that I want to point out too is something that you collect quite regularly, or can find at the very least in Korthia, is mushrooms. And what we just read about, what we just heard, is that potentially all mushrooms in the Shadowlands came from Erasmus. Which may, in and of itself, indicate further that Korthia is quite literally was a sister forest to Ardenweald, further cementing the fact that they were once connected. It is the same fucking one. It is the same NPC. Didn't you have a theory Shadowlands was a broken planet like Outland? At this point, it's not even a theory. It is the truth. That is a fact. That is just fact. The Shadowlands was once whole, and it has been broken into pieces. It's just the truth. There is more than enough evidence to prove it. Yeah. It's the same NPC because the Covenants went to Korthia to aid the campaign. I know that. You're not realizing the significance of it being the same NPC, considering the context of the NPC. This NPC literally says that Ardenweald, that Korthia is a sister forest. That's why this is relevant. Because Zehad obviously also knows Merasmius, which is one of the most, potentially even more ancient than the Winter Queen's presence in Ardenweald, as that quest I did just reveals to you. So this thing it's not like a meaningless remark. Korthia is a sister forest to Ardenweald. Korthia and Ardenweald were connected. That's the point. And Zehad and Merasmius's caretaker support this idea. And frankly, some of the shit like this looks like gigantic mycelial growth. So, yeah. I mean, Kort literally says that perhaps all of the fungus in the Shadowlands comes from Merasmius. Wonder if Sargeras was forced to cleave the Shadowlands as well? I mean... I mean... You know what I think about it? Here, look, an invasive mushroom. At least this one's invasive, I suppose. Growing on this root system here. I don't know how to get to that. There's got to be an easier way to get to that. Probably from above. They're all over the place. Invasive mushroom, invasive mushroom. Questionable mushroom. There are many questions to be asked about this strange growth. Is there? Sometimes when you eat it, so these are ones that have grown, presumably with the Stygian essence of the maw as well. The last Titan might have Nihilum as a patch zone? That would be fucking crazy. I just hope in TLT they reveal everything and why it is of what we've seen and done in all of WoW. I mean, from my perspective, they seem pretty intent on being like, yeah, this is what's been going on. And there's still more stories to tell. But, yeah, here it is. Like, I mean, they're rapidly pushing information about the grander scheme of what's happening in World of Warcraft.
Your soul is mine.
Shut the fuck up, Zoval. These mushrooms are making me trip, dude. I'm tripping out over here. Or maybe they're showing me the truth. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize they did that. Huh.
Wisdom and knowledge must be preserved.
The only one not changed was the tree dude. Yeah, this one rotates in and out though. That's probably why. It's a, like I said, it's like a daily or weekly quest or whatever. They're all working for the same person. Come on, Nihilum comes out at the end of midnight. Far better fitting. How is that far better fitting? You know what happened at Nihilum? How was the architecture explained, though? I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. How is it explained in what capacity? What does that mean? Cheeky monk. So to the old ass mushroom. No. Me eating the mushroom there doesn't mean. I don't think that means anything. It's just a flavor item that you use to I think you can use it to see certain things that are phased or whatever. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't look similar to the zone it was connected to. Okay, well, if you want to use that logic, how come Valley of the Four Winds doesn't look like Vale of Eternal Blossoms? Like, you can do that with anything. Like, I'm sure that there are more transitory paths that indicate where they would bleed together. But, like, everything doesn't look the same just because it's next to something else. Tanaris doesn't look like Ungurl Crater. You know what I mean? Guys, it's really, like, I can still tell that some of you have this suspended disbelief. I don't really know what to say. Like, there's adequate amounts of hinting that the Shadowlands used to be connected. I can't, if what I've shown you so far can't convince you, I don't know that you can be convinced. So, I don't really know what to say. Architecture is a fluid thing through centuries of existence. You can look at castles and kingdoms even today that don't share architecture between areas because they were built at different times with different materials. Korthia is also, like, supposed to be its own, like, little city, right? That is literally connected to the Maw. But on top of that, there are first ones, like, shrines and stuff built all over the Shadowlands. I mean, obviously there are certain areas that have been more directly repurposed for, like, the style of Denathrius and you know, so on and so forth, but it doesn't mean that, like, they weren't connected. And how many years of being separate are we really talking about as well? Eons makes things change. Yes. Yeah. Because Void has some connection and Nishi not nihilism? Yeah, but so what? You know, the Titans literally did battle with Sargeras. The final confrontation of their battle was right next to Nihilum, right? I feel like that's more significant than some, like... I just don't agree with you. We're gonna have to disagree. I think Nihilum is far better fitting for a Titan expansion than Midnight. It's literally where their final battle occurred. Rasmius has an interesting ability, according to Google. It can survive severe droughts and completely dry out to a state where other mushrooms would die. Interesting. I wonder how you can learn that. I mean, it's just not that hard to comprehend, guys. You can go to the edge of pretty much any of these Shadowlands zones and see the abrupt drop-off and broken fragments of land masses. Like, why is this even, like, a fucking point of contention? The idea that the Shadowlands is shattered into a bunch of fragments is not, like... I feel like I think it's pretty obvious. Like, you see the same thing in Outland. You see the exact same shit. I just don't understand it. Is there like a reason why some of you don't want to believe it? Is there a reason that you have to believe why this would not be the case? Like, I don't understand the resistance to it. There's a lot of evidence for it. The Sister Forest thing, the way that the realms can quite literally connect to one another, the first one's architecture all throughout it, the statements about Marasmus's fucking mycelial network that spans not just Ardenweald but the Shadowlands, how he predates the Winter Queen, like the obvious state of ruin that places like the Maw exist in. This is clearly like a broken, fucked up place. This is not how it used to be. This is not right. Like, I don't know. It just seems like some people are resistant to it. I don't really understand why. I'm just trying to figure out if it's because I just don't know why. Does it sound like a conspiracy theory? Like, I mean, here's another fucking shrine of the first. There's literally a waystone to Oribos here in the Maw. Like, just like there is in Zareth Mortis, just like there is in fucking Korthia, just like there is in every single realm of the Shadowlands. I don't know. This doesn't seem a stretch to me. I think the initial lore alludes that the anima drought caused the realms to wither to what we arrived to. So you think that the reason why the realm literally just ends and falls off into nothingness is because there's a lack of anima? I'm sorry, but what we would call that is an interpretation. And I would go as far as to say is that that interpretation is wrong. The jailer also pulled Korthia with chains, right? He also pulled fragments of Zereth Mortis as well. They're literally shattered fragments of something suspended in like magical space. The separation of these realms far predates the anima drought. Korthia was cut off from anima stream for eons, yet it's still held together. Yeah, again, there's a reason why we have fucking concept art. I'll show it again. There's a reason why we have concept art of worlds being held together, shattered worlds being held together by chains. This is Shadowlands concept art. It's very on the nose. That might be the reason he lived for so long. All his buddies died in various droughts throughout the eons. There would have been many droughts. And how do you surmise that? The drought is caused by the breaking of the Arbiter, causing all of the fucking anima to flow to the Maw. And in the case of Revendreth, the anima being hoarded for a long, long time by Denathrius. Like, we're literally only seeing the effects of the anima drought set in when we arrive. That's what's happening to Ardenweald. That's why you have places that are like starting to die and wither away, but it's not like the landmass itself is literally falling apart. You guys are adding shit to it instead of just looking at the truth that exists in front of you. The Shadowlands was shattered. It's broken. It's divided. Like, that's just the case. I don't know how else to put it. That's just what happened to it. I don't understand the resistance to it. I just don't get it. Doesn't make sense to me. The division happened far longer ago. Yes. Much further in the past.
The purpose reveals our way. Keep to the path.
Also, why would the factions be so different if it was recent due to the drought? I mean, it's simple. The Shadowlands has been ordered. And part of ordering is division. If the chains of Torghast can reach out and grab the other realms, they occupy the same XYZ like space. They're not separated. They're fragments of something. It looks like at some point it was the whole planet, it was a whole planet, then something happened and the Maw zone was at the epicenter of this something. I agree with you. I agree. And I think that the Maw being starved of anima has made it worse, but I don't think that the Maw being starved of anima is the reason why it looks destroyed. You know? I mean, look at this, like these crumbling fucking buildings. How it just drops off. You have literal broken fragments out here. This is not the result of an anima drought. There's only been one drought. Could be a fractal for the Sundering, it could. Yeah, this is not the result of the Sundering. Or of, a drought. Now, while the trees do not look exactly the same, I do think it's interesting that the trees here in Ardenweald have blue leaves. I don't know any other blue forests. It gives Arden lumber, by the way. Lumber harvested beyond the Veil and taken from the Shadowlands in general, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But the trees here are blue. A lot of red on the ground as well. Some blue speckled in there. I just don't think it's like... I just don't think it's that crazy to think that it all was connected. I just don't. I mean, we have images and examples of godlike beings shattering entire worlds with giant fucking magical swords. I just don't think it's that crazy. Wasn't Revendreth also invaded? Yes, by the Naru. And so was Bastion by the Void. So external forces have made their way into the Shadowlands before. Another example of a river over there, by the way, that's run dry. Why did the Void invade Bastion? I don't think it's made explicitly clear. My interpretation of it is that perhaps the Void recognizes that the Kyrian of Bastion are primarily responsible for shepherding the souls of the dead to the afterlives as they exist now, and perhaps the Void was intent on dismantling that system. Maybe because the Void itself is starving and in need of energy, and the way that the Shadowlands currently operates, or operated even in ages past, was such so that it would continue to starve the Void. The Shadowlands is perhaps not radiating off energy that the Void is meant to feed on as well as it's supposed to be, or at all. And so maybe the Void was again intent on getting rid of that, dismantling the status quo there in order to stop starving. Because one thing that at least the Arathi believe is that or not the, I don't know if it's the Arathi or if it's the Koreshi, but it was established in the War Within, at least from a perspective of science in the game, one of the books, that realms not only take in energy, but they also radiate some back out, right? So as a realm is bringing in energy from souls, it's also supposed to output some energy so that the next realm can take that energy in, utilize it, but then radiate some back out as well. Our world, Earth, works the exact same way. So we get energy from the sun, we bring it in, process a lot of it, but we also radiate energy back out as well. So I think that all the cosmic realms, so to speak, are supposed to work like that. I don't think the Shadowlands is radiating energy. Like, I think that in this kind of ordered system, the energy is kind of stopping here, and everything is being held here. It's not moving on any further. And so Void is an energy state down from death, then Void might be kind of suffering as a result of that. And I think that the Maw, you could look at the Maw maybe as like a fractal for this. Maw is this dark place that's basically been starved of anima, although it's been destroyed and shattered by a cataclysmic event, perhaps, of epic proportions. It not being able to feed upon anything is not helping that at all. So you have the Maw kind of twisted into this dark, fucked up version of what it may have once been, and the Void could be a very similar thing where, like, these other realms are kind of catching all of that anima, and the Maw, the Void in this case, is not able to feed. You could also look at the Devourers in a similar way, where, like, the Devourers are maybe the representation of the Void that is bent on hunger and needs to feed because they're starving. So I don't know. That's just one interpretation to it. That could be why the Void sought to attack Bastion, because I don't think it's made exactly clear why they did that, why the Void did that. Yes, possibly, even before the ordering, not resisting at all. I'm not saying that it's either or, just that the thought of some room that droughts could have been a thing before. I mean, they could have, but like, we just need some evidence of that. I just don't know that there's evidence that there have been other droughts. No one mentioned another drought. No one, like, I don't know. I just don't think, I'm willing to be open to the idea that there were other droughts, but there has to be some evidence of it. I'm not aware of that. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I'm not aware of that. But I came here because, yeah, I wanted to show you that, just like, you know, again, the abrupt, and honestly, these areas down here probably used to be a hell of a lot more lush too, but they're not now. Fucking Enmire down here, this shit's awful. So I think obviously hoarding up the anima from their realm, they kind of started to kill off their own realm. But again, I really don't think that the that the reason why the realm just like fucking drops off at the edge here and why it has broken fragments, all of them have broken fragments kind of dangling out in the ether, I don't think that's due to the drought. I think that's due to the fact that this place used to once be all connected and it is not any longer. And who like, think about the Sundering. So much of Azeroth's landmass was plunged beneath the ocean. How much of the Shadowlands are we missing? Think about that. Like, I mean, we have these massive bastions and castles kind of going off. Like, how much of the landmass is just like floating out there, not a part of anything anymore? How much of it is kind of plunged under the water, so to speak? Pieces of a pie at Oribos in the middle, and Oribos perhaps even installed as a means to like maintain some level of integrity of the Shadowlands structure, like as an anchor or something along those lines. But these gateways, you know, they float in the fucking ether. I just imagine that, you know, I don't know, could have been installed after. I just don't know. I don't know. Don't know if you saw this, but like Azeroth, it was recently discovered that Earth has a hidden ocean. You mean like a subterranean ocean? That doesn't surprise me. Considering how floaty the Shadowlands are, who knows how far some pieces could have flung. Exactly, that's kind of why I say that, like, Telogris is just a fragment of a planet. Like, that could be a fucking part of the Shadowlands. Consumed by the void or, like, lost in an interdimensional explosion or something as a result of the world being fucking cleaved into a bunch of pieces, you know?
Why would anyone walk
Who
anywhere?
knows?
Remember, a safe flight is a boring flight.
It's just hard to tell because our time is so brief in Shadowlands. I don't really think it's that hard to tell. I think that you just have to learn to be able to read what the environment is telling you. And I think that for some people, if the game is not just overtly telling you something, it's like it doesn't exist. So. I feel like the shattering and ordering happened at the same time. I don't have evidence, but I imagine there wasn't a need for an arbiter if it was all one land. Perhaps. I mean, I could see the shattering happening right before the ordering as well. Like, and then that may be kind of necessitating the ordering itself. Like, oh, look, it's broken. We have to fix it. And, like, this is how they fixed it. Gotta fix it. It just exists in, like, little pockets. Orbs within orbs. Sometimes, even clearly stating overtly isn't enough. All the Xal'atath discussion when Illyria said she's she's not an old god. She's something, she's older, a survivor out of time or whatever she says, yeah. Time flows differently in the Shadowlands, right? Yes, as far as we understand it, yes. The maw really reminds me of the big thing floating behind Manaforge Omega. You mean the, like, desolated remains of Koresh? Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see, like, maybe in some of the structure of the stone and rock. I could see that. I'm pretty sure that's just a graphical glitch. I'm not sure why that happens.
The void took hold of Bastion's forces, turning wildlife and Kyrian alike against their own. Agvia's defenders fought valiantly to push back their corrupted allies.
And how long ago that was, we have no idea. Is it confirmed that the red hitting the Arbiter is Argus? Yes.
What knowledge do you seek?
Greetings, mortal. Are you here to learn about the legacy of Agthia, Paragon of Courage? I welcome you to walk the grounds of this ancient battleground and learn of the battle that occurred here, and the heroic Paragon who saved all of Bastion and the Shadowlands.
I exist to answer all your questions.
Agthia was the Paragon of Courage many eons ago. Take your time exploring the gardens and experiencing her legacy. And I could technically see Bastion being among the lowest energy states of all the Shadowlands realms, and that making it easier for the Void to infiltrate this place. Void-bound, corrupted by the power of the Void. Scroll of Remembrance. Eons ago, the powers of the Void launched a massive attack against the Shadowlands, trying to shift the balance of the cosmos. The attack blindsided the Kyrian and embroiled all of Bastion into chaos. So the Void was intent on shifting the balance of the cosmos. Perhaps it was a little bit too weighted towards the Shadowlands. Do you think the emotions that Kyrian aspirants purge attracts the Void more than other realms? I guess I hadn't really thought of that. I wouldn't say no, I wouldn't say yes. I'm not really sure. The Void cannot maintain its grasp on the Shadowlands. You fall here. The Void consumes all. You stand no chance against our might. Perish before the Void. That's supposed to happen at the end. She also has a spear that literally has light crystals on it. What the fuck? Huh. Never seen that before. Across all of Bastion, Centurions and Kyrian alike launched into battle. Ascended fell from the sky as the powers of the Void overwhelmed them. That's a staff you get from Argus? Interesting. I just think, I wouldn't even associate it with the memories. I guess it could be, but I would just think that, like, Bastion's very serene. Bastion to me is like, if I were to think about all of the Shadowlands realms, Bastion to me seems, perhaps besides the Maw, Bastion seems the most static. And as a result, to me, one of the lowest energy states. It's very, I don't know how to put it. Like, I just feel like in the theme of Bastion, and the erasure of memories is part of that, that, I don't know. I just perceive it as pretty low energy. I could totally be wrong, though, I guess. I don't really know. That's just how I think about it. Scroll of Remembrance. Less chaotic? Yeah, it feels very orderly. Feels like it's light adjacent. I wouldn't disagree with that, but light's supposed to be a very high energy level. Supposed to be. I mean, it could be the opposite. I don't fucking know. It's supposed to be very high. The Paragon of Courage at the time, Agthia, took charge of the forces at this very site. Bastion was on the path to surely fall, but she would not let that happen. There's big void worms flying around in the sky, too. And this was eons ago, but we don't really have a time scale, so we don't really know how long ago that was. I think I have to maybe finish the world quest, or I have to click the Vesper. It's interesting that you can relive that memory through the chimes, through the sound. That really makes me think about the echoes of the world soul. Like one of my, and I can't really get this. I don't think there's proof of this, but one of my concerns is that Azeroth is gone. That the echoes of the world soul that we are experiencing are of something that no longer is. I would not be completely blown away if it turns out that Azeroth lives within us, And what we're hearing from within ourselves, the champion characters too, Anduin, Thrall, so on and so forth, is not literally a world soul inside the planet, but something that is awakening inside of them. Now, Thrall does say calling out from the heart of the world like a voice in a dream. But the way that the whole Koreshi thing is set up makes me feel like, again, there is like this relationship between the world soul and the people that live there. And that maybe by dispersing energy out, Azeroth kind of was expended into us. And now she basically exists as like a memory inside of us. And I think that there's maybe too much evidence to go the other direction, like the whole jailer thing at the end of the Sepulcher. He seems to be drawing pretty directly upon the power of the world soul, so it's kind of hard to say like that would be true. But I don't know. I could see something like that happening, where like Azeroth never awakens, but instead continues on in us. I don't know. The disc quest says the Titans put her in the world core, but then says maybe the Titans lied to him. I have a whole video on that if you'd like further clarification. I deep dive those records for an hour and 20 minutes, and it's another really good, highly produced video, so I would recommend you watch that one. It's called The Great Titan Conspiracy, but we don't actually know that the Titans built the world core. That's not proven. That's not proven. The world core is something that they allegedly built, but the lead machine speaker, Brinth, has no recollection of that ever happening. So it's possible that the world core was built by something else and that the Titans repurposed it. There is the story about how Xal'atath attacked N'Zoth because she found out that N'Zoth was building something, though it's never expressed to us what it was that he was building. But what I believe is that the Black Empire was indeed capable of crafting great monolithic structures, including potentially the world core. I think that they built the architecture found in Uldum, and I think the Titans repurposed that. And so, I mean, I just don't think that... I think the Titans have pulled the wool over our eyes, making us believe that they are responsible for building shit that they didn't build. The world core doesn't need to be a static thing, no. They could move her with it. It's possible. And that was kind of my theory originally when they started talking about the Radiant song from Koresh. I was like, well, was Azeroth's world soul inside Koresh and then the Titans moved it? There's not really any evidence of that. So, it could just be that Titan world souls produce a Radiant song. I'm not exactly sure. But I mean, we've seen the Titans move world souls before. They did it with Argus. I mean, they move Argus's world soul from the core of Argus to the seat of the Pantheon almost instantaneously by performing a ritual. So I don't think it's like a stretch of the imagination to think that the Titans could move Azeroth's world soul as well. And Xal'atath does say to us, whether she's telling the truth or not is, you know, who knows, but she says that our world is but, the entire history of our world is but a fraction of the time that has passed. The Titans, quite frankly, didn't have the technology to build the world core, so it's certain that it must have been aliens. I'm not sure that the Titans are aliens, first of all, so that I'm not really sure what that means. And I'm not sure how you come to the determination that the Titans didn't have the tech to build the world core. It does sound like a vast undertaking, but are the Titans capable of it? I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's because they don't have the technology. I'm not sure that there's really proof of that. But I think that there's just a lot of evidence of the Titans repurposing stuff that didn't actually belong to them. Just joking about pyramid theories? Gotcha. Gotcha. They stole it from other worlds, maybe? Who knows? It's fucking Alligans, bro. Wasn't there a location called the Cradle or something? Shouldn't that be the natural location of Azeroth and not inside a world core? I believe that is one of the... I think that the Cradle may be a term used for something in Herondar, but let's not get into that because people don't know how to fucking not spoil shit. So, Yeah. Would that make it an allegory? Oh.
How may I assist you?
It is an eternal tug of war between the cosmic forces of existence. They constantly vie for power over each other, but if one fell, all worlds would fall into chaos. And this is what Farim concludes as well. I was like doing a combination where you're supposed to experience the memories outside of the phase. I did it in the phase. Velen calls the seat of the Pantheon, he calls it the very cradle of creation. And I'm not sure how Velen knows that that's what it's called. I don't know where he gets that from. So Elune might be super important. No, if she stands for balance, yeah, absolutely. And it could very well be possible that, you know, the true balance has basically been replaced with order. Sure, Taganor, yeah. Well, it's also, again, this is something that Farim kind of concludes as well. If you read the, his final note, he says, though the jailer has been defeated and the Shadowlands made whole again, which not really, I find myself unable to celebrate these victories. For I have studied the inner workings of the Sepulcher, seen the powers with which the jailer sought to remake reality. And these observations fill me with a fear that shakes the very core of my being. It is clear to me now, he thinks it's clear anyway, he could be wrong, that there must be a Zareth for each force of the cosmos. At least how he understands them in their monopolar states. And within them, an inner sanctum akin to the Sepulcher. Again, we don't know if this is true. And if that is true, then these sanctums must be connected on some fundamental level. A connection that the jailer sought to exploit. Makes sense. We did see 6 different beams of energy coming in from the pillars that was powering, you know, is actually technically coming up from Azeroth and dispersing into the pillars. So like machines being powered by a fuel that was Azerite. What he began in the Sepulcher was meant to cascade outward from one Zareth to the next, until all were dominated by his power. The heart of the Shadowlands acting as a doorway to the heart of each cosmic force in turn, one after another bound to his will. But if his scheme was thwarted, then why is my mind so ill at ease? Because I have seen how fragile the pattern is, how delicate the scales that keep the 6 forces in balance. And if the jailer, in his act of malevolence, left behind but the most imperceptible of cracks in that pattern, then I fear what is tiny now will only grow, until the balance itself is prone to be shattered by another force, applying relentless pressure. When I hear that, I think of the Titans, or even the Void, Order or the Void. I pray that the first ones anticipated such an eventuality, that they would leave measures in place to preserve their grand design, unless their design was never meant to endure. And that is the possibility that haunts me. So, basically for him saying, it's all connected fundamentally, but if his efforts have exposed any vulnerability, then another force, applying relentless pressure, might shatter the framework of the pattern. And it may be possible that if such a pattern was erected by these mythical first ones, that maybe it was never meant to endure, that the cosmos is not infinite, and that at some point it's destined to break down. And who knows what that would what that would cause. Who knows if reality and all things would cease to exist? If it would trigger a universal reset? Who knows? Could you imagine failing to save your own world, gaining immortality, and having nothing to do but attempt to find out what happened to your world could happen to all of existence? That's nuts. Well, I mean, I just explained to you what you can take from it. So, I have just explained what you can take from it. The facilities are connected on a fundamental level. By leveraging any of the facilities, another force outside of death, applying relentless pressure, could break the balance between all of the forces. And he's afraid of what would happen if that occurs. What happens if the base design of the universe is broken? Just the thought of knowing something out there could just wipe you out. Yes, but we have more information than Firim does. So it doesn't stop there for me. My mind immediately goes to what would do that. And I guess for me, my immediate thought, naturally, at this point, is the Titans. It would be them. That is one of the greatest threats of applying relentless pressure. Because my belief is that the Titans have already been winning. If we were to pick a cosmic force that is the most ahead or has their influence spread the most, it's Order. And I think that based on a couple facts, we can deduce something about this cosmic map. One, it is speculated, it is said from an in-universe perspective in Grimoire of the Shadowlands, one of the books from Shadowlands, that the Titans use the same word for created as they do ordered. What this means is that if they order something, they may associate that with creation. And that's very likely why the Titan Forged referred to them as the creators. Okay? We know from Odin that nothing exists until it has been ordered. That's their perspective. We know from Grimoire of the Shadowlands as well that this chart has spread down through Azeroth's Titan-forged races. Right, so this is a Titan-forged perspective. If you take all of those things and regard them as truth about the perspective of the Titan-forged keepers and titans, then anything on the cosmic chart derivative of those beliefs has been ordered. If it exists, if it is worthy of documentation, it has been ordered. That means that everything on this chart is ordered. The Naru, the Wild Gods, the Burning Legion, the Eternal Ones inevitably replaced the Undead as the older version, the Titans, the Old Gods, the Void Lords, the Emerald Dream, the Shadowlands, the Sun, both moons, and they attempted to order reality itself. If something is charted on this map and it exists, then it has been ordered. At the very least, they have tried. And if that is the case, then... well, there's two kinds of wild gods. Malorn was made by Azeroth. Ursoc was made by Freya. That's not correct. Malorn was not made by Azeroth. That's not correct. And Ursoc and Ursol existed before they were empowered and bound to the Emerald Dream by Freya. The two kinds of wild gods that you should be associating with this dichotomy that I think you're trying to express is wild gods and Loa, because they're effectively the same thing. The difference is wild gods are bound to the Emerald Dream by Freya. Loa are not. Loa are representations of the divine, worshipped by, given offering by, given sacrifice by mortal races. Loa is a much more encompassing term. Loa were not taken as exceptional creatures of the wild and bound to the Emerald Dream atop Mount Hyjal as the wild gods were. And also, to be clear, one of the stories about Malorn is that he ends up, he ends up being ensnared in the stars, and Elune notices him, sees his struggle, and basically says that she'll free him from the stars if he is her consort. And that's how Cenarius comes to exist, through a union between Elune and Malorn. But when you say Azeroth created Malorn, that's not, I don't know where you're getting that from. So Argus and Azeroth build the natural cycle. The Titans basically just came in and made that cycle infinite by imprisoning both. It's very possible, and I feel like that would mesh well with a Greek framework where the gods battle the Titans. And you have the sun and the council overthrowing those who came before. There is also the fact that when you look at the inspiration for Argus, he is intentionally meant to be likened to a primordial entity from Norse mythology known as Ymir. And Ymir is a primordial giant, one of the first things ever to exist, and basically father to all giants, and thus father to basically all of the gods as well, who ends up being torn apart by these three brothers, and then they build the world out of his corpse. But one of the reason why I associate Argus with Ymir is, it's a couple reasons. The first is that Argus has memories that are older than the existence of the universe. This is shown to us in 1000 Years of War, the audio drama from Legion, from Argus, patch 7.3. When Illyria communes with Argus, it sends her memories of a lifetime that surpassed the existence of the universe. I think this is part of why Argus gives potentially big Galactus vibes too, because of the nature of Galactus and existing from a previous cycle. I don't know all the key details of that, but more so because of the fact that every time we see Argus manifest or something get affected by Argus, like the Arbiter, they scream. When Argus stands, he screams. When the Arbiter gets hit by Argus's soul, she screams. Ymir is known as well as the Gravel Screamer, or the Screamer. And so I think that Argus is positioned as a primordial entity in this regard, likened to Ymir. And basically in the Norse mythology, if you break it down, in them tearing apart Ymir and building the world out of him, they were basically making things from his screams. They performed creation from his screams of torment and terror. So it's pretty insane. This is part of why I think Argus is like a primordial being. Plus, he also appears, his world soul is larger than that of the other Titans. He makes more sound when he hits the seat of the Pantheon, like it's a larger mote of energy. It would also fit well with the Greek mythology of Zeus overthrowing his father, who overthrew his father. With Uranus and Cronus and Zeus and all that. Aman'Thul being very much like a Zeus-type character, but not just Greek mythology. He's also very much associated with the Silmarillion Manwe, who is like he's one of the gods, one of the Valar, who is very close to Eru Iluvatar, the creator. So Aman'Thul being like a priest of Azeroth in some capacity would go immensely fucking hard. He also wears a robe and does priest stuff. He's also listed as a priest in Hearthstone. But the thing is that in some mythologies, in some fantasy settings, it's not just the creator and the destroyer. There's sometimes in a trinity, there's a preserver, who could be Eonar. But also sometimes the creator and the destroyer, they actually go together. And they create the one above all. They create like the supreme deity. So Azeroth can exist independently, Argus can exist independently, but when they combine, something else might come to exist. Something that we did not understand. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. Could those memories through her be what allows her to be a conduit? Can someone leverage them to go to before the creation? You mean before the existence of the universe? To the point singularity of creation? Man, wouldn't that be dope? To witness once more at eternity's end, walking upon the precipice of creation itself, to fight at the end of time and space, from the point which all began. That'd be pretty cool. Be pretty cool. Larger mode of energy than the Titans, despite his power being siphoned off to resurrect the demons for eons. I mean, power energy has to come from somewhere, so they were probably juicing him with other energy at the same time. There's also some pretty key details about what occurs with Argus at the seat of the Pantheon that are only in Chronicle Volume 4. The Titans attempting to exert their influence upon Argus, for instance, and apparently failing to do so, even though Argus turns blue and looks like he's dominated. Not sure about that. When he's remember, Magni says, Illidan says that Sargeras and Argus are connected, right? So I read that as they're soul-bound. Their souls are tied together, which is why when Argus rises at the seat of the Pantheon, he's gold and red, and he's luminous, because that's his connection to Sargeras. Dark Titan, my nutsack. Fucking lol. So he's luminous, he's bright, he's brilliant. And he's red. As he rises, the red drains out of him and he turns blue. And he screams, right? The master demands your doom, he says. But Magni says, the Titans can sever that connection, but not here. We have to take the soul of Argus to their place of power, the seat of the Pantheon. That's when Velen remarks, the very cradle of creation. So they intend to sever the connection between Sargeras and Argus. They want to break the soul binding for whatever reason. To me, again, that reminds me of Mournblades. Take two things that are connected and rip them apart. Sever their connection. It says in Chronicle that to no avail, they attempted to exert their influence over Argus. But then that leaves only that Sargeras was dominating Argus. And I'm not sure that that is necessarily the case. In the Mythic difficulty, you transition to a phase where Argus turns black and red. Aman'Thul attempts to collapse time around Argus. Time answers to me, Unmaker, the one force that can bind your relentless fury. Which is interesting because Argus says in his memories that he was bound and broken, betrayed, bound by something powerful. Aman'Thul claims that time's the only thing that can bind Argus. So take that for what you will. They used its power to revive their fallen souls. And I remember Aman'Thul says, at least in his message to Ra, we have fallen. We must rebuild the final Titan. Do not forget. What exactly rebuilding the final Titan means, maybe it means putting Azeroth back together. Maybe they realize the folly of their ways. But it leads me to believe that the Titans did betray and bind Argus. That was their intention. So, anyway, I'm not sure that that I believe that the Titans' influence on Argus was a failure. We end up subduing him and then using his soul as power through the mechanism that is the seat of the Pantheon to reach out and grab Sargeras. We learn in Chronicle Volume 4 that the reason Anduin, who was being dominated by the jailer in Bastion, when he approached Carestia and stabbed her, the reason why he was able to approach and he didn't look dominated, although he was because his great heart and connection to the light masked the fact that he was being dominated. So in the moment where the Titans reach out with this giant beam of blue and white energy, which looks very similar to domination, and he has the similar motions as Anduin, and the similar music playing, and the same downward thrust, and the sword sticking in, and seeing the kind of soul essence and all that stuff, seems like a fractal to me. I'm not sure that Sargeras wasn't being dominated. And his great heart and connection to the light was masking this. And who knows how many times, if that's the case, how many times they've done this to him. It's why when you look at the art of the Titans, it becomes, I think, potentially so clear what really happened to him. This art is some of the oldest art of the Titans, and in it, Sargeras is dominated. And so is Agrimar. And so that scares the fuck out of me. That scares the fuck out of me. So how do we know that's not what we were witnessing in the cinematic? We don't. And powerful connections to the light and great hearts can cover it up. And we wouldn't even know, thinking that it was Sargeras that did that. And plunging that sword in there, it fueled this incredible power surface known as Azerite, which had been discovered again, or originally during the Cataclysm, but it was just a golden liquid. And when it was exposed to the air, it crystallized into this almost amberish red blood-like substance. But only when the sword came into the world did it appear as blue and gold. Two fragments of the soul, almost like one part was missing. That's what I think Argus was, a fragment of Azeroth's soul. And this power is then used to fuel the most brutal war between the factions that's ever been. Tons of anima souls are cascading into the Shadowlands. Argus being defeated breaks the Arbiter, funnels all of the anima straight into the Maw. Then, additionally, with the help of Denathrius, he takes all that energy, a guy who's been dominated by the Primus, and who has memories of Norgannon. He funnels all that energy into a gigantic machine of domination and ordering that he intends to rewrite the entire universe under the power of domination with. And so it's really hard for me to look at how ordered the Shadowlands is in this sequence of events and not be like, oh my fucking god, it's the Titans. It was them. Even if it's just one of them. It's their plot. Like, this was his ultimate plan. Can your mortal minds even fathom how long I've waited? No. No, they can't. So, but free will and Azeroth and mortals triumphed again, even in the face of utter domination. And that's one of the biggest themes of WoW is sacrificing free will for power in the constant strife, not only between light and dark and the other cosmic forces, but between free will and control. And we, in Azeroth, represent the free will. And the domination, the order, the Titans, they represent the control. So ultimately, what they're continuing to show us throughout the War Within is that the Titans are intent on controlling it. They're intent on controlling creation. Intent on snuffing out free will. But, of course, we have plot armor, because we're the heroes. And ultimately, the message, I think, is that your free will, your actions, your choices, what you do willingly, will always triumph in power over that which you are forced into. I think the Earthen represent this beautifully. I think that the most recent raid with Forge Weaver Araz represents this beautifully. He has an item that he drops. This guy's all about sacrificing souls, converting energy to power the return of Dimensius. He controls all operations. And he will strive to see his work through, bringing about Dimensius' rebirth at all costs. He drops an item called Forge Weaver's Journal Holster, which reads, Entry 666892, a willing sacrifice. Maximum output. Will investigate further. willing sacrifices generate maximum output. It's why acts of free will triumph over acts of domination. Free will always surmount domination. Domination cannot control it. Because the power of our actions that we do willingly, that which is born from our true desire, something from within us, whether bolstered by memories or friends or sheer determination, hope, willpower is what this comes down to. You're choosing to use your willpower for this purpose. And even when we're about to defeat Forge Weaver Araz, he willingly sacrifices himself. Because he knows, he has studied it. Velen did the same thing with Kara on Alternate Draenor. He steps into the beam, and transmutes himself to energy, willingly sacrificing himself and restoring the Naru. It's incredible. It's an incredible generation of power. It's the difference between oath binding and domination. Oath binding is about willingly surrendering yourself to the purpose. This is what happened on Circe, with Circe's ring and those Titanforge on Siren Isle. They had figured out, whether they realized it or not, the power of willing sacrifice to lay bare your heart and soul to your comrades. This is why paladins are so fucking badass, because paladins do a similar thing. When Uther and the paladins of the Silver Hand strode across the battlefield, embroiled in the power of the light, it was as if they were invincible. And it's because they connected themselves on a fundamental level, willingly, to fight against darkness. And so, is that why the demons wanted the orcs to drink the blood willingly? There's always more power in things done willingly, in things that we believe in. Right? Now, what that can show you, though, Blade Mastel, is there's an inherent risk. Sometimes you can be tricked into doing something willingly because you don't truly understand the repercussions of those actions. That's what I'm afraid of when it comes to things like oath binding and the light. If we are convinced to join hands for a purpose that we think we understand, when we don't, that could be very bad. Because ultimately, born of this reverence is not utter suppression of a being, but a sense of unity that can potentially be just as blinding. This is sort of what Neltharion did to the Drakthir. He bound them together using Oathbinder, but not against their will. He did it, he was able to do it because they venerated him. The Drakthir saw him as their creator. He was their god. He was their father. And so in this way, the Drakthir surrendered themselves. They had no reason to doubt Neltharion. They had no reason to resist. And so they were all linked, and their eyes glow golden in the cinematics where he holds Oathbinder because they're all connected. Oathbinder serving as the conduit for their connection. Circe's ring is exactly the same, except it was made with the citrines of Lorendel and forged in such a way that the Titan Forged that followed her on Siren Isle were connected through it. It served as like this conduit to serve as the vessel for the power. So I wonder if the Arathi will ever present such a model. If the Lamplighters are similar in this way, they bring light to the darkness, not alone, but together. That's one of the key things of Faerun's story, kindling the light in others by inspiring hope and courage. The ideals of the light are truly beautiful, as long as they're used in the right way. And it is using them in the wrong way which I fear most. That's what scares me, is those who would use that kind of power for ill. A bold, corrupted emperor with a court sworn in loyalty and service and zealotry to him. That's what I fear for the Arathi Empire. What happens when we take beautiful, good powers and we use them for bad? Look at the Scarlet Crusade. So, anyway, it's linked to, you know, and I think that light is good, you know, pretty evidently through power levels and whatnot, linked to spirit and fire. The sacred flame is a beautiful manifestation of such a thing. And it's part of the reason why I think Sargeras must be connected to the light. He's literally blazing, burning spirit and fire. I mean, he puts off light. I mean, he's a being of the light. It doesn't mean he's a good guy, because as we know, you can be a fucking zealot. You can use good powers to do bad things, and inversely, you can use bad powers to do good things. But ultimately, when you do something willingly, the power that is generated as a result is significantly higher than that which is released when you do something against your will. It's passion. It's your choice to get involved, right? It's supposed to be a meta-narrative about not letting grand, seemingly like unavoidable, oppressive forces kill your spirit. That's a big, not the only thing, but that's a big part of WoW's meta-narrative. And it's not just WoW, a lot of fantasy is like that. Where the creator is trying to inspire you to not let the grand mechanisms of order and oppression and control reduce you to nothing. They're trying to instill within the player, within the reader, within the viewer, that their willpower means something. And I think that it doesn't even necessarily matter if you want to look at it in a predeterministic manner or not. But I think WoW pretty heavily leans into our expressions of free will going against the kind of cosmic status quo, the fate that's been ordained for us by powers that be in the cosmos. Because the truth is that what lies within us at the very core surpasses all of those things in power. So it's meant to inspire you. It's meant to give you hope. It's meant to not succumb to the idea that your life is predestined in the good ways and the bad ways. That you have control. That there's always a choice. And that even when you succumb to trauma and pain, that there's still always a glimmer in there that you can hold on to. And that's the story they told with Anduin and Sylvanas. Never let it go. No matter how bad it gets. It's that thing that keeps you here. It's the thing that keeps you whole. The thing that leaves you, you. And no one can take it away from you. That's the thing in WoW. You can never take it. Domination doesn't erase free will. It suppresses it. It tries to convince you that you don't have it. But the truth is, it's not gone. It's just suppressed down in there somewhere. And that was, again, that's what Anduin tried to show Sylvanas. She had come to the belief through her pain, through her suffering, through her experiences after being sundered and bent to the will of Arthas and the Lich King, that she had no free will. And Anduin recognized it. And he tried to convince her that this was not true. He said to her, "You're trying to give me the choice that you never had. But you hold all the power. So make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner." She had convinced herself she had no choice. But it wasn't true. It wasn't true. She had the power to choose. She gave it up. No one can eradicate your hope. No one can take your will. You have to relinquish it. You have to give it up. The greatest powers of domination can never, ever take it. It's almost like a meta story by Blizz employees shackled by their bindings of the big company. Would be cathartic as a writer, I suppose, to at least get to write about something like that. I mean, you can look at it on all sorts of levels. You can look at it as like a place ruled by an oppressive government. You can look at it as, on a religious sense. You know, you can apply this to a lot of stuff. And yeah, sure, I think the corporate side of it is definitely part of it. The creative, the actual creative being suppressed by the organization, so to speak. The Titans representing the organization. Structure. The system, if you will. And you find this in all sorts of media. It's the same in cyberpunk. V is the expression of free will. I mean, Johnny Silverhand is Sargeras. The corpse of the Titans. It's all the same. Just different coats of paint, but it's the same message. Across the board. Classical stories told again and again and again. So. And I think that considering that Chris Metzen grew up in a pretty religious home, you know, he's talked about how, you know, he was kind of the rocker kid who kind of went against what his parents wanted and, you know, kind of fucked the system and that kind of stuff. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all if they outlined a story where perspective was the limiting factor. And the, you know, the rebel guy who's all about fire and chains and metal and rock and roll is, from his perspective, not so bad. The Hades games deal with bucking fate too. I mean, so do the God of War games. I mean, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's funny, the Winter Veil quest where you free Metzen. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes we're so blinded by our suffering that the only thing that we can think to do is burn it all down. Mass Effect has a lot of that too. It's everywhere. It's in movies, it's in games, it's in TV shows. I mean, and it's common because, you know, why should you bend the knee to these things? It's even in The Wizard of Oz. You have no true power. It's me, it's us. We are the ones with the power. You just put on a face and pretend to wield it. But without us, you have nothing. Same thing in Wicked. It's everywhere. It's a clash of ideologies. Pantheon. Yep, Pantheon in League of Legends. They do not fear me because I am a god. They fear me because I am a man. Same concept. Fuck the divine. Fuck the powers that be that think that they get to dictate this shit. Fuck that. Because ultimately, without us, they don't have any fucking power anyway. Fuck that. Did we talk about Fate Scribe Rocalo? Not directly, no. I mean, not directly, no. Yeah, Titans and Reapers. Yeah. So when the Arbiter was disabled, all the souls go to the Maw. Wouldn't it make sense that Argus might have been the original world soul of the Shadowlands since he returned where he came from? It was explained in the Sylvanas novel that the Dreadlord specifically infused Argus with death energies. Yeah, I gotta read that for myself, man, because people sometimes take things at too hard a face value, and it's a fucking mistake, dude. The Dreadlords infused him with death energies. Well, the soul that hits the fucking Arbiter is red and orange. So, I think that it's more... I don't think it's because he was infused with death energies, but I certainly could be wrong. I think it's because Argus and Zoval were connected on some level. It was drawn back to another piece of itself, but what the fuck do I know? I don't know. Just speculation at the end of the day. So... And this is the thing, like, these themes about rising against oppression, fighting back against the established power structures, these aren't new. Think back to the classic fucking, Westfall storyline about the, fucking Masons. That's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. The Defias Brotherhood is the same storyline. The people at the bottom, putting the work in, and not getting paid their dues by the power structure and feeling wronged and rising up against them. That's what the Defias Brotherhood is. And we, in Classic, we take the side of the establishment in Stormwind and we snuff out the Defias Brotherhood. We're on the wrong side of that conflict. Those people were wronged. And the Stormwind nobles did not take care of them. They did not pay their dues. So
what knowledge do you
they said,
seek?
fuck that. Fuck you, dude. So there's some people that think that these themes are like new, it's from new woke Blizzard or whatever, but it isn't. And for the record, they've always been woke in terms of these themes. So, but I think the meaning of woke gets all lost in translation nowadays anyways. Most of us are the regular people that are underneath the heel of giant corporations and power structures that we're kind of led to believe we have no influence or hope against, right? You get laid off from your job, nothing you can do about it. You get released from, you lose your pension, you lose your insurance, you get everything is predating on your humanity to try to make money off of you. You know? Veterans get fucked on. Students get screwed over. People trying to better the world, better their lives, do what they think is right, often taken advantage of. Workers. It's the same theme. Do we know where the soul of Argus went after it hit the Arbiter? We don't. It looks like it infuses into the Arbiter and then maybe ends up kind of becoming a part of Zoval's core. The last thing we see of the Argus, we see an echo of Argus in Zareth Mortis. There's a questline where the Dreadlords have taken his soul there to try to make Argus into the new Arbiter. They say Argus will become eternal. And we thwart that plan. And that's the last we saw of Argus. I think this kind of narrative relates to the majority of the population, the vast majority. Each person with its different meaning, sure. Yeah, World of Warcraft is a very broad and vast set of narrative themes, concepts, experiences, different pain. But a lot of it is about liberation. It's a big, big theme of it. Sometimes self-liberation, sometimes liberation of those who cannot fight for themselves. But a lot of it's breaking free, reform, breaking the fetters of flawed systems. It's supposed to have multiple meanings, yes, but there are still objective undertones which can be analyzed on a, literary analysis. Media literacy can lead you to understand the greater underlying themes and concepts. It's not, media inherently is subjective in nature as art is. So there will be different lessons and things that people take from it, but there are still intentional themes that overlay the whole thing. Because liberation, freedom, and free will have always been a big part of why I loved the Horde. And the thing is that the Alliance has those things too. The Horde and the Alliance are a pretty awesome mirror of one another at times. But I think it's easier to see the Alliance adhering more to an established order. But it's like, the Horde is not so... In some ways, it does lead them down some bad paths sometimes. And in other ways, the Alliance, it can be said the same thing about them, going too orderly the path. And that's why I think the Horde and the Alliance benefit from each other. Because they kind of, similar to the Light and the Void, they have what the other one is missing. And together they form something incredible. Similar to pretty much all the cosmic forces. So is Illidan going to be the Kratos of WoW and TLT? I mean, in a lot of ways, I think Illidan is already very similar to the Kratos of WoW. Kind of climbing to the top of Mount Olympus and facing the gods kind of situation. So I wouldn't even say that that's, I would say that that's probably mostly already happened. But not to say that it can't go further, you know? Anyway, yeah, that's, yeah, we kind of get into deep conversations at times, in terms of this game's lore, and Shadowlands is a great place to kind of start for that, because once you get into talking about soul binding and soul splitting and the different components and aspects of a soul, yeah, I mean, it's deep. It's deep. And the way that those stories were portrayed may not have always been the most efficient in terms of grasping the average player's attention, but when you really give it the time and you give Shadowlands the chance to speak to you in a way that isn't just memes and preconceived notions about what it is, I think that the Shadowlands as a realm of death can bring about a lot of like self-reflection and reflection on existence and memories and the nature of good and evil and well, the ordering of the cosmos is not to be overlooked either. So, you know, and I think that played again in its entirety without the gaps in the content and without having to worry about grinding your Covenant Sanctum and all that stuff, I think the Shadowlands is a much better experience. Do you think Sylvanas would be the one to fight Iridikron? No. Why would I think that? No. I don't think so. Shadowlands lays the groundwork for the story coming, the whole soul thing. And I mean, there's already so many hints about it, but Shadowlands really outlines some really significant themes, and it really exposes like the nature of fractals is so fucking important. Like, it's just it's so important. Some of the most important concepts from WoW come from Shadowlands, and it's not necessarily that they didn't exist before Shadowlands, but Shadowlands kind of spells them out for you a little more clearly. I'm dumb, I meant Zal? I mean, I don't know. I think Iridikron's more focused on fighting the Titans. Have you heard the latest orders from Vyraz? Helgard Keep is off limits. Wonder what's happening there. Wish I could have seen Vyraz strike down Krex. This must have been a great battle. I heard Krexus beg for his life. Pathetic coward. This person's dead. Not the case at all. Yeah, it's also strange that the Primus has the ability to banish Helya from the Maw. Hence, Hell-sworn Inquisitors. These guys are loyal to Helya, and Primus has the ability to just be like, get the fuck out of here. I don't think they're redeeming Xalatath, and if they do, it's so contradictory to her writing. I think that that Xalatath deserves a level of nuance that is not being afforded to her. I think that, I could be wrong, but I feel like there's definitely some people who they do not know about characters like Emmett Selk. And I think that kind of says a lot about how black and white people see characters. Like, a character being showing why a character is the way that they are, and allowing you to empathize with them and what they have gone through does not equal redemption. I think this is a big failure in media literacy that I think exists, especially in the WoW community, where they think that a character being made relatable just means that now they're redeemed. Like, no. They are probably going to express why Xalatath is doing what she's doing, and if they do it correctly, they will do it in a way that allows you to empathize with her position and at least say, that's fucked up. I can see why she's doing what she's doing, but I still have to stop her. And that's exactly what an Emmett Selk Final Fantasy XIV character is meant to do. It's meant to make you realize that the villain often does not see themselves as such. Typically, the villain has their own torment that they're grappling with, loss or abuse or abandonment in the past, and that doesn't redeem them. It doesn't mean what they've done is okay. It's just meant to show that it's complicated and that villains are typically not just mustache twirling fucking idiots. They have reasons for why they're doing it. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to stop them. It doesn't mean that we're going to be like, oh, that's cool, let's just let her destroy the fucking world then. No. No. Redemption is when you do something horrible and then you get an arc where you do something extremely selfless and you're redeemed for what you have done. That's not what's going to happen. Even Sylvanas it's not even a true redemption story for Sylvanas. She's not redeemed. She's not even forgiven. But she is being given, more, how would you put it? Her personality has shifted in a way that should help us realize that, like, Sylvanas was broken. And people think that, oh, well, her soul was just broken the whole time, so I guess it's just fine that she did what she did? No. No. That's not the point of the story. That's not it at all. They're trying, guys, it's like they're trying to show you how villains become a thing. Not to just be like, villains are okay. No. They're trying to show that it's, historically, we paint villains in a very black and white way. But like, they're bad, they're good. But that's not always like the truth of how this shit works. And like I said, villains generally don't see themselves as villains. That's part of the point. Fuck you, KT. Get your shit on. She was a victim of fate at the end of the day, especially if you played Warcraft 3. She was a victim of fate, but she still had the opportunity to make different choices. There's always a choice. And unfortunately, sometimes Sylvanas made the wrong one. It just is what it is. But that doesn't absolve her of her mistakes or her acts of cruelty or brutality. That's not the point. Villains are supposed to be complex, and they're supposed to be thought-evoking, and they're supposed to be, probably on some level relatable. Now, there is room for just power-hungry, kind of, just villains. That's the thing, too. And they exist in WoW. I just fought one. But some villains deserve nuance. And yeah, deeper complexity. Thanos understood what he was doing meant a lot of death, but he understood what it was to lose everyone. So he saw himself as essential. Sure. Yes. And at the end of the day, we still gotta stop Thanos, because it's not really his choice to make for everybody. But you can at least see why he had that mentality. And it also doesn't mean that there can't be failures in the writing of characters. There's definitely some portions for Sylvanas that's like, wait a second. I don't know about that, but I would say that the majority of her character is not like that. But people have recency bias, and they tend to remember the worst parts of things and lose any level of charitability for the parts that were well written, and they just act like everything's just garbage and, Do you think we'll see Nathanos again? And if so, how would Sylvanas bring him back? Well, technically there's some certain conditions where he can show up in the Maw in the most recent questline with Sylvanas in 1127. But he doesn't speak, he doesn't have any interaction at all, he's just kind of hiding behind a rock. And it doesn't make any sense, because Nathanos is killed by he's killed by Tyrande. So I don't really understand if that's a glitch, if it's like an Easter egg. I personally think it makes a lot more sense for the soul that is following Sylvanas around silently for that to be Nathanos. I think that makes a lot more sense. I forgot if I skipped. Oh, never mind. They fixed that. Are you supposed to follow Jaina here? Something like that? You follow Jaina. You don't have to come back and kill everything. Was it him though? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it looks like him. But apparently, like, for some people he's there, for some people he's not. It just, I don't know. It doesn't sound like something that's necessarily entirely intentional, but I don't know how you accidentally have something like that appear. It kind of doesn't make sense to me. So Nathanos having like a body and stuff in the, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. It feels more like an Easter egg than anything else to me. I would like Zal to be less mwahaha, I eat everything, but I enjoy having a villain who's unhinged. A survival of the fittest villain is a refreshing change. Well, she's definitely a survival of the fittest, but again, I caution against looking at things as though they are eternally static. I think that it's easy to look at Zal and go, oh, she's always been that way. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think that Zal was probably different at one point, and due to her you know, her void alignment now, if she hasn't always been that, like, I just think that there's always room for the thing. Like, think about it. Before Sylvanas was the Banshee Queen, she was the Ranger General. You know? Before Sargeras was the Dark Titan, he was the champion of the Pantheon. Before Arthas was the Lich King, he was a Paladin of the Silver Hand. You know what I mean? Like, things seldom end where in the same way that they began. Zoval was the Arbiter before he was the Jailer. You know? So that's kind of how I try to look at it, that like, Zal probably was not like this before. That's what Illidan too. That's why I like to consider that Zal could have been like a Naru. And maybe even one of the Prime Naru. Something along those lines, you know? I think that's more compelling. How did she fall to darkness? What's her story? What drove her to these ends? What the fuck happened? There's an actual answer to the Nathanos question, but I don't know if it should be discussed here. If it's a fucking spoiler, then you do know that it shouldn't be discussed. Yeah, Ross, it's a sick. I mean, I love WoW. It just takes a long time to get into it, you know? There's a lot of lore. A lot of lore.
Once again,
But like when he says mine, I don't really think that's Zoval talking. It's like the Primus needed a reason to fucking claim the key to do the fucking thing.
The way is open, Zoval!
His body's literally filled with domination.
What we need.
too long I endured the Maker's flawed design. I will forge a new reality where all shall serve.
Sight there. Maybe not.
I will never serve.
Still chained by mortality. You did help restore something stolen from me. Allow me to repay you.
not let him reach thee.
It's also super interesting. I just noticed when he turns to walk into the portal, he has like smoke coming off of him. It's really interesting because Anduin has like a similar thing. Remember when he slays Carestia? And the illusion. I thought I had premium. Oh, my premium must have just like lapsed. Shut the fuck up. When the domination fades, or when I guess it's kind of the opposite. When he comes out of this, see that how it's like that smoky kind of like maw kind of like stuff coming off of him. Zoval actually had a similar thing when he stepped into the portal just now. It's very interesting. I wonder if it's like trying to allude to some kind of visual like illusion that's cast upon him. Actually, when you defeat him as well, the same thing happens to him here. It's like smoke fading away. It's very interesting. It's like, oh, that's not the one. Why is it so hard to find this? Oh, Fate of Sylvanas, here it is. Like the cinematic, he gets so juiced. In like a fucking blinding burst of light. His chest looks like a piece of broken wood. But when he turns to walk into the portal, see that? It's like that same smoky kind of... There's so many details in these cinematics, bro. There's so many. So many small details, man. It's almost like the light of this portal is almost like burning away the illusion or something. So interesting. Why did I... Oh, I disliked this video. I was a dislike that years ago. Holy shit. And that's part of the problem, bro. This is another one of the problems with WoW. Instead of playing through the content, I watched a cinematic on YouTube and I came to my conclusion as a result. Oh, that's so fucking dumb. I did the exact thing that I say nowadays all the time that we should not be doing. This data mined fucking cinematic. Because at the time I wasn't protecting myself from spoilers in nearly the same way. So I just watched it on YouTube. I didn't play it. And I feel like that seriously distorts and devalues what the fuck they're doing. God, I wish Blizzard would just nuke data mining, man. I wish so badly that this was not a thing anymore. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. I'll also say, I think the music from this expansion fucking rips, dude. The Jailer's theme is fucking daunting, dude. It is like, it is imposing. Dude, I fucking hate to say this, man, because this is such a fucking unpopular take. Even though he's like a pawn, I think he's pretty badass, dude. Like that moment where he gets that power and is like fucking juiced. That's pretty badass. The way that he's like huge and he's just like looking down at them. He's just like so imposing and like oppressive, and like his voice is just like, I don't know. I think he's kind of fucking terrifying. I think it's pretty sick, but I didn't feel that way at the time. I also did not get what they were doing with Sylvanas, but yeah, it's such a shame, dude. Fuck. I look back on Shadowlands with such different eyes than when I played it the first time. It's not even remotely the fucking same. It's so fucked up, dude. It's so insane, man. I mean, I can't take it back, obviously, you know, the whole crash out and everything, but fuck. It's so much better than I thought it was, dude. It's so stupid. Emotional reactivity is a fucking bitch, man. But yeah, anyway, here's all these portals to different Shadowlands realms. These are all portals to different realms. So, for the person asking earlier, are there other Shadowlands realms we haven't seen? Yes, there are. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Is a growth if you can't cringe at your younger self? It's a shame because I think that there's a lot of people that they think that it's the same. One leads to Tazavesh, for example? No. No, we get on a barge and we fly to Tazavesh. One of these portals does not lead to Tazavesh. It was said that there are even afterlives which contain a single soul. Yep. Yeah, so that's something I was talking about earlier. It's kind of fucked up to think about that. Who's being held in solitary confinement like that? Oh, shit. I wanted to show you in this raid. So you start off with orange fire right there at the beginning. See if I can find this. There's actually an NPC, a trash mob, that is like wearing golden armor, and he's called like something the Black Flame or some shit. And he's got orange fire in him. Because you have this fire, and it's like, where the fuck is that from? So you have Bone Steel, Keeper of Screams, who is obviously imbued, you know, these guys are all imbued with the blue domination magic. Whatnot. Let's see if I can find this guy. I don't remember where he is. I might have to run the whole fucking raid now because I fucked it up. And just always remember, the concept art of the Jailer is literally concept art of the Primus. Don't ever forget that. That's one thing that I did not understand. And there's a reason why they kept the view of the Primus hidden the whole time. Think about it. The Primus has like 3 or 4 different forms, and the one that we actually see in Korthia looks very similar to the concept art of the Jailer. That's because the Primus is the Jailer. That was one of the big secrets of Shadowlands that some of us did not stick around long enough to understand. So I saw the common interpretation is that, oh, they changed the Jailer's art. Why did they do that? The way he looks in the game doesn't look nearly as cool as he does in his concept art. Well, that's because the concept art is not of Zoval. It's of the Jailer. So if you go into it thinking that that's supposed to be Zoval, that's not correct. It's the Primus. There's a reason why he was hidden. Why he was like disguised as the rune carver. Why he doesn't show on the loading screen of the Shadowlands splash art. Like, it's not a big mystery that the Primus is the rune carver. So why is his identity and the way he looks kept such a secret? It's because the leaked art is him. And no one got it. Not even me. Because I quit before I ever saw... Because remember, they showed us the Primus finally in Korthia. And so if you didn't play Korthia, like I didn't because I rage quit, you never saw the Primus. And so you would never make the correlation. And even people that did see the Primus, they didn't make the correlation. They didn't make the correlation. That concept art is not Zoval. It's the Primus. Biggest strategist in SL getting captured by the jailer was the biggest clue that Primus is actually behind it. Exactly, Sebastian. And he's the one that dominated Zoval. Like, and not only that, he literally accurately predicted everything. We follow like a destined sword in the stone type fucking storyline where we like seek him out and set him free, and if Zoval has done what I believe he has, then this will go this way. And it's like, dude, this motherfucker literally planned it. But at the very end, we stood against him and thwarted his plan. What a fucking dipshit. And then the guy grabs the Crown of Wills and says, I'm gonna keep this. Yeah, well no, technically, remember, before we fight the jailer, he's like, oh, how do they resist this? We go with him with we go with Anduin and Bolvar and Jaina and Thrall, and we let the Primus study how we resisted domination, and then from the fragments of the Helm of Domination, he crafts the Crown of Wills, and then with zero discussion or input from anyone else, we give it to the fucking Arbiter. Like, what? Like, canonically, we're supposed to believe that the Primus created domination magic. It's so crazy to me. It's so fucking funny. And is it possible that he changed his mind and wanted to go against the Titans and Chin and like be on our side? Yeah, I suppose it is, but that's fucking lame. He's definitely behind this shit, dude. So here's a good example of this. Mossworn Flame Hand, right? So this is Fiery Flail. It's an example of the blue versus gold soul dichotomy. I use that word a lot, probably overuse it, but most of the stuff in this tower is going to be associated with like frost, domination, blue colors. This is stuff that's more geared towards the other side, so the other halves of souls. And right behind him, he not only is he called Flame Hand, but you have fire, and it leads into the Stygian Forges where we find a lot of these guys. So what this says to me, this is how I interpret this, the two fragments of the soul can be associated with two different elements. The blue side can be associated with ice and shadow. The red side can be associated with fire and light. At the very minimum, ice and fire. So the soul itself, even though it probably also is made up of creation, destruction, light and dark, however you want to look at it, elementally speaking, it is ice and I believe fire. So just something to think about. That's where the fire of this place comes from. Because otherwise, like, where the fuck did they get all this? Where do they get this fire? Where do they get the fire for the forges? Like, they're burning Stygia. They're not only burning the broken down essence of souls, but half of the soul's expression is fire. Exactly, cold, ice, stillness, and then red, fire, evolve, change, however you want to look at it. Yeah, that's how I see it as well. And this is the NPC I was talking about. This guy here, Soul Ember. I mean, come on, bro. I don't think the name gets any... Like, you can't hit the nail any more on the head than that. It's why you have Sylvan... Like, look at this. The golden fragment of Sylvanas is... I mean, you see this imagery? This is done on purpose. It's why the fire is there in her eyes. Her eyes have the orangish red glow. It's the whole nature of burning the tree. And I'm not saying that they didn't that they planned this, but I feel like they kind of planned this a little bit. That they would have Sylvanas do something terrible. And I think a lot of that gets pawned off on Alex Afrasiabi, and I'm not really sure how accurate that actually is. I think that there was a lot of people in the community who were very upset at this, and so they kind of put the blame on that guy. That guy's a piece of shit, totally to blame for a lot of other stuff. Whole Cosby Suite thing, he's an asshole. But I'm not sure that this was truly him. I think that that's a bit of a scapegoat that they pulled there personally. But I don't know, who knows? But yeah, the Banshee part of Sylvanas' soul is definitely the golden half. There's no question, because the blue half is the one that the jailer takes, breaks, and sends back to her, and that's her Ranger General side. So yeah, Soul Ember, this is definitely, I think, thematically hinting at this. And back as far as Warcraft 3, I believe one of the campaign chapters for Frozen Throne Might have been Frozen Throne, might have been Reign of Chaos, I don't remember. But I want to say it's like a symphony of ice and flame or something like that. The blue one's taken by Arthas, exactly. The Mournblade absorbs the blue half, the gold half stays. So for Uther, the blue half got absorbed. We see his soul split too. The golden half goes away, and it could be an incompatibility in energy levels. There could be something going on there. I think that was Illidan's mission. Okay, I'm not sure. I can't really remember. But yeah, and I don't know if it's because the Mournblade is attuned to only take half the soul, and that's why the soul splits. Maybe the light kind of claims the other half, or attempts to, or the energy level is incompatible or something like that. Maybe a soul is built out of two components and only one of those components is of an energy level that is appropriate for absorption by a Mournblade. I don't know. But yeah, I just wanted to come in here and show this because, yeah. Then you have Shadow Steel behind with the blue, so yeah. It is definitely an expression that the gold half of the gold portion of souls is meant to be understood as having relation to fire. Warcraft 3 Chapter 8, a symphony of frost and flame. There you go. Nice, I got BOE gloves. Now I'm gonna be honest, man. This is like a Giga ICC. I mean, this is pretty sick, dude. I'm so ashamed. I'm so ashamed, man. I wish that I had played these fucking raids. Whether you like the Sylvanas thing or not, which again, I've grown to appreciate, this is fucking badass. I think this is fucking awesome. Like, this is sick. And Sepulcher, the first ones, is pretty fucking badass too. I wish that I'd played them current, but I'm glad that I went and played Final Fantasy at the same time. You know, I don't regret it necessarily. I don't know. I just think it deserves more love. There's a lot of things about Shadowlands that I think are definitely worth criticizing. Some are more subjective than others. I crashed the fuck out about something that I just didn't really appreciate at the time. I had my own expectations for what I wanted to happen with Sylvanas, how I thought it was going to go. Those turned out to not be true. I felt a little betrayed. I was unhappy with it, and so I got real mad. But again, coming back to it now, I don't really feel that way. I don't really feel that way now. Sylvanas boss fight took so long and was insane. Yeah. Yep. I think that raid specifically had issues with the community because it was more Maw aesthetic. Totally can understand that after how much time we spent in fucking Torghast farming shit, and I didn't even spend that much time there because I couldn't fucking stand it. I can totally understand. Again, Torghast should have been an optional thing that was supposed to be fun. It should not have been such a fucking obnoxious grind. You know, again, power being tied to covenants, the legendary grind, soul ash, just terrible. Too many currencies, too many memories to farm, too much this, that, fucking the other. It wasn't fun to play. And in my opinion, man, that's why the War Within is such a good expansion, because you can just stop playing. Can't you? You can just stop playing if you want to. Most of us aren't doing cutting edge, so we get ahead of the curve. We do whatever Mythic Plus stuff if we're into that. Collect some things that you like, take a fucking break. You know? I felt like with Shadowlands, you were just constantly pushed to interact with shit that wasn't fun to interact with. They did Bane dirty. Yeah, they kind of did do Bane dirty. They kind of did do Bane dirty, bro. I mean, he got dicked on by the jailer, and then he spent the rest of the expansion hanging out against this wall. You know? Pretty fucking lame. So, yeah. They didn't have to use Bane at all, but they did. I don't know. Yep, especially Korthia and the gems, plus Covenants, plus Soul Cinder. It was just too much. It's such a crazy thing because, if I may say, I think that when you're able to set the system gripes aside, I think it is very impressive that Shadowlands is what it is, considering that it is our COVID expansion. I think that's kind of insane. Like, what Blizzard was able to put together, considering the remote circumstances and all of that, is pretty impressive to me. But why, oh why, did they make it so miserable to play? And ultimately, man, I think when you make something not fun to play, it makes it really hard to appreciate the other parts of it. How can you possibly appreciate the story when the gameplay that you're experiencing the story through is awful? And didn't change until Zareth Mortis. Like, I cannot stand the Maw. I fucking... And I've said this before, I think it's so ironic and kind of hilarious, but kind of sad at the same time, that they managed to make something that was all about despair and the oppression of your free will an awful grind. Like, something that literally, on a fourth wall breaking, like, meta level, actually broke your will to play the game. That is so fucking hilarious to me, dude. Like, you took it too far. You took it too far, dude. That's too meta. It's too meta, man. I love Shadowlands. I made so many friends last till now in the War Within, and that's great. And that's funny because so many people do like Shadowlands, but they're often told that they're not supposed to. I'm gonna say this as well. I have no objective proof of this whatsoever, but I think a lot of the people that hate Shadowlands never played it. I think a lot of people that just blab on the internet about Shadowlands never played it. And that's not to just be dismissive of their opinions, because there are a lot of people who did play it and didn't like it, but I think Shadowlands is... I've never seen something be so popular to hate on. I've never seen anything like it. Wasn't this the same with Kata? I used to hear giga shit talking about Kata when I joined in Mob. I heard so much shit talking about Kata. So much. Kata was the shit, and there's a lot of people who feel that way. There's a lot of people who feel that way. That Kata was awesome. For me, it is one of the more mid expansions, but I don't think it makes it bad. Let me tell you about League Ranked. Yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny. I think it just speaks to how, like, sometimes, I don't know. You can dislike things, but when I get into the nitty gritty with some people about what they didn't like about Shadowlands. Oh, did I just fuck up that BOE? And they're not able to describe to me. I did fuck up that BOE. What they don't like, I think that's tough. You got to be able to at least describe to me what you didn't like. Otherwise, I kind of don't think that it's really your opinion. I feel like it's just kind of you repeating what someone said on Reddit. BFA is an underrated X-Pack. I agree with you. I think that's true too. BFA is a fucking... Dude, I'm gonna say it. Base, BFA... Okay, again, systems. Blizzard has always just shot themselves in the foot with fucking dog shit systems. We went from Legion Legendaries, which in the early days were terrible to acquire. Blatant shit RNG fucking dog water. Why the fuck did they design it like that? I don't know. Probably to just absorb your time. I don't know. Okay? Our artifact power farming. That and Legendaries are the two worst parts of Legion. Legion has the sickest class fantasy, some of the sickest transmogs, some of the sickest fucking raids of all time, one of the most cohesive start to end fucking raid or expansion storylines ever fucking put together. But it had some dog shit things. I feel like BFA suffered a similar fate. Amazing storytelling, amazing zone design, amazing music, amazing raids, pretty mid transmog sets. That was during the time where they homogenized all the transmog sets into plate, mail, cloth, whatever, and then everyone had the same set depending on their armor type. That was fucking lame. But it did allow them to make very raid thematic sets, which was a good thing. It was a good thing to try out, but I'm glad they didn't keep doing that forever. But again, plagued by, again, Azerite power farming. What the fuck is that shit? No one wants to do that. Fucking island expeditions, which some people liked. I fucking couldn't stand them. How about fucking war fronts, dude? I couldn't stand war fronts. I just thought they sucked. They were laggy. They weren't fun for me. Like, I just didn't enjoy that stuff. So you had all this good stuff, again, plagued by terrible shit. Great raids. You know, a lot of good stuff. Sick mounts, good dungeons. But it gets overshadowed by the negative stuff. And we do that a lot, where we let the negative stuff and what we remember that was bad overshadow the good stuff. I think that's human nature to a degree. But ultimately, like, it's a shame because it just paints the image and memory of the entire expansion, which isn't necessarily accurate. I feel like, again, Shadowlands, Castle Nathria, one of the best raids of all time. One of the best raids of all time. Shadowlands, plagued with issues like having power tied to your covenant choice. Why would they do that? An inflexible covenant system. Maw Torghast grinding, that's why it was called Choreghast. People didn't want to fucking do it, but they were forced to do it because that's how the system was interacted with. You have to do it if you want to get your legendaries, you know? All of those things, again, plagued Shadowlands in a similar way that Legion and BFA were also plagued by expansion-based borrowed power and things that were just not fun to interact with for a lot of players. And the things that are good about these expansions are just fucking overlooked. It's like a similar thing with Mists of Pandaria. There's people that think it's like too whimsical and too cringe because Kung Fu Panda. Like, bro, Mists of Pandaria has some of the most deep, introspective, Eastern philosophical concepts in the entire game that are just like amazingly well written. Again, some of the best raids of all time, looking at Throne of Thunder. Like, amazing expansion flavor, incredible music, amazing fucking transmog sets, like challenge modes. Like, there's so much good shit. And there are people who unfortunately only remember it for the things that they didn't like. And it's just a shame. It's just a shame. I don't think there's ever been a perfect expansion. People will have their, opinions about that and they'll disagree, and that's okay. But I think that there's just several expansions that have just been overshadowed by things that people just didn't like. I think you could even say Kata with Uldum and Vashir, things that some people just could not fucking stand. So, Dragonflight, overall, a pretty good expansion. Maybe a little too lighthearted in some ways, maybe not overt enough in the dark themes that did exist, that happened there, right? Kalecgos, I think for a lot of people, Dragonflight boils down to Kalecgos saying family, and that's all they say about it. And that's a shame, because Dragonflight has a lot of good stuff. Dragonflight has, yet again, sick raids. Dragonflight has, yet again, some amazing music, some incredible zone design. It has some amazing dungeons. It has some of the best cohesive storytelling with the Primal Incarnates front to back. But for some people, they don't remember any of that. They just remember Kalecgos saying family. And I think, frankly, a lot of that comes from just interacting with cutscenes on fucking YouTube. So again, it's just another point that I would use to illustrate how fucking detrimental data mining and shit is to the integrity of WoW's story and the enjoyment of it and the public perception of it, because you're not really experiencing it. You're experiencing a snippet of the whole thing, and that paints a picture for people that they use to judge the entire expansion. So it's just really a fucking shame. Almost all the people I know that didn't like Kata disliked it for the sentimental reasons, because of what Blizz did to old zones, including me. The gameplay gear upgrade was big in DF. Sure. I love just doing quests with Sindragosa. Yeah, the blues, oh man, the blue quest was brutal. Dragonflight quests for the flights were really good. Agreed. And I never even did the one for the Black Dragonflight with Rathian and Sibelian. I love watching her play through the blues because I didn't play it, because I didn't get it until the War Within. Sure. Fuck. It's alright, I'll go invisible. Shit on. I like Kalek and Sindragosa questline. It was cute, but it was also pretty brutal. Like, what happens to that blue dragon that's frozen in like stasis? That's pretty tragic, dude. And that was pretty cool because Anne Stickney, the developer who wrote that questline, she actually came to my stream one time and was like, hey, I watched you play through the Blue Dragonfly questline. I made that, and I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. And that was awesome. All great points for a BFA plus Shadowlands remix, so we can enjoy the story without shitty systems. Yep. That's really cool. It was really cool, dude. It was very humbling. And at the same time, just like, it was just crazy. I was like, I can't believe that. Her son's fate was very sad. Yeah, was it her son? I couldn't remember. WoD was good. People only remember being left alone without any content for 1 billion years. I've said it this way before, I'll say it again. The content that we did get in Warlords of Draenor, I thought was pretty good. Again, some of the best raids. Blackrock Foundry is a top 5 raid for me, of all time. BRF smacked. Some of the tier sets we got, smacked. I liked HFC, I just didn't like doing it for fucking 14 months. You know what I mean? Heimall, good raid. Enjoyed it. I liked all the raiding. Loved the challenge modes of it. Zone design was amazing. Questing was good. That was where they added the bonus objectives. That was nice. The zones were beautiful. The cutscenes were good. The WoD opening cutscene is arguably the best one. Yeah, just felt unfinished. Unfinished. No Farallon. Rip Farallon. Rip Shatrath raid. Fucking what else, man? Fucking Rip Bladespire Citadel and Karabor as faction hubs. That never happened. What else? Yeah, I mean, we missed a whole raid tier. We lost an entire fucking raid. So, that sucked balls. Garrisons made the world feel empty. Yeah, again, it's just kind of a... I don't know why they would put that much power for gathering and all sorts of stuff into the garrison. Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me. I get Zovastrum a lot. Get that drop a lot. Rip Archimond? Dude. It was to the point where Dave Kosak was like, yeah, we might make that not canon. We might just not. We might just, maybe just don't. I feel like I'm on repeat. I'm just a broken record, but I swear to God, dude, I think that Archimond was supposed to be and should have been the final boss of Emerald Nightmare. I really do, bro. He dropped an item in Warlords of Draenor that is literally directly related to the Nightmare. Like, directly related to it. I think he should have been the boss after... Either we fight him or after Xavius or so, I don't know. It would have been just sick to see a fucking nightmared out Archachond that we fought in Emerald Nightmare. And that would have kind of been cool because, I mean, how do you have an expansion called Legion where you fight fucking Xavius, Gul'dan, fucking kill Jaden, but you don't fight Archimond? That's crazy. Secret Mythic phase after Xavius? Bro, fuck you. I never even thought about that. That's such a fucking sick idea, bro. Shut the fuck... That's pain, dude. That inflicts physical, emotional damage on me when I fucking read that, dude. Because that would have been dope. Oh, secret. Oh my God, bro. Fuck you. And you know what? We already know that the Rift of Aln is supposed to connect to the Twisting Nether. So you could say that his death there is canonical as well, if you wanted to. Yo, 40 months, Zesh? Thanks, dude.
0.
That's a big one. I can't believe... I don't know, 40 months? 3.5 years? That's crazy, dude. Well, a little under, but thanks, man. Thank you. What the fuck? Dude. Time just starts flying by. How about the War Within for you? For me, I love it. I think overall, the War Within is a very good expansion. Yo, Vixen, thanks for becoming a member on YouTube. I think the War Within is very good. I actually have, I had a notepad pulled up. This is kind of my rating for everything. I don't remember what 11.2.5 was. Aren't we on 11.2.7? I've really enjoyed the content for 11.2.7. It's not that, like, crazy of a patch, but I'd give it, like, an 8 out of 10. I liked seeing Sylvanas and the Mon stuff. What was 11.2.5? Ghosts of Koresh... Oh, housing is pretty 10 out of 10. Yo, true, dude. 9.5 out of 10. I forgot 11.2.7's housing. Yeah, I gotta make sure that that gets its credit. What's 11.2.5, though? Did we... That was a thing, wasn't it? And Nightfall, when it was current, was pretty bad, but I'd probably... I mean, I'd probably keep it as, like, a 4. Does anyone remember what 1125 was? Is that lore walking? Remix? And actually, I'd give Undermine a fucking 9. And you know what? Siren's Isle, I'd probably bump that up to a 7, bro. I'm being more charitable with my ratings right now. I liked Siren Isle. Lemix Turbo Boost Cooldown Manager. I mean, it's a minor patch, right? So I mean, Legion Remix has been all right. I'd probably give, I don't know, like a 7 out of 10. I don't care about Turbo Boost. I don't give a fuck about that. And UI updates, I'd probably give it a 7 just for Remix. So, if I were to do some calculations, if I were to do some calculations, main patches, base expansion, so we got 9 plus 9 plus 9. So main patches on average get a 9 out of 10. I don't really need to do any math on that. And overall score, it'd be 9 plus 8 plus 7 plus 9 plus 4. Nightfall sucked ass. Legacy of Aerithor 7, because the ending of that questline was fucking ballsack. Plus 9 plus 7 plus 9.5. And then divided by, hey, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Divided by 9. 7.7 overall. Which I think is pretty fair, dude. I think major patches were pretty great, and I think the minor patches were kind of mid. They're just kind of mid. And Nightfall really hurts the overall score. It really does. And I might, dude, I don't know, man. I really like Siren Isle, man. It's so fucked up that I give it a 7. Because for me, it's actually probably like a fucking 8 or a 9. It just wasn't that necessary. I mean, I don't know. I really like Siren Isle. I'm just like I'm a lore nerd. I want to figure out the little clues and hints, so I feel like that's me kind of being a little bit harsh because of other people's perceptions. I feel like I'm conforming a little bit there. What happened in Nightfall? That's Flame's Radiance, where we go down into the fucking... We go down into Hallowfall, and we fight the Koreshi. We fight the Kaheti that are trying to get revenge for their queen. It's whack. The Mount Quest was superb. Siren Isle... Oh, dude, I agree. I might even give Siren Isle an 8, dude. Shit. Let me do my calculations again, dude. So it's 9 plus 8 plus 8 plus 9 plus 4 plus 7 plus 9 plus 7 plus 9.5 divided by 9. 7.8. So it's not really like a big difference, but it brings it up a little bit. Overall goes to above 8 without Nightfall. Yeah. Nightfall, it was such a bad patch, dude. Holy shit. Nightfall felt half-baked as fuck. And to be honest, the only thing about it that I thought was genuinely interesting was the premise of the Flame's Radiance and learning that the first emperor of the Arathi was an empress, actually. 4 for 10 on Nightfall's pretty generous. I don't really think so for me personally. I've gone back and farmed Nightfall a lot in order to get to rank 10. And if it had been working stably, I'd probably give it like maybe even a 5. Because it's just a little minor patch bullshit. But the fact that it was so laggy and fucked up, I mean, a 4, for me, a 4 is a pretty bad score, dude. Like, it was a pretty bad score. I think Nightfall came with the Anniversaries event, which I liked. I did enjoy the Anniversary event. I like to say the Worthen is best WoW has ever been. And it's at least WoW it's least WoW I played and did quit for good too because I can't keep up anymore. If the Worthen dropped when I was hard into WoW like in WoD Legion BFA, oh my. It would have sucked my soul so hard. That's a way of putting it. I think for me, in terms of player friendliness and the ability to like take a break and like not feel pressured to constantly grind and play the game, I feel like the War Within for me is the best that it's ever been. What number is, I don't even want to play this. Honestly, probably like a 2 or a 3. I didn't really play that much Nightfall, but I'm considering what also happened, the other things that were introduced in Nightfall as well. It's not like Nightfall was the only thing to do, but yeah. Nightfall was pretty bad. Legacy of Aerithor I enjoyed until the end of the questline. I thought that was pretty fucking bad too. So yeah. As a Guild Wars player, WoW has never seemed more appealing, and I mean never. I mean, people like to shit on WoW. I think it just became a popular thing to do with Shadowlands and COVID, and then DF to follow it up. But I think that, I don't know. I think that your average player who's not involved with fucking dumbass Reddit takes and cringe rage bait on YouTube is probably enjoying World of Warcraft quite a lot. I think WoW's pretty good right now. I mean, and there's people here too. It's not even like the things that people consider to be bad content or things that people just don't interact with. Look at all these fucking players here. There's people playing content that some people deem the worst content in the game. Even if they're here to collect things, it doesn't really matter to me. There are people here doing things. There are people out in the zones playing this shit. I mean, you can look in Valdrakken too. I do believe the critique hate, like at this point, just gives the game more marketing and the devs more things to adjust and correct. And it seems like they want to be pretty receptive to that feedback. Doesn't mean Blizzard's perfect, no. And is there still things to get better on? Yes. But it is pretty fucking good. You should see Pandaria. Half Hill's crazy at the moment. Well, I bet it is. I bet it is. There's even motherfuckers here in Valdrakken. Motherfuckers everywhere. Error. It's also a fucking 5 o'clock on a Friday, so there's, you know, if you come on the weekend, it's different. So there's even more people. There's not that much people here right now. Not that many, excuse me. There's people doing dream content. There's people in fucking Zeralik Cavern, you know? Thank you, Emissary, for the tier 3 for a year. Bro, appreciate that. Thank you so much. WoW players don't know how good they have it right now compared to other gaming communities. I know. I agree. You know, Pyro, you made my final time in WoW so much better. I followed your no spoiler rule and I immersed myself like never before, and it made DF in the War Within so good, so much more healthy. I'm really glad, man. And honestly, you can thank the Final Fantasy community for that, because they're the ones that showed me the value in something like that. I used to look at all the data mining, all the spoilers. I was sifting through everything, trying to find every little nugget of stuff before it ever came out. And I'll tell you, dude, it's so much better when you just experience the full package. It really is. It really is. I heard a bad take where classic people hate housing because people aren't in Stormwind anymore. Bro, if anything, classic people hate housing because they don't have it. Fuck out of here. Housing sucks because they're not in Stormwind. Give me a fucking break. They're just mad they don't have it. I remember when the War Within came out, I go to Val to see people's hate it. I remember people make fun of it. I remember people's make fun of them being poor. What the fuck? You made me appreciate cat girls and tall bunny girls. I mean, shit, if you're not appreciating the bunny girls, man, I mean, shit. I mean, goddamn. I mean, people hate the very concept of time moving on. Maybe, classic people, maybe. Perhaps. And let's be clear. It's not all classic players. Some classic players are happy that retail's doing great. Because you know what? If both versions of the game are popping off, both get more players. What a concept. What a concept. It's so easy to just be like classic players or retail players. The truth is, bro, it's more complicated than that. there are classic players who aren't spiteful, like neckbeard fucking basement dwellers who just wish bad things upon the retail community. There's a lot of them. And I would say the same thing about the retail community. So it's always more complicated than we want to make it out to be. However, I am fucking pissed that I don't have a way to access this quest. Like, my War Within meta achievement should be done, and it isn't. And that makes me angry. That makes me very angry. The stupid children's entertainer fucking dumbass fucking achievement. Oh, gotta wait for a world quest to rotate in that hasn't been up in fucking 2 weeks. Give me a break, bro. I'm about to go to Argus and sacrifice myself to the goddamn Legion. What a fucking joke this is. It's so dumb. Classics colored by nostalgia a bit. I mean, let's be honest, man. We all have nostalgia for the things that we loved. Who the fuck are we kidding? No, some of us are more resistant than others, but everyone has nostalgia, dude. Everybody. Whether it's fucking Rocket Pops or a goddamn Eggo waffle, whether it's fucking Classic, whether it's Miss Pandaria, whether it's Wrath, Legion, fucking 007, fucking GoldenEye. Come on, dude. We all have nostalgia. Pokemon, fucking watching Dragon Ball Z growing up, watching fucking Looney Tunes. We all have it, dude. Everyone has it for something. If you don't have nostalgia, you don't have love for things that happened in your past. Come on, dude. We all have fond memories. We all have fond memories. And let me be clear. I don't think there's anything wrong with being driven to interact with something by nostalgia. If the reason you want to play Classic WoW is because it's nostalgia, fucking, you know what, dude? You do you, boo-boo. I'm not gonna fucking tell you that that's wrong because it isn't. If you enjoy something because of nostalgia, fine. But, you know, it's when you weaponize that nostalgia, when you start to fucking try to, you know, invalidate other people's experiences and try to, like, talk bad about other shit, that's where it's like, okay, shut the fuck up then. Shut the fuck up then. Enjoy what you like, enjoy what you want to, and shut the fuck up, you know? No one's coming in telling you that you should enjoy it. You don't have any reason to try to convince other people that they should enjoy their thing too. Shut the fuck up. Just keep in mind, of nostalgia for a time that never was as toxic. Oh, that nostalgia for a time that never was is toxic. It depends on how you interact as a result. Whatever it is, bro. But I'll say this. You know, I don't know what I was gonna say. Pokemon's a good example. Game sucks ass since generations. I'm happy the WoW community is vocal, but we also should be vocal about the good things. Yes, yeah. You gotta describe what you love and what you don't love at the same time. Because it's almost never I just hate everything. I think people kind of get stuck in a mindset where they're like, I just hate everything. Brawlers Guild is so good right now. I haven't done any of it, but I probably should. People tend to obscure bad things using the nostalgia, but the good memories stick, the bad things don't. Yeah. You know, it's this idyllic form of nostalgia where they try, again, that's where I'm saying, don't try to make it out to be like your version of the game is just some kind of objectively superior thing, and that people who don't engage with that version of the game are idiots, or they don't, you know, whatever. Like, people like different things. You may love it. Don't try to force that upon other people to try to make them feel bad for playing retail, or to try to make it seem like the version of the game that you play has no flaws, because every single version of WoW that has ever existed has flaws. Care what anyone says. There's no such thing as a perfect fucking expansion, or even the base game isn't perfect. You might like it more than other things, and you might appreciate it, but it doesn't devalue other people's appreciation of the thing that they like. Retail is good for a lot of reasons. Classic is good for a lot of reasons. To try to say otherwise is dumb. They both have negative aspects, absolutely. Same issue in the Guild Wars community. Bro, it's the same everywhere. It's the same everywhere. I'm a Lemix supremacist. Well, it's okay to be wrong. I'm just playing. It's whatever you like, you know? I can see why people love Remix. I totally can. I think it's all right. I've enjoyed it in some ways. I finally am 779 and have 100 and, you know, I don't have a lot of versatility. Stacks like 170 or something, but now I'm feeling, you know, I'm feeling good. I understand why people enjoy it is what I'm trying to say. I still think it's too grindy. I still think it's a bit obnoxious because I grinded Legion fucking 8 years ago, and here I am grinding it again. But whatever. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't play it. That's kind of the bottom line for me. If I think something sucks ass, I'm just not gonna play it. I could go to the Brawlers Guild, get absolutely fucking worked by some challenges right now, but, you know. I'm kind of just chilling, chatting right now. Can't relate to this at all. They both have World RP. It's just facilitated by guilds. I've tried to give both about a year a shot, and I just didn't find anything in the open world, but all the nice scenic environments were either swarmed with fates every 10 minutes or had mobs scaled up so you could just ignore them unless you were a veteran. What are you talking about? I think the biggest point of nostalgia for me in early WoW, I was young, was my mage TP lagging so hard it put me into the height of Dalaran. Not the X to Z coordinate, and locked my abilities. What the fuck? Part of the problem with ESO and 14 is that they don't have a world space that's friendly for RP communities. Really? You think so? Especially out in the open world. WoW has had and has garrisons. We're still wandering to random towns in the open world instead to RP. I don't know if I can agree with that. I feel like the open world for XIV has lots of great places for RP. You have you have the wedding venue at the Temple of the 12 or whatever it's called. You have the end game area of Endwalker where you go. Like, I really love doing RP in Limsa, which I think counts as the open world. I mean, it's in a city, but you got Ul'dah, which we don't talk about Ul'dah, but I don't know. I think RP a lot of times is kind of what you make it, right? So if you choose to go out and interact in that space, like, I don't know, you can kind of bring life to it as well, even if it's a place that's otherwise not very lively. I don't know. I can see where you're coming from, but XIV has World RP. ESO's World RP is hidden because of server shards. It's harder to find because in order to get into those populated shards, it requires you to be in a guild to facilitate that shard hopping. Yeah, that's annoying. The Ul'dah backrooms. The Quicksand was full of RPers when I played. Yeah, just most of them aren't wearing any clothes. Especially for RP people, this game is basically free. I'm gonna be like, you know what I think another game that's pretty sick for RP is? Maybe not as good, but I think RuneScape is pretty good for RP too. My biggest concern about housing is its negative impact on city RP and networking. It happened in ESO and XIV, killed public RP. So far, Stormwind and Org have had lots of RPers in them. I don't know, I'm not like a big RPer, but I also haven't spent that much time in my house. I think also being on an RP server helps a lot, you know what I mean? Like if you're on Moonguard or WRA or something like that, like you're gonna run into RP pretty much no matter what. WoW is, probably among the best for RP. I'm having some trouble picking a main for Midnight. Do you think Void or Light Align specs would probably give some juicy stuff in flavor text? Yes, Paladin, Priest, Devourer or Demon Hunter probably will. If you play a Blood Elf, I'm sure you're gonna get special dialogue. Yeah, and just be aware, man. The Midnight expansion is not just going to be about Void. It's very much about Light, too. We're going to have some Light villains, you know? I could see Urel. We could finally get Urel. That would be fucking... that'd be crazy. There's going to be some Light stuff going on, too, where we're going to have to, Erator's questline, from what they've told us, is already kind of along the lines of, like, interrogating the relationship with the Light. What does that actually mean? What really is the Light? What does it stand for? How do we wield it? What is your subjective relationship with it? If you watch Critical Role, the difference between Teor and Wickander's relationship with the Light is very different. But it's still the Light, right? So the source of it is not necessarily clear, maybe more obscure, depending on who you're looking at. I haven't watched episode 9, so please no spoilers. But yeah, like, there is some subjectivity to what the Light really is, and I think that could exist in WoW too. So I think that playing a lighter Void-based class, Priest would be an exceptional choice. A Blood Elf Priest would be a very good choice, because you get the choice to play Shadow, May the beam reach you. Light in all things. Or get the opportunity to play Holy, or even Discipline, the mixture of the two. So I feel like that would really afford you the most flavor for the themes of Midnight possible in one class. But the downside is you have to play Priest. I'm just playing. But let me show you my Priest. This is kind of how I perceive the Light and Void. So my priest's name is Renatath, which is a conjunction of the two words Zalatath and Renalash. She's a Void Elf priest. And I've kind of done some thematic stuff with her. Where you have some old god kind of influence via the belt and chains. You got the Zalatath dagger, which is light themed in this case, the leg wraps. You have one golden Naru shoulder and one void Naru shoulder. On the light side, her eye is blinded. And on the other side, it's purple. I did that obviously on purpose to have the duality of light and void. And then on the back, I have the Void Elf Heritage Armor back piece, and then a Naru tabard. Because, you know, well, you know what I think about Zalatath if you watch me long enough at this point. So, yeah. You know, it's possible Zalatath might have been light powered before. /S. Ah, you're such a fuck. You're such a fuck. For anyone curious. Farah has the cutest little druid house. We could go take a look at some guild houses. It's been a while since we got a one guy. Yeah, some of you are trained. You know exactly what to fucking say. You know exactly how to elicit a response from me. It actually crushes my soul. Look at this adorable dork showing off his action figure. I love being an adult nerd, same. You like this one, dude? I'm proud of this one. I think this one looks fucking dope. This is gonna be my main for Midnight. I teased that I might play Warlock. I'm not gonna play Warlock. I'm not gonna play Warlock. Who the fuck am I kidding, bro? I can't have a Blood Elf Paladin character who's juiced out like this and just play Warlock. What the fuck is that? I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Echo of Sargeras? I think it's Echo of Nihilum. Or Embers of Nihilum. Whatever. Holy fire, answer the call with let the bodies hit the floor. Are Blood Elf Paladins even a big deal right now? No. This is my house. I still have 50 limit that I can customize the outside with. I need to do it. I'm just letting it chill. I'm trying not to burn myself out doing housing stuff. It'll always be there, so. This is my little humble abode. I haven't done anything inside yet. I just like to decorate the outside mostly. Blood Elves are a big deal, and Paladins are a big deal, but not together. Nah, they're all fucking whack. Blood Elf housing would go hard with your Mog? Indeed. Ugh. Most of that stuff's coming out in Midnight, though, understandably. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Yo, Nathan, thanks for the Prime for 39 months, dog. Thank you. Number 46.
Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Take my Prime once again.
So where is that? Oh, they have to add a way to search this, dude. Or like click on them on the board and have it highlight their house. Like dog. 46. Holy shit, that's cringe. Going back to the Paladin, I see, Pyro? Indeed. Which means, you know, if you want to play Pally, you can, but it might be better for you to play something else. Unless you suck at everything else besides Pally, then just play Pally. But I do really want to play my Paladin, especially since So Sad could play Mage if he wants to. Yeah, this is cute. Nice, nice, nice. Nice. Can't you TP to house by right-click on the guild roster? I knew that. I knew that. Of course I knew that. Of course, I was just testing you. We told you day one? Oh, okay. I knew that. That was cute. Aww. Ooh. What have we here? Oh, is that on Nixia's head in there? Yo, that's fire. The fuck? Little alchemy station. I fuck with this. Little study. Pandaren study. I love all the books and things. Oh, that's a front door. Nice. This is cozy, bro. It's very nice. Where's the toilet, though? Outside. He's a druid. There's a bear shit in the woods. Answer's yes. Stabber, what's your character's name again? Is it Misbehaving? It is. I just fly over people's houses as an owl? That's where that came from. You've seen the outside. I'll be able to play anything we need for the raid team. Look at this guy, huh? We'll see who shows up to raid on the 21st of January. By the way, raiders, I already pinged you all in Discord, but our first raid back, the day after pre-patch drops on the 20th of January, we're raiding on the 21st, okay? What are you eating? I'm eating a fucking giant container of Chex Mix. Cozy. Like the books on the shelf. Like all the bookshelves in general. Little living room action. Got a lot of foodstuffs, barrels. Love that. Oh, Dragon Shrine, of course. Little drafting room. Sorry, I'm just gonna ride my horse in here. Little dining room action. Got a hidden compartment here. Nice. Goes back into ooh, I like the flamingo. Nice little private study. That's cute. Ooh. Oh shit. Oh shit, this is cozy. This is cozy. Ardo, do you view viewer houses? Is there an easy way to do that? Is that a little mirror? Cute. I like how everything is sized for Volpera height. Yeah, it is, huh? Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna bonk my head if I don't duck in there. Canonically accurate. Bro, look at Streamlabs just fucking spamming chat, dude. Oh my god. Jesus. Just spamming that shit. I'm not against it, Nathan. I just don't know if there's an easy way to do it. Sorry for the munchin'. Little snackaroo. Oh. I like the lighting effect of that. That's nice. I like how you did the fireplace all around the center. So it's all like one fireplace, but it illuminates the whole thing. Like it's all meant to be one thing. Enjoy your meal? It ain't no meal. I'll probably have dinner in like an hour or so. I just can't wait till we can start putting like readable lore books on these shelves, bro. I would fucking coom. I just got so many books, dude. I'd stick them right on the shelf, dude. Look at all these books. Look at all those. I got all those. And more. What's your interior gonna be like? I don't fucking know, dude. I spend so much time customizing my house in Final Fantasy that I'm like not in a rush to do it in this game. Will battle pets be able to roam the houses? I'm not sure. I think they would like to do that eventually. I don't know their official stance on that. Oh. No Cyberpunk today, by the way. I lied. I'm a big fat phony. Maybe tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I just really want to finish this War Within fucking meta achievement, man. Oh, actually, I do have an idea of how my house is going to be. Actually, I have an idea of how the internals are going to look. I'm not going to tell you, though. It's a surprise. You think any significance in Sargeras' sword having an eye in old concept art? It's not even old art. Yeah, it has the same eye in the Legion key art for Argus. Yeah, so, how'd my wife help with my interior? It was like watching a pro. I kneel before the lore master. Wow, bro is ready for anything. Not anything. You just happen to ask about something I've spent a lot of time thinking about. I'm still waiting for the third live Boy King. Eh. I think it's probably already happened, to be honest with you. The Boy King has lied to himself and his people. We did the impossible. We defeated the Burning Legion. Only one of us wanted this war. I think either of them really wanted it. Did we truly defeat the Burning Legion? The third one, I'm just sure they're all done by now. There could be another, but I feel like that that's been hinted at since Legion. I think that pretty much all the stuff for that was in BFA and Shadowlands. Have you read the new book yet? Not sitting behind me. I gotta get to it. I might read some after stream today. Yeah, thanks for sharing, Misbehaving. Good job. How the fuck do I get out of your house? We don't. We're trapped forever. We're trapped forever. Do you think Blizzard should have given more context for Zal's motivations and goals? I think that they're keeping that kind of close to their chest. I do think Blizzard is going to do that. And I think a lot of that will come in the Midnight expansion. Again, there's some other characters that are similar to that. In other games, like Emmett Selk, he's kind of like in your... I don't want to spoil anything, but he's kind of like around you and kind of like not overt about his intentions until a certain point, and then when they unveil it, it's like really sick. So I don't know. I feel like they're trying to do a similar thing with Zal. It's frustrating to me because some people like to be reductive about it. Oh, she's going to be misunderstood. I mean, I think the very nature of the void is misunderstanding it. So I think that there's a level of that is true. But I think that people seem to equate a character being misunderstood, even if they're doing bad things, with like that character just being made out to be good. Like, no, a character can be complicated and misunderstood to a degree and still do a bad thing. Have a good night, Blade. You know what I mean? Like, you can have both of those things. It doesn't have to be, you know, exclusive. So gotta use the exit house button. I broke the door. Yeah, no worries. What mount is that? This is Anu Relos Flames Guidance, and it drops from Mythic Farak. Though her feathers flicker with flame's destructive potential, they do not scorch, but simply radiate a comfortable heat. Sick mount. Fucking sick. Have you seen Kieliath's house? Who the fuck is Kieliath? I'm just playing. Who is Demonte, by the way? Is that someone in... Who is that? Oh, it's Moichiro. Bumbuya. Also, I mean, I know that there's going to be raiders that aren't here, but if people aren't able to make the schedule, obviously, for midnight, you know, basically what I'm saying is that, what I'm trying to say is that there's a potential that some people that were with us at the end of the last raid will not be with us in midnight. We will just have to see. There's some schedule conflictions that are going on, and, you know, there's some performance things that I've, you know, reviewed from the last raid, and yeah, we'll see. We will see. Where the fuck is Kayla? There it is. Permission denied. Get shit on, bitch. Lot 25. What the fuck is that? If only these were numbered in some kind of logical order at all. I do not understand why they have done this. I mean, I can believe it, but I'm kind of surprised that there's still, unclaimed houses in this first, layer. 25. You had it. Now's my time to become the moistest raider on the team. Huh. We'll have to see what classes people want to play, too. Is beachfront prop taken? I think there's quite a few that aren't. This one isn't. Yeah, you can't go in. But he has like a little void house. Yeah. I just like his door. Oh, sure. Yeah, that is pretty sick. You turn the altar on its side. The fucking tourist hanging out here. She took a picture of it. She's snapping photos of the house. Reported, he said. Telling on you to the HOA. I'll move in once pre-patch drops, sure. There's one right in front of a little island that has like a wedding altar on it or something to that effect. You mean like someone built something like that? They come up and take a picture of my massive wildlife hedge. I just think, yes. Bush photo. No, it's pre-generated on the island. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't even know these guys were here.
I've seen things that'll scare you shellless.
It was west, I think. Oh. There's also a Tortolan bar underwater? Of course there is. What the fuck? Where's that? That sounds fucking sick.
Except the Naga. Horrible creatures. Horrible.
There's so much little hidden shit in the housing board, man. It's kind of crazy. I love the music of this place too. I don't know, both neighborhoods have one in different spots. Oh. Right there in the middle would be sick. Fucking floating houses, man. Oh, you're talking about this. Yeah, I remember seeing this. This is like a theater stage. Yeah, you could do wedding type shit here too if you wanted. Final Fantasy XIV has actual weddings where you give each other a ring and shit. It's kind of sick. The music, oh my god, it's good. The wedding thing is a little more out behind the stage. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's definitely what that is. Holy shit. What's that, like an arbor or whatever? Yo, cute. And it's right, oh my goodness, it's lined up with fucking Anshe, dude. Right where the sun sets, bro. Or Elune. Musha goes up right there too, so you could have the sunset right there, dude. Oh, that's nice. That is nice.
We are gathered here today to witness the union of two souls in the light of Anshe.
Oh my god, look at that fucking shork. I don't fuck with shorks, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome. No shorks allowed, bro. Oh, it's mad. No shorks. Sorry. No shorks. Yeah, that's cute. That is cute. All right, dude. Thank God the HOA keeps us safe from the marine life here. That was our new druid recruit. Oh no. Oh no. Oops. Well, since I didn't get to make any progress on the Worth and Meta achievement today, that's a bit disappointing, but if you guys see the achievement or the world quest come up, God, please let me know. It's the one in Hollowfall. Fucking, I don't remember what it's called. It's the one where you have to play with the fucking orphans. When do you think the Queen of the Naga's coming back? I think Queen Ashara will... I mean, some of the last things we heard about her is that she's ascended beyond the umbral veil, whatever the fuck that means. So we could see Queen Ashara again at midnight. I mean, it is all about elves, not all about, but it's about elves in large part. So we could see her again at midnight. Or they might just save her for the last Titan. Ashara Zalatath cat fight, that would be interesting. That could be interesting. But I'm getting the fuck out of here, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. 7.5 hours of just shooting the shit and playing World of Warcraft, so that was fun. Thanks for being here for it. Hope you guys had fun. I'll be live again tomorrow, and I'll probably start maybe with some WoW. Check out on the World Quest to see if it's up, and if it isn't, maybe do a little bit of Legion Remix stuff. And if I don't do that, I'm just gonna go probably straight to Cyberpunk. So yeah, I have another episode of Cyberpunk edited. I guess I could probably just make a thumbnail for it and try to get it put up tomorrow since I don't have any other videos planned to come out. So if you're interested in that playthrough, tomorrow I meet Johnny Silverhand. Fucking suck a scum. So anyway, thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for supporting, whether you just watched on YouTube or Twitch, whether you lurked and just watched, whether you followed or chatted, subbed, or gifted a sub. Thank you very much for being here. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. So yeah, thanks again, everyone. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome. And until next time, which will be tomorrow, I will see you guys later. Peace!